Hey, David here. Welcome back. Week in review. Another wonderful week. Hopefully, have some interesting research to share with everybody. Um, had a hard time pulling things together this week, but have a few articles, and we're going to continue on the truth trajectory and look quite a bit at Judaism. So move away from like the scientific, logical, or look at a tiny bit and more Jewish this week. And last week I covered kind of the character refinement essence of truth. Is truth like a quality that a person should aim to obtain, which is more in line with the elimination of falsehood, like the question of what exactly is truth. Is there a real theory of truth? Is unclear. However, to say, well, even without clearly defining truth, you could see what is false in somewhat with a correspondence theory, where something that doesn't accord with reality, mostly in tune with how a person interacts with others in terms of directly cheating and misrepresenting. There could be thievery to mild levels of flattery, trying to gain an undue advantage, misrepresenting yourself. To Michael, thanks for joining. My first member, so glad to have Michael here. So see what happens. Reach out if you have any ideas for streaming, or you want to get together. Let me know. Or if you want to hop on the stream also and talk a little bit, that's fine. It'll probably take me. I'll get into the Judaism. I'll cover a few minor loose ends on logic first. So probably like 8 o'clock, I'll be getting into the Jewish part, and I have quite a few hours on it. Okay, so let me jump right in with some screen share. Some interesting things that happened this week. So Adam Green tagged me in a post. The elections are on, and Donald Trump, was in the news this week with being honored by a Jewish group in New Jersey, and they gave him a Torah crown that looks typically like the silver crown that's put on top of Torah scrolls. And so Adam was asking, is that a Mashiach crown? And it does have some messianic implications. And, even why they're giving it to Trump, what does it mean from a Judeo perspective? Does it make sense that they're giving this to Trump? And do at least some of the rabbis or a portion of Orthodox Jews, Bible-believing Jews, the Torah true Jews, think that Donald Trump is of biblical proportions. In the essence, like the Torah is a blueprint for history, the unfolding of history and humanity, and the role Donald Trump has played in history, in Israel, with the Jews, is of biblical proportions. So that is a wide-held belief. And, certainly there's some warrant within a religious perspective. Saying the United States is the empire. Donald Trump rose to be head of the empire. Donald Trump, had a long-standing relationship with the Jewish community going back decades, really his whole life. And the conversion of his daughter to Orthodox Judaism that I put in the notes was possibly one of the most pivotal events in all of Jewish history, from the time of the conversion of Onkelos to Judaism, the Ivanka Trump's, so a little bit interesting. We'll see what happens with elections, and there'll be Jewish groups all over the place. RFK, probably even from the whole perspective of Democrat, but Donald Trump, probably largely due to the conversion of his daughter to Judaism and marriage to Jared Kushner, and what he did for Israel, certainly makes Donald Trump stand out in a sense as being of biblical proportions. AKL, thanks for tuning in. Okay, so And speaking of Adam Green, Christopher Van Jerkness had a video on Flat Earth and Jeffrey Epstein claiming that this, temple, the blue and white temple on Epstein's Island had something to do with the Talmudic Flat Earth. And he actually mentioned Dutmi and I guess he was reading from the Talmud and was having a hard time translating something and mentioned Duvid. So I tweeted at him, but he didn't respond. So, God forbid, Christopher Van Jerkness, very critical of Jews, Judaism, the religion, and different things, although quite a scholar, does quite a bit of research, so I occasionally watch his programming. This on the Flat Earth was a little bit interesting. And even, to wonder if, there is some concept of flat earthism in the Talmud or in the sages, and if a dissident Jewish movement like, God forbid, Epstein could have been based on this flat earth understanding. So, God forbid, a little bit interesting. Lex Friedman had on Netanyahu, Prime Minister of Israel, this week. And yeah, ironically, he got less views. So of, you see the, it was only an hour, but, RFK had 3 times as many views as Netanyahu. Even George Hotz, just like a random AI guy, got more views than Netanyahu. So a little bit interesting. And it was kind of a weak interview. He didn't really press him. And, if you think like, JF, his critique, where God forbid, like Kanye West, he's like, I have to push back. You say, well, why does he have to push back? You say, well, because he's Jewish. And Kanye West is saying counter-Semitic things, so he has to push back. And Netanyahu kind of just let him tell stories and preach to him. And so it wasn't really anything insightful about that. But, watch it and see Friedman's in Israel if he comes up with any interesting interviews. I've been watching this all week. This one's pretty interesting. Robert Reich at University of California. I forget which one, Santa Barbara or San Diego, and his economics class on wealth and poverty. So highly recommend this. I think he's retiring. Robert Reich is like 76 years old, born in 1946. And this is, I think he said, the last class he will be teaching. And, I grew up in, Robert Reich was the labor secretary under Clinton. He got his start under like Gerald Ford and Robert Boyk, or the law professor. He went to Yale, and a lot of interesting things about economics, wealth and poverty, wealth inequality, taxes, a whole bunch of interesting insights. He obviously has a little bit of a liberal bias, but this is a university class put on his YouTube page. So I'm currently finished the first half. So I highly recommend this. Big news this week. This was the big news, the debate between Nick Fuentes and Destiny. And you think it had 100,000 live viewers, fresh and fit. The biggest podcasters on Rumble, some of the biggest on YouTube, covering controversial questions. They've been having Ryan Dawson on regularly, Andrew Tate auxiliaries, and kind of like self-improvement, money management, fitness, and dating. But they've also been including the JQ. And so this was the big debate. And, almost everyone thinks that Nick Fuentes came out the better over Destiny, not necessarily the issue. I was thinking I should probably like try to write a book on the JQ, although, it's tough. Like I would like a primer, not necessarily like a defense, just a primer to it, but it might be too controversial. And it's a tough topic if I was just going to try to write like a primer of how to approach and understand the the JQ, as opposed to taking one side or the other, and like a group strategy, the issues, the debates, and in terms of like a group strategy and group conflict in like a Kevin McDonald sense, not like an evolutionary biology, but just to say that counter-Semitism is a result of group conflict, and what are the main group conflicts that lead to counter-Semitism, and what are the main issues that need to be discussed and negotiated and spoken through, your role in conspiracy theory. And it might be too controversial, saying like, people want to debunk it. Although I think, God forbid the election season. I saw Adam Green has Richard Spencer on, maybe even right now. He's probably live right now. And Nick Fuentes has his rally in Florida this week. Arizona, Charlie Kirk. Also some like, counter-Semitism is generally higher among minorities. Like counter-Semitism is usually the lowest among whites. So, the kind of framing of Fuentes, God forbid, is like a neo-Nazi white supremacist, and here he is teaming up with your black podcasters who have some counter-Semitic leanings. And God forbid, you're saying counter-Semites are integrated. Like you said, like Jews, Ashken normalization, most Jews are not that integrated. Like you're saying, Ashken normalized, and they're basically Ashkenazic Jews have synagogues that are basically all Ashkenazic, and even like counter-Semites, proclaimed neo-Nazis or white separatists, supremacists, however they're called, are more integrated. And possibly this wider coalition coming together on the JQ on various issues, specifically related to U.S. foreign policy. So if Myron is focusing on Jewish group strategy in terms of pressuring the U.S. government to take certain positions in foreign policy and foreign wars, versus different issues in the culture war or censorship. And I do not think these are going to be going away. So think that this debate was the most popular thing on the internet. I saw President Trump, when he was speaking, had like 70,000 viewers. So this debate had 100,000 live viewers, was more popular than President Trump's speech. Andrew Tate, his first emergency meeting had like 400,000 live viewers, broke Rumble. But this debate was more popular than like most CNN, Fox News. Even in terms of like viewership, more people watch this debate than watch like CNN and Fox News. So, and there's going to be more of them coming. And I mean, Nick Fuentes has been doing this a while. He's got all those, so to say, experts on the JQ from the counter-Semitic side on Cozy TV. A lot of them, not all of them, but you had Ryan Dawson for a while on Cozy, E. Michael Jones, maybe those are the only really two big names he had on Cozy. But he's not really like whatever reason, like he's just drawing in the numbers. Probably like Richard Spencer, he's been hyped up in the news. And Richard Spencer generally did not focus on the JQ. Like when he first had that thing in Texas and he spoke to the rabbi, and the famous viral clip, I think Luke Ford still has that on his Twitter, about love and inclusion, like my religion, like Torah, love and inclusion. And Richard Spencer goes back to the rabbi, like, do you really mean love and inclusion? Do you really want to open up the borders to Israel? And that somewhat where like Richard Spencer destroyed the rabbi in terms of saying like, you don't really preach love and inclusion. Look what you're doing in Israel. You want an ethno state. And then Richard Spencer claiming that he wanted like white Zionism, an ethno state for whites, possibly in America. And he's changed largely on that. But Richard Spencer generally was neutral on Jews to some extent. Like you said, there's a group difference. Even generally being favorable to accepting Jews as whites, or at least a certain element of Jews as whites, although saying there's conflicting differences, that what's in the Jews' best interest is not in the whites' best interest. So Nicholas Fuentes definitely has, Christian nationalism had more staying power, turned it into a movement. Catholicism, big tent, even though he's generally branded as a white supremacist or neo-Nazi, more generally, I've referred to him as the modern day Father Coughlin, and actually having a multicultural movement, a multiracial movement. And, that's what you see here, where the, Destiny, the blue-haired liberal, and generally you see the blacks are siding with Nicholas Fuentes over modern-day liberalism for various reasons. So it'll be interesting. I think it's not going to go away, God forbid. It's probably going to get worse. Ethan Ralph has still not contacted me. I told Ethan Ralph I would be happy to debate and defend the Jews, anybody, and we'll see what happens. They got their big rally today, so let's see what happens. But God forbid. Speaking of high and low birth, I was watching this new channel. I don't know if it's a new channel. I just came onto it, called Old Money Luxury, and it's kind of talking about like the difference between old and new money, and the difference in wealth accumulation, habits, the value of like education, culture, view towards entertainment, or being more discreet, low key, social concerns, and really when I refer to high and low birth, I mean, high and low birth has more aspects than just this, but some of these videos were pretty interesting. Also, I just read this book this week, Gregory Clark. Gregory Clark was interviewed by Lipton Matthews. I think he had some sort of issue. He might have, like, they tried to cancel him or something, but he's got a few books, and here's his book, The Sun Also Rises, Surnames, and the History of Social Mobility. And, so it's interesting if you want, like, well, what's one of the easiest statistical indicators of wealth or social status in the United States, or even large parts of the world, and say, well, a Jewish surname. So if you measure like doctors, lawyers, top 1%, various things, that the likelihood that a person would be in that group. So statistically, the biggest indicator would actually be like common Jewish surnames like Cohn, Katz. But this is a general global history of wealth and power and social mobility, high and low birth, specifically related to last names, studies being based on last names, and global survey. So props Gregory Clark. I watched a few of those videos. Okay, so I'm going to look at two things briefly on the Stanford Encyclopedia About Truth, just some loose ends of things I want to cover, and I have a lot of interesting things on Judaic views towards truth. So Orfeo, I mean, class matters. It's one of, say that people could work hard, people could, so to say, have free will, take their life into their own hands. But even within that, your starting point makes a big difference and has certain boundary conditions and determinants of success. So, so to say, taking high or low birth has extremely strong determinative pressures on a person's life outcomes. And, so much so that the surnames, and historically, like, people take, so you had, names that were the names of the aristocrats, and then other people take the names. So there's also regression to the mean. That's very difficult to remain being elite for multiple generations. That there's a normal regression to the mean. However, for someone to rise to the top, for people like Sergey Brin and Mark Zuckerberg, who you could argue took like somewhat high birth, upper middle class, and they were actually located through IQ testing as children and given elite training. Even like Barack Obama, you were chosen as children based on high cognitive performance and trained towards leadership. And from that sense, they were given the education of the aristocrats. They were allowed into the schools of the wealthiest people. But the type training, just saying like the type things that Duvid is talking about that many people might not even know exist, might not even know are important. You'll say like Hilbert in his 23 questions, or the deep pressing matters of society, where like Maslow's hierarchy of needs, that if your basic safety needs are not met, you're not going to have the time to focus on the deeper pressing issues facing humanity, historical questions, deeper research. And you're generally, so to say, taking high birth, and also the complexity of issues that take dedication of large years of time, like education, technical training, that you might have to dedicate, this point, 10 years of your life to studying. That although people who take low birth, so it's like could become a doctor. But if you look in medical schools, certainly the vast majority of people who become doctors start upper middle class or higher. Although there can be a certain element of people who were born poor or middle class that end up as doctors. But say if you're the son of a doctor and you're trained from your parents, that what it takes to become a doctor, that it's going to take 12 years of, at least 8 years of advanced education, of undergraduate, getting into good schools, medical school, maybe fellowship and training, that generally most of those people are going to take high birth. And you could try to restructure society in certain ways. It's unclear how much that changed the fact, and then let alone besides like becoming a lawyer or doctor, where it's not insurmountable to become a lawyer or doctor versus like the Royal Society of Science, engineering, or dedication to communal issues, where you might not even, if you grew up in the the Royal Society, the issues facing humanity. To some extent, everyone knows. So I'll table that for now, but it's an issue to come back, and the book's an interesting book just to see the value studies based on surnames around the world. And even like Bengali, like caste, and looking at Japan, that like the elite in Japan are largely made up of the descendants of the samurai. So if you look at like the surnames in Japan, even though the samurai system started ending even close to 150 years ago, that a disproportionate amount today of the lawyers, doctors, business owners, CEOs are descendants of the samurai. And in Bangladesh, where you have like a caste type system, and then you look, well, who are even in the U.S. So if you're looking, I forget the names you mentioned, like Chakravarti, Goswami, certain names that represent higher caste in Bangladesh are typically the names that are going to correspond, at least higher proportion, to the Indian doctors in America. And that might also be the case from like China or all places in the world, where the ability to dedicate towards wealth acquisition, educational status, towards having an important role in society takes large parental investment. And so taking higher birth, that your parents will have the investment into the children to allow them to be educated and trained for the roles that allow their children to excel. So I'm still going to do more research on it. I think to some extent there's quite a bit of research on it. So I just mentioned that book, Gregory Clark, so people check it out. So let's look at two loose ends. High and low birth is relative. So I mean, if you took all the various attributes that are quantifiable, and I've talked about this just because it's like triggering to rank people, because you say, well, all people are equal under the law, all people have equal worth. What does it mean when you say people have high or low birth? And you're not, the assumption is you're making certain value-based statements that are not being claimed. So if you just look at all of the various quantifiable attributes of a person's parents, of a person's genetic status, and then you rank that, you give like relative high or low birth, saying what's your parents' educational, social, economic status. If there's some sort of racial, genetic, physical attribute hierarchy, what's your genetic status at birth? And many of these things could be quantifiable. For example, money is the easiest because money can largely be reduced to a number. How much money do your parents have? Could be reduced to a number. And so if you're going to rank that and say, well, it's relative. So everybody has, you're born from parents, and your parents have a certain amount of quantifiable things like money. And that could be ranked. So you're going to fall somewhere on that ranking. And, if what makes you high birth or low birth. And so like it's relative, like you're the top 1%, top 10%, top 25%. If my parents are upper middle class, top 20%, that make me high birth. I'm born in the top 20%. And then questions like IQ, things that maybe are less quantifiable, but say, okay, like IQ, my parents have high IQs, I have a high IQ, maybe in the top 1% of IQs or something like that. And so it's relative to humanity, and it's relative to quantifiable measures, let alone, the connotations coming from Hinduism or reincarnations or spiritual matters. And it's not a value judgment. You're just talking about quantifiable data that, saying that, well, who's a better person is hard to quantify. Who has more money is very easy to quantify. If I can say, well, who has more subs on YouTube? Who has a bigger reach? If you say, well, who's a better person? That you say it's impossible to judge. God will be the judge. You could try to set up some sort of metrics or system, but it's very difficult to make a value judgment. However, certain things like who has more money, who has more education, who has more intelligence, who has more strength, who has even beauty, could to some extent be quantified. And so the higher or lower in that the whole spectrum, that very unlike like Krishna or something, that person would have high status across the whole spectrum, would be unlikely or impossible. But relative, that you could be born rich and smart but sickly and ugly, or you could be born healthy and smart but you're poor and whatever of the various quantities. And certain things like location, you could be born in an optimal circumstance in a stable society that is going to be able to provide opportunities, even though you might be relatively born poorer or dumber or less healthy than if you're born in a circumstance where it doesn't have the same amenities, the current state of society. If you're born in a war-torn society or something like that, even though you might be born healthy, strong, and smart. But so yeah, I've covered this many times, and I think the it's very difficult for people to talk about higher, lower, better, worse, and separate that from a value judgment. So I'm not making, it's not okay. Value also. So yeah, maybe you're saying like value, like money is something worth $20 versus $100. That's a value judgment. But say like the self-worth of a person, the God's eye view. And when we talk about truth, we'll also look at like the, truth with a small t versus a big T, the God's eye view versus the man's eye view. And it would say, well, I treat all people equally. I treat everybody with dignity and respect, regardless of whether they're sick or healthy, young or old, poor or rich, smart or dumb. I treat everybody with equal respect and dignity, or the God's eye view, who's going to make it to heaven or hell, who's a good or bad person, could be completely separate from the quantifiable measures that could go into something like high or low birth. That high or low birth does not necessarily have anything to do with good or bad, except for the general theology of Hinduism or reincarnation is claiming that high and low birth is determined by good and bad, that a person takes high birth because they were good in the last lifetime, they take low birth because they were bad in the last lifetime, and it's a form of reward and punishment. I don't want to get too off topic with this high or low birth, although moving into truth, especially within Judaism, we'll see that truth in Judaism is very different than truth from like a logical scientific concept, and there's a connection between truth and goodness from a Judeo perspective, as opposed to the scientific perspective. You say, well, what is true? True is a measure of science of the material realm, and science can't measure good or bad. And so like a high or low birth, you can't measure good or bad. You can only measure things that are quantifiable, which would be things like health, strength, intelligence, money, location, socioeconomic status, things related to your parents and network, and like the goodness or badness is unmeasurable. Okay, so let's look at two things quickly on the Stanford Encyclopedia of Philosophy related to truth, that moving forward, I'm going to definitely need to get more mathematical, and hopefully, I've been saying for a while I'm going to return and do the parts 6 to 10 of my philosophy of science series, and we get into like model theory and deeper questions like measurement and aspects of the philosophy of science. This question of scientific truth, logical truth, philosophical truth as different from theological truth. And so I'm going to cover a little bit more, like, last few weeks I went deep into the main philosophical theories of truth, which was the deflationary theory of truth, the coherence theory of truth, the correspondence theory of truth, the pragmatism theory of truth, and a few others, epistemic. Most of those only have tangential relations to religious, historical understanding of truth. When we talk about science and also logic, and the connection of logic to like Euclidean geometry and axiomatic systems, you may be more related to the coherence view of truth, of having the axioms of a truth claim systems cohering with each other. Hey, Jennifer, good to see you. Been a while. Okay, so let's look a little bit at this axiomatic theories of truth. I mentioned a little bit like Tarski, and I'm also going to look into the Frege Hilbert controversy related to axioms that will be somewhat connected to truth, and I'm going to do the rest Judaism. Axiomatic theories of truth. An axiomatic theory of truth is a deductive theory of truth as a primitive, undefined predicate. Because of the liar and other paradoxes, the axioms and rules have to be chosen carefully in order to avoid inconsistency. Many axiom systems for the truth predicate have been discussed in the literature, and their respective properties been analyzed. Several philosophers, including many deflationists, have endorsed axiomatic theories of truth in their accounts of truth. The logical properties of the formal theories are relevant to the various philosophical questions, such as questions about the ontological status of properties, Gödel's theorems, truth theoretic deflationism, eliminability of semantic notions, and the theory of meaning. There have been many attempts to define truth in terms of correspondence, coherence, and other notions. However, it is far from clear that truth is a definable notion. In formal settings satisfying certain natural conditions, Tarski's theorem on the undefinability of the truth predicate shows that a definition of a truth predicate requires resources that go beyond those of the formal language for which the truth is going to be defined. In these cases, definitional approaches to truth have to fail. By contrast, the axiomatic approach does not presuppose that truth can be defined. Instead, a formal language is expanded by a new primitive predicate for truth or satisfaction, and axioms for the predicate are then laid down. This approach by itself does not preclude the possibility that the truth predicate is definable, although in many cases it can be shown that the truth predicate is not definable. In semantic theories of truth, like Tarski and Kripke, in contrast, a truth predicate is defined for a language, the so-called object language. The definition is carried out in a meta-language or meta-theory, which is typically taken to include set theory or at least another strong theory or expressively rich interpreted languages. Tarski's theorem on the undefinability of the truth predicate shows that given certain general assumptions, the resources of the meta-language or meta-theory must go beyond the resources of the object language. So semantic approaches usually necessitate the use of a meta-language that is more powerful than the object language for which it provides its semantics. As with other formal deductive systems, the axiomatic theories of truth can be presented within a very weak logical framework. These frameworks require very few resources, and in particular avoid the need for a strong meta-language and meta-theory. Formal work on axiomatic theories of truth has helped to shed some light on semantic theories of truth. For instance, it has yielded information on what is required of a meta-language that is sufficient for defining a truth predicate. Semantic theories of truth, in turn, provide one with the theoretical tools needed for investigating models of axiomatic theories of truth and with motivations for certain axiomatic theories. Thus, axiomatic and semantic approaches to truth are intertwined. This entry outlines the most popular axiomatic theories of truth and mentions some of the formal results that have been obtained concerning them. Truth properties and sets. Theories of truth and predication are closely related to theories of properties and property attribution. To say that an open formula is true for an individual seems equivalent to claim that the individual has the property of being such that this property is signified by the open formula. For example, one might say that X is a poor philosopher is true of Tom instead of saying that Tom has the property of being a poor philosopher. Quantification over definable properties can then be mimicked in the language with the truth predicate by quantifying over formulas. Instead of saying, for instance, that A and B have exactly the same properties, one says that exactly the same formulas are true of A and B. The reduction of properties to truth works also to some extent for sets of individuals. There are also reductions in other directions. Tarski, 1935, has shown that certain second-order existence assumptions may be utilized to define truth. The mathematical analysis of axiomatic theories of truth in second-order systems has exhibited many equivalences between the second-order existence assumptions and truth-theoretic assumptions. These results show exactly what is required for defining a truth predicate that satisfies certain axioms, thereby sharpening Tarski's insights into definability of truth. In particular, proof-theoretic equivalences make explicit to what extent a meta-language, or rather meta-theory, has to be richer than the object language in order to be able to define a truth predicate. The equivalence between second-order theories and truth theories also has bearing on traditional metaphysical topics. The reductions of second-order theories to axiomatic theories of truth may be conceived as formal or reductive nominalism, for they replace existence assumptions for sets of properties by ontological innocuous assumptions, in the present case by assumptions on the behavior of the truth predicate. Truth and reflection. According to Gödel's incompleteness theorem, the statement that Peano's arithmetic is consistent in its guise as a number theoretic statement cannot be derived in Peano arithmetic itself, but Peano arithmetic can be strengthened by adding this consistency statement or by stronger axioms. Thus, instead of iterating reflection principles that are formulated entirely in the language of arithmetic, one can add by iteration new truth predicates and corresponding new axioms for the new truth predicates. Thereby, one might hope to make explicit all assumptions that are implicit in the acceptance of a theory like Peano arithmetic. The resulting theory is called the reflective closure of the initial theory. Pfefferman has proposed the use of a single truth predicate and a single theory rather than a hierarchy of predicates and theories in order to explicate the reflective closure of Peano arithmetics. The relation of truth theories and reflection principles also became prominent in the discussion of truth theoretical deflationism. So there's a lot here. So there's the base theory. In most axiomatic theories, truth is conceived as a predicate of objects. There's extensive philosophical discussion on the category of objects to which truth applies. Propositions conceived as objects that are independent of any language, types, and tokens of sentences and utterances, thoughts, and many other objects have been proposed. Since the structure of sentences consists as types is relatively clear, sentence types have often been used as the objects that can be true. In many cases, there is no need to make very specific metaphysical commitments because only certain modest assumptions of the structure of these objects are required, independently from whether they are finally taken to be syntactic objects. Propositions are still something else. The theory that describes the properties of the objects to which truth can be attributed is called the base theory. The formulation of the base theory does not involve the truth predicate or any specific truth theoretical assumptions. The base theory could describe the structure of sentences, propositions, and the like, so that notions like the negation of such an object can then be used in the formulation of the truth theoretic axioms. In many axiomatic truth theories, truth is taken as a predicate applying to the Gödel number of sentence. Peano arithmetic has proved to be a versatile theory of objects to which truth is applied, mainly because of adding truth theoretical axioms to Peano arithmetic yields interesting systems, because Peano arithmetic is equivalent to many straightforward theories of syntax and even theories of propositions. However, other base theories have been considered as well, including formal syntax theories and set theories. Of course, we can also investigate theories which result by adding the truth theoretic axioms to much stronger theories like set theory. Usually there is no chance of proving the consistency of set theory plus further truth theoretic axioms, because the consistency of set theory itself cannot be established without assumptions transcending set theory. In many cases, not even relative consistency proofs are feasible. However, if adding certain truth theoretic axioms to Peano arithmetic yields a consistency theory, it seems at least plausible that adding analogous axioms to set theory will not lead to an inconsistency. Therefore, the hope is that research on theories of truth value over Peano arithmetic will give and some indication of what will happen when we extend stronger theories with axioms for the truth predicate. However, Fujimoto has shown some axiomatic truth theories over set theory differ with their counterparts over Peano arithmetic in some aspects. So most of this is going to reduce to pure logic and logical notation, and maybe next week or over the next few weeks I'll return to it, and we'll have to look at these concepts of truth in a special notation. And when I pivot to Judaism very shortly, we'll see the difference of truth, that semantic theories of truth, where you're trying to derive truth from general sentences, as opposed to truth being indicated by the sentence but cannot be the axioms cannot really be deduced from semantic language, and therefore truth has to be expressed in special logical mathematical languages. So say true truths are only things that could be formulated in mathematical logical structure, and normal speech language is only truthful in the relationship that it could be reduced to logical axiomatic formulations. Type theories of truth. In type theories of truth, only the truth of sentences not containing the same truth predicate is provable, thus avoiding the paradox by observing Tarski's distinction between object and metalanguage. Definable truth predicates. Certain truth predicates can be defined within the language of the arithmetic. Predicates suitable as truth predicates for sublanguage of the language of arithmetic can be defined within the language of the arithmetic, as long as the quantificational complexity of the formulas in the sublanguage is restricted. The definable truth predicates are truly redundant because they are expressible in piano arithmetic. Therefore, there's no need to introduce them axiomatically. All truth predicates in the following are not definable in the language of the arithmetic, and therefore not redundant, at least in the sense they're not definable. The T sentences. The type T sentences are all equivalences of the form here, with T of phi implying phi, where phi is a sentence not containing the truth predicate. Tarski called any theory proving these equivalents materially adequate. Tarski criticized an axiomatization of truth relying only on the T sentences, not because he aimed at a definition rather than an axiomatization of truth, but because such a theory seemed too weak. Thus, although the theory is materially adequate, Tarski thought that the T sentence was deductively too weak. He observed in particular that the T sentences do not prove the principle of completeness. So I encourage people to look into this, and we will be coming back to this, but it's going to take too much to try to go through the conversion to logical notation. But eventually, for the advancement of the multiple truth hypothesis, there will have to be this meta language that cannot be said in spoken English. It has to be reduced to a formal structure. And then we look at, when we pivot back to Judaism and religion, we'll say, well, how do you derive truth from scripture, from religion, from like the Torah spoken in every man's language, when science is more learning towards these special formulations, creations of a meta language to express truth, and the claim that truth doesn't really exist in semantics. There has to be a reduction to axioms. So hierarchical theories. The above mentioned theories of truth can be iterated by introducing indexed truth predicates. One adds to the language of piano arithmetic truth predicates indexed by ordinals, or one adds a binary truth predicate that applies to ordinal notations and sentences. In this respect, the hierarchical approach does not fit the framework, because the language does not feature a single unitary truth predicate applying to sentences, but rather many unary truth predicates of a single binary truth predicate. In such a language of axiomatization of Tarski's hierarchy of truth predicates can be formulated on the proof theoretic side, iterating truth theories in the style of a T sentence of piano arithmetic corresponds to iterating elementary comprehension, that is to iterating in type 3 truth. The true predicates in natural language do not come with any overt type restriction. Therefore, type theories of truth, axiomatic as well as semantic theories, have been thought to be inadequate for analyzing the truth predicate of natural language, although recent hierarchical theories have been advocated by Glansberg and others. This is one motive for investigating type-free theories of truth, that is, systems of truth that allow one to prove the truth of sentences involving the truth predicate. Some type-free theories of truth have much higher expressive power than the type theories that have been surveyed in the previous section. Therefore, type-free theories of truth are much more powerful tools in the reduction of other truth theories. Non-classical approaches to self-reference, the theories of truth discussed thus far, are all axiomatized in classical logic. Some authors have also looked into axiomatic theories of truth based on non-classical logic. There are a number of reasons why logic weaker than classical logic may be preferred. The most obvious is that by weakening the logic, some collections of axioms of truth that were previously inconsistent become consistent. Another common reason is that the axiomatic theory in question intends to capture a particular non-classical semantics of truth for which a classical background theory may prove unsound. There's also a large number of approaches that employ paraconsistent and substructural logics. In most cases, these approaches do not employ an axiomatic base theories such as piano arithmetic and therefore deviate from the setting considered here, although there is no technical obstacle in applying paraconsistent or substructural logics to truth theories over such base theories. Here we cover only accounts that are close to the setting considered above. Axiomatizing Kripke's theories. Kripke's 1975 theory in its different guises is based on partial logic in order to obtain models for a theory. In classical logic, the extension of the truth predicate in its partial model is used again as the extension of truth in the classical model. In the classical model, false sentences and those without a truth value in the partial model are declared not true. So just looking what this KF expression Okay, so that's all I'm going to cover, but this is a little hint of things that I might be covering moving forward. And you, as said, Samish, no, I'm going to be doing all Judaism. I just had a few loose ends, and I guess it's taking a little longer. So this might take me like 20 minutes to read through, and then I'm going to be doing all Judaism. I just had a few future direction because like I probably have like 3-4 hours of reading just on Judaism. So I want to throw in a little connection tied to the last few weeks. And also to show the distinction when we talk about truth in Judaism as the distinction between truth in science, truth in logic, and philosophy, which is usually the implication that truth cannot be expressed in language and has to be able to be broken down into logical components of possibly mathematics or at least pure logic, where you could have axiomatic systems that could be assessed truth based on classical logic or piano arithmetic or various formulations. So before I move into Judaism, I also want to talk about the Frege-Hilbert controversy. And I mentioned Frege a lot and Hilbert a lot. They're big names. Frege is probably one of the biggest names in truth. And, Frege was actually, to some extent, a counter-Semite. And I mentioned Dummett, who was the biggest expert on Frege, the last generation, who was Philo-Semitic. And, it covered that. But Frege is certainly one of the biggest philosophers on truth. Hilbert is, the mathematician and the father of modern science in the sense of the axiomization, the 23 problems, and the trying to axiomatize all of science and mathematics, which largely failed due to Gödel's incompleteness theorem. And so I've talked about both of these men quite a bit. And so I just want to briefly talk about the Frege-Hilbert controversy, and this will be important moving forward, and then it's going to be all Judaism. In the early years of the 20th century, Gottlob Frege and David Hilbert, two titans of mathematical logic, engaged in a controversy regarding the correct understanding of the role of axioms in mathematical theories and the correct way to demonstrate consistency and independence results from such axioms. For such axioms, the controversy touches on a number of difficult questions in logic and the philosophy of logic and marks an important turning point in the development of modern logic. This entry gives an overview of the controversy and its philosophical underpinnings. In June 1899, a ceremony marking the installation of the new Gauss-Weber monument in Göttingen, David Hilbert delivered a lecture on the foundations of geometry, published later that year by Tübner under the title Foundations of Geometry. The piece stands as a watershed in the development of modern mathematics and logic. Though the subject matter of the work is geometry, its lasting influence concerns more broadly the role of axioms in mathematical theories and the systematic treatment of such meta-theoretical questions as the consistency and independence. By presenting a rich trove of consistency and independence demonstration, Hilbert displays here the power of the formal approach to axioms and lays the groundwork for what soon becomes our own contemporary model theoretic approach to formal systems. David Hilbert's lecture and monograph inspired a sharp reaction from his contemporary Gottlob Frege, who found both Hilbert's understanding of axioms and his approach to consistency and independence demonstrations virtually incomprehensible and at any rate seriously flawed. Frege's reaction is first laid out in his correspondence with Hilbert from December 1899 to September 1900 and subsequently in two series of essays published in 1903 to 1906. Hilbert was never moved by Frege's criticism and did not respond to them after 1900. Frege, for his part, was never convinced of the reliability of Hilbert's method and held on to the end the latter's consistency and independence proof were fatally flawed. In this philosophical debate between the two mathematicians, we see a clash between the two quite different ways of understanding the nature of mathematical theories and of their justification. The difference of opinion over the success of Hilbert's consistency and independence proof is, as detailed below, the result of significant differences of opinion over such fundamental issues as how to understand the content of a mathematical theory, what a successful axiomatization consists in, what the truths of mathematical theory really are, and finally, what one is really asking when one asks about the consistency of a set of axioms or the independence of given mathematical statements from others. In what follows, we will briefly look at Hilbert's techniques in Foundations of Geometry, detail Frege's various criticisms thereof, and finally outline the overall conception of logic that gives rise to the differences. Hilbert's Foundations of Geometry. Hilbert's work in Foundations of Geometry consists primarily of laying out a clear and precise set of axioms for Euclidean geometry and of demonstrating in detail the relations of those axioms to one another and to some of the fundamental theorems of geometry. In particular, Hilbert demonstrates the consistency of various subgroups of the axioms, the independence of a number of axioms from others, and various relations of provability, and the independence of important theorems from specific subgroups of the axioms. Included are new demonstrations of the consistency of the entire set of axioms for Euclidean geometry and the independence of the axiom of parallels from the other Euclidean axioms. The notion of independence at issue here is that of non-provability. To say that a given statement is independent of a collection of statements is to say that it's not provable from them, or equivalently, that the collection does not logically entail that statement. Consistency, too, is understood in terms of provability. To say that a collection of statements is consistent is to say that no contradiction is provable from it. Hence, the two notions, consistency and independence, are interdefinable. A set of statements is consistent if an arbitrarily chosen contradiction is independent of it, and a statement S is independent of the set C if the set C does not include in the intersection with not S is consistent. Hilbert's consistency demonstration and Foundations of Geometry are all demonstrations of relative consistency, which is to say that each case is the consistency of a set AX of geometric axioms is reduced to that of a familiar background theory B, demonstrating that AX is consistent if B is. The important technique Hilbert employs is the reinterpretation of the geometric terms appearing in AX in such a way that, as reinterpreted, the members of AX express theorems of B. For example, Hilbert's first consistency proof interprets the term point, line, and liaison as standing respectively for a particular collection of ordered pairs of real numbers, for a collection of ratios of real numbers, and for an algebraically defined relation between such pairs and ratios. Under this reinterpretation, the geometric sentences in question express theorems of the background theory of real numbers. That such a reinterpretation strategy guarantees relative consistency can be seen via the following reason: if the set AX were inconsistent, then it would logically imply a contradiction. But as logical implication is independent from the specific meanings of such terms as point and line, AX would continue to imply a contradiction under its reinterpretation. But as just to say a set of theorems of B would imply a contradiction, hence that B itself would be inconsistent. Independence is demonstrated in exactly the same way to show that the statement I is independent of a set AX of statements relative to the consistency of B. One interprets the relevant geometric terms in such a way that the members of AX, as interpreted, express theorems of B, while I expresses the negation of the theory of B. That is, the independence of I from AX is demonstrated by proving the consistency relative to that of B. The general idea of using interpretation to prove consistency was not novel to foundations of geometry. Similar strategies have been recently applied in various mathematical schools to show consistency and independence in arithmetic and class theory, as well as geometry. The technique also has antecedents in the earlier use of geometric models to prove the consistency of non-Euclidean geometries. Hilbert's work in Foundation of Geometry brings, however, a significant advance in terms of the clarity and systematic application of the technique, and an influential account of the nature of the meta-theoretical reasoning involved in demonstrating consistency and independence via reinterpretation. Once Hilbert's technique is applied to the sentences of a fully formal language, a development that took place in the stages over the 3 decades following Foundations of Geometry, we obtain essentially the modern understanding of models, whose use today in demonstrations of consistency and independence differ only in detail from that of Hilbert's technique. Hilbert's central idea, again, is to focus not on particular geometric concepts like point and line, but to pay attention instead to logical relations that are said by the axioms to hold between those concepts. The question of the independence of the parallel axiom from the other Euclidean axioms has entirely to do with the logical structure exhibited by those axioms, and nothing to do with whether it's geometric points and lines one is talking about or some other subject matter altogether. As Hilbert says, it's surely obvious that every theory is only a scaffolding or schema of concepts together with the necessary relations to one another, and that the basic elements can be thought of in any way one likes. If, in speaking of my points, I think of some system of things, the systems, law, chimney sweep, and they assume all my axioms as relations between these things, then my proposition, Pythagoras' theorem, are also valid for these things. In other words, any theory can always be applied to infinitely many systems of basic elements. This understanding of the geometric terms as susceptible of multiple interpretations enables one to see the geometric sentences themselves and sets of them as providing definitions of a certain kind, typically referred to as implicit definitions. Specifically, a set AX of sentences containing n reinterpretable terms implicitly defines an n-place relationship RAX, holding of just those n tuples which, when taken respectively as the interpretation of AX's reinterpretable terms, render the members of AX true. The defined relationship is simply the abstract nature, structure, or as Hilbert put it, the scaffolding shared by any such n tuple. When a set of sentences provides an implicit definition of a relation, one can ask whether the relation is satisfiable. That is, one can ask whether there is an n tuple which, when serving as the interpretation of the relevant terms in the sentences, will make each sentence true. Each of Hilbert's consistency demonstrations in Foundations of Geometry provide an n-tuple that satisfies the relevant defined relation, and hence provides a proof of the satisfiability of that relation. Satisfiability in this sense is sufficient for consistency via the reasoning given above. We can now redescribe Hilbert's technique in a nutshell as follows. Given a set AX of sentences, Hilbert appeals to the background theory B to construct an interpretation of AX's geometric terms under which the members of AX express theorems of B. This interpretation is assuming the consistency of B and n-tuple satisfying the relationship RAX defined by AX. Its existence demonstrates the satisfiability of RAX and consequently the consistency of AX relative to that of B. Similarly for the independence of I from AX. Frege, background and initial differences. For Frege, things are radically different. Frege takes in that the sentences we use in mathematics are important only because of the non-linguistic propositions they express. Mathematicians working in French and in German are working on the same subject because, as Frege sees it, their sentences express the same thoughts. Each thought is about a determinate subject matter and says something true or false about that subject matter. Thoughts are also, on this view, the things that logically imply or contradict one another, the things that are true or false, and the things that together constitute mathematical theories. Hence, in Frege's view, thoughts rather than sentences are the items about which the questions of consistency and independence arise. Because each thought has a determinate subject matter, it makes no sense to talk about the reinterpretation of thoughts, the kind of reinterpretation that Hilbert engages in, of assigning different meanings to specific words, is something that can apply only to sentences from the Fregean point of view. Accordingly, the first difficulty Frege notes with Hilbert's approach is that it is not clear what Hilbert means by axioms. If he means the kind of things for which issues of consistency and independence can arise, then he must be talking about thoughts, while if he means the kind of things that are susceptible of multiple interpretations, then he must be talking about sentences. The difficulties multiply from here. When Hilbert provides a specific reinterpretation of the geometric terms en route to proving the relative consistency of a set AX of sentences, Frege notes that we now have two different sets of thoughts in play. The set we might call AXG of thoughts expressed when AX terms take their ordinary geometric meanings, and the set we might call AXR of thoughts expressed when AX terms take the meaning assigned by Hilbert's reinterpretation. Hilbert's reinterpretation strategy involves, from Frege's point of view, simply shifting our attention from the set AXG of thoughts ordinary expressed by the sentence AX to the new set AXR of thoughts expressed by AX under the reinterpretation. And the fact that the reinterpreted sentences express truths about real numbers has little to do, from Frege's perspective, with the consistency and independence questions that arise from the original thoughts about points, lines, and planes. In addition to the confusing practice of shifting back and forth between different sets of thoughts while discussing a given set of sentence, Hilbert's procedure also involves, as Frege sees it, two further questionable aspects. The first concerns the need for consistency proofs. On Frege's view, the axioms of a theory always form a collection of true thoughts, and since truth implies consistency, the consistency of a collection of axioms is never in need of demonstration. For Hilbert, on the other hand, the fact that a collection of sentences is taken as axiomatic is no guarantee of truth, and a demonstration of the consistency is often a crucial step in establishing the mathematical respectability of the collection of axioms. Secondly, Hilbert and Frege differ importantly over the connection between truth and consistency. Taking a theory to be axiomatized by a set of multiply interpretable sentences, Hilbert's view is that the consistency of such a set suffices for the existence of the collection of mathematical entities mentioned in the theory. The consistency, for example, of a theory of complex numbers is all that needed to justify the mathematical practice of reasoning in terms of such numbers. For Frege, on the other hand, consistency can never guarantee existence. His preferred example to make this point is that of consistency of the ratio of sentences. A is an intelligent being, A is omnipresent, A is omnipotent, is insufficient to guarantee their instantiation. The central difference between Frege and Hilbert over the nature of axioms, over the question of whether axioms are determinately true, claims about a fixed subject matter or reinterpretable sentence expressing multiple instantiable conditions, lies at the heart of the difference between an older way of thinking of theories, exemplified by Frege, and a new way that gathered strength at the end of the 19th century. Perhaps most clearly illustrated in Dedekind, 1888, the central idea of the new approach is to understand mathematical theories as characterizing general structure conditions that might be had in common with by any number of different ordered domains. Just as in algebra, the axioms for a group give general conditions that can be satisfied by any number of any manner of object whatsoever under appropriate relations, so too on the new view, the axioms of geometry specify multiple instantiated conditions. Viewing theories from the modern perspective is entirely appropriate to take axioms as Hilbert does, since reinterpretable sentences are the right vehicles to express the multi-instantiable conditions and questions. From the point of view of the earlier fixed domain conception of theories, on the other hand, such reinterpretable sentences are entirely inappropriate as axioms, since they fail to fix the determinate subject matter. On this question, the issue of fixed domain Fregean versus multiple instantiated structure, Hilbertian conception of mathematical theories, the jury is still out. The debate continues to animate contemporary philosophy of mathematics. The second issue that divides Frege and Hilbert regarding the justifiability and inference from consistency to existence is also still alive. While everybody, including presumably Hilbert, would agree with Frege that outside of mathematical domain we cannot safely infer existence from consistency, the question remains whether we can do so within mathematics. The Fregean point of view is that the existence of mathematical objects can only be proven by appeal to more fundamental principles, while the Hilbertian point of view is that in appropriate purely mathematical cases, there's nothing to be demonstrated in order to establish existence than the consistency of a theory. Despite these differences, Frege and Hilbert agree that there are important mathematical questions to be asked regarding consistency and independence, and they agree that the classic questions of independence and parallel axioms from the remainder of Euclidean geometry is a significant one. But they disagree, as noted above, about whether Hilbert's procedure suffices to settle these questions. We next turn to the issue of Frege's rationale for rejecting Hilbert's method for proving consistency and independence. The deeper disagreement. As noted above, Frege views Hilbert's reinterpretation as involving a shift from geometric thought to thoughts of a wholly different kind, those about the background theory regarding consistency proof. In his view, is that Hilbert makes an illegitimate inference from the consistency of a collection of thoughts about real numbers to the consistency of a collection of thoughts about geometric points, lines, and planes. Frege acknowledges that Hilbert's set AX of sentences can be understood as providing an implicit definition of an abstract relation, one that is satisfied by Hilbert's constructed n-tuples, and that consistency entails the consistency of the defined relation. But here too, Frege takes that Hilbert's crucial inference from the consistency of Rax to the consistency of AXG is problematic, as Frege himself put it, referring to AXR and AXG as special geometries and to RAX as the general case. Given the axioms in special geometries are all special cases of general axioms, one can conclude from a lack of contradiction in special geometry to lack of contradiction in the general case, but not to lack of contradiction in another special case. Once he has pointed out what he takes to be the questionable inference, Frege takes it that the burden of argument is squarely with Hilbert. If Hilbert thinks that the consistency of AXG follows from either the consistency of AXR or from the satisfiability of RAX, then it's up to Hilbert to show this. Frege does not go out of his way to demonstrate that the crucial inference is invalid, but seems to take his point to have been essentially made once he has pointed out the need for a justification here. From Hilbert's point of view, of course, there's no need for such a justification. The differences that Frege insists on over and over again between the sets of sentences and the different sets of thoughts are entirely inconsequential from Hilbert's standpoint, because consistency, as Hilbert understands it, applies to the scaffolding of concepts and relations defined by AX when its geometric terms are taken as placeholders. The consistency he has in mind holds of AXG if and only if it holds of AXR, since both sets of thoughts are instantiated of the same scaffolding. The same point can be made put in terms of sentences. Frege insists that the consistency questions that arises from the sentences under their geometric interpretation is a different issue from the one that arises from those sentences under their real number interpretation. For Hilbert, on the other hand, there's just one question, and it's answered in the affirmative if there is any interpretation under which the sentences express truth. Hence, while Frege takes it that Hilbert owes an explanation of the inference from the consistency of AXG to AXR to AXG, for Hilbert there is simply no inference. Frege's lack of clarity about his reasons for rejecting Hilbert's procedure leave an interpretive gap with respect to which there is room for controversy. We should recall to begin with that Hilbert is clearly right that his own reinterpretation strategy suffices for the relative consistency and independence results he claims. If consistency and independence are understood as above in terms of non-provability, and if proof is, as Hilbert assumes, independent of the meanings of geometric structures, then AXR and AXG and even AX itself are all consistent if one of them is. Frege's rejection of Hilbert's technique must involve then either some confusion about what Hilbert has established or a different understanding of what it is at issue in claims of consistency and independence. One way to understand Frege's contribution to the Frege-Hilbert debate then is to recognize the contribution Frege makes in clarifying Hilbert's own approach to axioms, but to hold that Frege's negative assessment of Hilbert's technique for proving consistency and independence is mistaken. On this account, despite the difference between Frege and Hilbert over the nature of axioms, nevertheless, the satisfiability of RAX does show the consistency of the collection of axioms in question, whether one conceives of these axioms in Hilbert's way as sentences or in Frege's way as thoughts. Similarly for independence, Frege's mistake on this view is to have failed to notice that the kind of non-provability results that Hilbert takes his reinterpretations demonstrate for geometric sentences entail a corresponding non-provability result for geometric thought. The alternative reinterpretation argues that Frege's understanding of consistency and independence is sufficiently different from Hilbert's that the entailment in question does not hold, that the satisfiability of RAX and the consequent consistency of Hilbert's set of AX does not entail the consistency in Frege's sense of AXG. Similarly, for independence, according to this interpretation, Frege is right to claim that Hilbert's demonstration fails to show consistency and independence in the sense in which he, Frege, understands these terms. The central idea in the alternative reinterpretation is that for Frege, the question whether a given thought is logically entailed by a collection of thoughts is sensitive not just for the formal structure of the sentences used to express those thoughts, but also for the contents of the simple terms that appear in those sentences. If this is correct, then we see immediately that the consistency of AXR need not entail the consistency of AXG, since the questions of whether the axioms of geometry logically entail a contradiction may turn in part on the specifically geometric parts of the thought in question, on the unusual geometric meanings of the axioms' geometric terms. To choose an illustrative example, though not the one Frege himself gives, consider the pair of sentences. Point B lies on a line between point A and C. Point B does not lie on a line between points C and A. The pair of sentences is demonstratively consistent in Hilbert's sense, but in the interpretation of Frege suggested here, this consistency does not ensure that the thoughts expressed in these sentences under their ordinary interpretation form a consistent collection. If, for example, Frege understands the relation between as a susceptible to conceptual analysis in accordance with which the first thought can be seen to logically entail the negation of the second, then the pair of thoughts are inconsistent with one another in a straightforward sense of logical entailing a contradiction. The idea that Frege takes logical entailment to be sensitive to conceptual analysis in the way just suggested as taken on the account to be evident in the strategy Frege employed in his lifelong attempt to demonstrate his logicist thesis, the thesis that truths of arithmetic are provable from pure logic. In the course of that project, Frege regularly provides demonstrations that given thought tau follows logically from a set T of thoughts in a way that involves two steps. First, Frege subjects tau and other members of T to conceptual analysis, bringing out previously on recognized conceptual complexity in those thoughts. Secondly, proves and thus analyzed version of tau from the thus analyzed members of T. For example, Frege takes himself to demonstrate that the thought expressed by the sum of two multiples of a number is a multiple of that number. This demonstration proceeds by providing a careful analysis of the notion of multiple of in terms of addition, giving us in place of a more complex, of I being more complex than I not, which is then proven from 2 and 3. So in short, as Frege put in the early pages of Foundations of Arithmetic, when we're trying to prove the truths of arithmetic from the simplest possible starting points, we very soon come to propositions which cannot be proved so long as we do not succeed in analyzing concepts which occur in them into simpler concepts or in reducing them to something of greater generality. In short, the components of thoughts can sometimes be analyzed in terms of simpler or more general constituents in a way that brings to light previously hidden relations of logical entailment. Hence, when we want to know whether a given thought is logically entailed by a set of thoughts, we need to pay attention, from Frege's point of view, not just to the overall structure exhibited by the sentences expressing those thoughts, but also to the contents of those individual terms that appear in those sentences. The connection between this aspect of Frege's work and his views regarding independence on the interpretation in questions is as follows, because we can sometimes discover that a thought tau is logically entailed by a set T of thoughts only after a careful analysis of some of the apparently simple components of those thoughts. So too, we will sometimes be able to discover that a set of thoughts is inconsistent, that it logically entails a contradiction on the basis of such a conceptual analysis. Hence, the consistency of sets of thoughts expressed by a set of sentences is something which turns not just on the overall structure of the sentences, but on the meaning of the terms appearing in the summation sentences. To clarify the last point, let's look at the Okay, so skip the example. So try to run through this. For the same reasons, two sets of thoughts that are structurally similar in the sense that they can be expressed under different interpretations by the same set of sentences can differ with respect to Frege consistency as applies to the geometric context. The central idea on this account of Frege's objection to Hilbert is that the kinds of reinterpretation in which Hilbert engages can take one from a consistent set of thoughts to an inconsistent one because of the shift in subject matter, hence invalidating the inference from the consistency of the first to the consistency of the second. Frege does not claim to be able to give specific geometric analysis which contradict particular consistency claims of Hilbert's, and there's no evidence that he takes any of those claims to be false, that he might well have had some such analysis in mind and is hinted at in a letter to Hilbert in which he claims that in his own unfinished investigations into the foundations of geometry, he was able to make do with fewer primitive terms, which presumably means that he takes some of the terms treated as primitive by Hilbert to be susceptible of analysis via others. Any such analysis would reveal relations of logical dependence where Hilbert would find independence. Because none of Frege's work on this topic has survived, we have no details about the specific analysis he might have given. The crucial point of Frege's criticism of Hilbert, however, on this account is not a disagreement about particular analysis or the consequential failure of a particular consistency and independence claims, but is instead about the general methodology of consistency and independence proof, because for Hilbert, the consistency of a set of sentences turns entirely on the overall structure they exhibit, while for Frege, the consistency of the set of thoughts expressed turns additionally on the contents of the non-logical terms appearing in the sentences. On this account, Hilbert consistency doesn't imply Frege consistency. Lingering issues. We have surveyed two ways of understanding Frege's objection to Hilbert's technique for proving consistency and independence. The first takes Frege to be fundamentally mistaken, with the error located in his failure to appreciate the connection between the satisfiability of a set of reinterpretable sentences and the associated independent consistency claims. The second takes Frege to be fundamentally correct in the sense that he understands the consistency and independence of thoughts to turn not just on the surface syntax of the sentences that express them, but also on the contents of the simple terms used in their expression. And consistency and independence, so understood, are not demonstrable in Hilbert's manner. Neither of these interpretive options is entirely unproblematic. An important difficulty with the first is the attribution to Frege of a severe degree of confusion about the force of Hilbert's reinterpretations, which is arguably in some tension with the fact that, generally speaking, Frege's account of Hilbert's methodological procedure in foundations of geometry is considerably clearer than is Hilbert's own. Further sources of difficulty is that the understanding of independence attributed on this account to Frege is in tension with the understanding of logical entailment that figures centrally in logicist's work, an understanding of which the contents of mathematical terms can be crucial to questions of logical entailment. The second interpretation, though more charitable to Frege, arguably suffers the lack of explicit mention by Frege of the relevance of conceptual analysis to questions of consistency and independence. A final source of potential difficulty for any account of Frege's view of independence and consistency is the very interesting part of the 1906 Foundations of Geometry essay. The importance of the text and the interpretive difficulties it poses can be sketched as follows. The 1906 Foundations of Geometry essay is primarily a restatement of Frege's earlier objections to Hilbert's treatment of consistency and independence. After a rehearsal of those objections, Frege turns in part 3 to the problem of giving a positive method for proving independence. How, he asks, might one prove a given thought independent of a collection of thoughts? In answer, Frege provides a sketch of a potential method and ends the discussion by noting that the method sketched is still incomplete and that it faces some difficulties. Despite the obvious incompleteness, Frege never returns to the proposal and would seem at the end to have found it unsatisfactory. That he thought it unsatisfactory in principle is indicated by his claim 4 years later in a note to Jourdain that the unprovability of the parallel axioms cannot be proven. That is, he would seem by 1910 to hold that there is no systematic method for proving independence. The 1906 proposal itself can be outlined as follows. Suppose, says Frege, that we have a collection C of sentences, each of which expresses a determinate thought, and a sentence S that similarly expresses a determinate thought. The heart of the proposed method for proving the independence of S thought from the C thoughts is that we employ a mapping of terms to terms that preserves syntactic type and maps logical terms to themselves. then the S thought is independent of the C thoughts if it maps S to a false sentence while mapping all the others of C to true sentences. The first intriguing thing about the proposal is striking similarity to Hilbert's method, assuming Frege's language to be rich enough to include terms for all the objects, functions, and sets that Hilbert might use in reinterpretations. There would arguably be a mapping of the kind Frege describes if and only if there's a reinterpretation of the kind Hilbert uses to show independence, where Hilbert's reinterpretation provides the term T with a new content. Frege's method would simply map T to a new term with that very content. And this would mean that despite all the objections raised by Frege, Hilbert's method would in the end suffice to demonstrate what Frege regards as the independence of thoughts. If this is correct, then we have reason to doubt any interpretation of Frege on which his rejection of Hilbert's method is justified. The central reason one might doubt the strong equivalence just suggested between Hilbert's method and Frege's proposals is that it is not clear just what kind of language Frege has in mind. It is not clear what the class of terms Frege would count as logical. The class whose members must map to themselves is the same as the class of terms that Hilbert would count as having a fixed interpretation. And Frege's class of fixed terms is, if Frege's class of fixed terms is wider than is Hilbert's, and or Frege's language lacks some of the terminology of Hilbert's, then a demonstration of independence in Hilbert's sense will not imply the existence of a mapping demonstrating independence in Frege's sense. One way to think of the crucial question is as the question whether terms like number or between terms that Frege tests as susceptible to conceptual analysis will be allowed in the language that Frege is concerned with, and whether such terms will be amongst those that map to arbitrary new terminology. Frege himself notes the importance of the second terminological demarcation problem, just raised the problem of determining which terms are mapped to themselves, and remarks that this problem is one that would need to be addressed in order to turn his sketch into a workable strategy, because he never answers the question of the fixed terminology or of the kind of language in question. Frege's proposal is not sufficiently determinate for a clear comparison with Hilbert's. We are left then with the interpretive issue of making sense of Frege's proposal of a method and subsequent apparent repudiation of it, while recognizing the incomplete nature of the proposal. In conclusion, because claims of consistency and of independency are fundamentally claims of non-entailment or of unprovability, it is obvious, even once we are in possession of a strong techniques for proving mathematical results, how one might go about proving consistency and independence. Well, Hilbert offers us in 1899 a systematic and powerful technique that could be used across all formalized disciplines just to do just this, to prove consistency and independence. In doing so, he lays the groundwork in concert with various of his contemporaries for the emergence of a contemporary model theoretic technique. What we find through Frege's rejection and Hilbert's defense of that technique is the clarification of the assumptions that are essential for its success. As we have seen, the crucial feature of proof that must be assumed in order for Hilbert-style reinterpretation to demonstrate an unprovability result is that provability is insensitive to the contents of those terms that Hilbert takes to be reinterpretable. In this case, the geometric terms, the alternative view of consistency and independence, on which entailments and provability are sensitive to the contents of geometric terms, is one with respect to which Hilbert-style reinterpretations cannot demonstrate consistency and independence so understood. As outlined above, the reading of Frege on which he holds such a view of consistency and independence provides a rationale for his objection to Hilbert and an alternative account of what is at stake in claims of geometric consistency and independence. Despite the clear failure of the communication between Hilbert and Frege, their debate brings to light a number of important issues, not least of which are the role of schematically understood sentences in providing implicit definitions, which Frege articulates more clearly on Hilbert's behalf than Hilbert had yet done, and the extent to which logical relations are to be treated as formal. And the last issue, the difference between Frege and Hilbert, is instructive. Long before the debate with Hilbert, Frege already held that logical rigor requires the use of formal systems of deduction, formal in the sense that all thoughts are expressed via precisely determined sentences, and that all inference rules and axioms are presented syntactically. Most importantly for our purposes is the fact that Frege's formal systems are entirely modern in the sense that the derivability in such a system of sentence from a set of sentences turns just on the syntactic form of those sentences. The famous conceptual analysis on which much of Frege's work terms are all provided prior to the proof. It is on the basis of conceptual analysis that one arrives at the appropriate sentences to treat within the formal sentence system, but the analysis themselves play no role within the proofs proper. Hence, when it comes to the positive work of demonstrating that a given sentence is derivable from the set of sentences, Frege is just like Hilbert. Meanings don't matter. Indeed, at the time of the correspondence, Frege's work was considerably more formal than Hilbert's, since Hilbert's at the time was not using an explicit syntactically defined system of deduction. Nevertheless, Frege's conception of logic has the result that there is only a one-way connection between logical implication, as this holds between thoughts and formal derivability, as this holds between sentences. Given a good formal system, a sentence sigma is deducible from a set only if the thoughts expressed by the sentence is in fact logically entailed by the thoughts expressed by the members of the set. But the converse is false, that the thought is not deducible from such a system is no guarantee that the thought expressed is independent of the set of thoughts, for it may well be, in the cases treated explicitly by Frege's own analysis, that further analysis of the thoughts and their components will yield a more complex structure. When this happens, the analysis may return yet more complex set of sentences and sets such that after all are deducible. According to the more charitable of the two interpretive options outlined above, this is the explanation of Frege's rejection of Hilbert's treatment of the consistency of independence in geometry, as we might put it, because considerably logical complexity can lie undiscovered in the thoughts expressed by relatively simple sentences. Not derivability is no guarantee of independence. In the Fregean scheme of things, there is no significant gap, as one might put it, between the logical and the formal. For Hilbert, on the other hand, at least in the context of axiomatized geometry, the logical relations simply are the formal, the discernible relations, since they have entirely to do with the structure exhibited by the sentences in question, or equivalently with the scaffolding of concepts defined by those sentences. It is because consistency in Hilbert's sense turns just on this abstract structure and not on the contents of the terms instantiating the structure that the reinterpretation strategy is effective. Hilbert is clearly the winner in this debate, in the sense that roughly his conception of consistency is what one means today by consistency in the context of formal theories, and a near relative of his methodology for consistency proofs is now standard. We now routinely take consistency and independence, as Hilbert does, to hold independently of the meanings of the so-called non-logical terms, and hence to be straightforwardly demonstrable in essentially Hilbert's way. This is not to say that Frege's objections have been met, but rather that they have essentially been sidestepped via the enshrinement of the formal notion of consistency and a lack of concern, at least under that title, with what Frege called consistency. Okay, so that was a little longer than I had planned, but I think that will be important for kind of showing a difference between the Judaic conception of truth. So 1 second. So the Judaic conception of truth is not necessarily that philosophical or logical, and it may fall more into a pragmatism than we look at like the Greek basis. So the modern scientific method of empiricism largely arises from the Greek tradition, and then the Galileo Descartes Newton of mind independence, and then a formulation of universal laws expressed in mathematical models that make predictions that could be independently tested and verified in a method for determining truth. And even to use the word truth in the sense of so the Greeks, we had I'd read about aletheia, and like truth actually comes from Germanic Anglo terminology and not Greek or Latin origins, but truth in a sense of logic, of being consistent or being demonstrable by logic and the relations of axioms to conclusions, of axioms being properly deduced from conclusions. The Judaic concept of truth is nothing similar to that, although there is some level of like a correspondence where there is some concept where the Judaic concept of truth is like, well, what is actually the reality? What is actually happening in reality? What's the real truth? And the Judaic is said, as I mentioned last week, truth is an attribute of God. Truth is one of the 13 characteristics of divine mercy that is said in the holidays, the Hashem El Rachum B'Chanum Erik Apayim B'Rav Chesed V'Emes. So Emes notes, implying truth, and somewhat from the Judaic concept, like truth is unknowable to man. Truth is this property of God, not a property of man. Although we're going to see some levels of rabbinic understanding of truth. So, I wanted to show both aspects, to show kind of like the Greek, the modern philosophical, mathematical, scientific directions of truth. And, in further weeks, we're going to move into like model theory and what is a scientific model. And then we're going to be talking about reducing ideas to some sort of mathematical, logical, formulaic language that could produce predictions and have internal consistency. And the truth is based on the internal consistency of non-contradiction, like we saw the Frege Hilbert controversy, and the ability to make accurate predictions. Say it's true because it's internally consistent, and it's true because it makes accurate, measurable predictions that could be independently verifiable through the scientific method. And when we talk about truth in Judaism, it is almost completely dissimilar in the sense, although you could draw somewhat parallels. That's part of what's going on with the multiple truth hypothesis. And one last note, okay, you had the Frege Hilbert controversy, noting like the Nick Fuentes destiny. If you want to compare Nick Fuentes, the Frege in destiny, to Hilbert, because David Hilbert's the famous Philo-Semite, and Hilbert becomes friends with Einstein, defends Einstein, opposes opposition to so to say Jewish science, promotes Judaism, which we could return in future-ish episodes. And I didn't do direct research, and hopefully I'll do a little bit more research on the topic. But Hilbert is a large Philo-Semite, as opposed to Frege is a counter-Semite. Frege is a believer in Jewish science and also of the degradation of German culture, from Jewish influence on German culture. So it's also a little interesting to compare the the Frege Hilbert controversy to another of the consistency of logic to the Frege Hilbert controversy over the JQ, where Hilbert and Frege are on opposite sides of the JQ also. So I thought that was a little bit interesting. Okay, so now let's turn to Judaism. I sell Emily Dickinson. I've never really read Emily Dickinson, but I sell Emily Dickinson, and but I'm not sure. Okay, so let's start very briefly, this Judaic concept of truth. So, as I said, like, truth is not mentioned that many times in the Bible. Like last week, truth is more mentioned as an attribute of God, and in the 10 Commandments, avoiding falsity, that there's sins related to swearing falsely, to damaging other people through false testimony, through lying. And so behavior is sinful in the sense of like, Judaism is a pro-business transactional religion where large portions of the Talmud and the Bible and Moses' law deal with business transactions. And we talk about an honest business transaction. So truth in the sense of an honest business business transaction. And I'm not sure if Sammy shows back up. I put the link in the chat, or if someone wants to hop on and talk. But so in Moses, you have a large concept of truth, and it's generally this relation to, are you being honest in your dealings with other people? And most of that is going to have some sort of business transaction, monetary value. Like if you have some sort of transaction, or you borrow something, or you're using someone else's property and you lie, God forbid, to obtain monetary benefit or cause damage to another person. So biblically, that's the most common sense of truth. Yeah, like from a dollaristic perspective, that there's a truth to the transaction. Like, I said you borrowed my thing. If you damaged it, you got to pay. So if you lie, the reason why you are lying, God forbid, is to cheat the other person out of money. Or don't swear falsely. Like you say that's mine, like that's my property when it's really not. You lied, God forbid, in order to steal. And so in the Bible, truth and falsehood is almost exclusively used in terms of these biblical, in terms of these financial transactions, in terms of the truth is that this was this person's possession, and there was the lie that caused an unfair allotment of resources or money. And then there's also just pure false testimony, like in terms of punishment, like Adam's own and false witnesses that just lied in order to the punishment. One person committed a crime and people lied so the person got away with their crime, or to falsely accuse another person of committing their crime. And that would be called false testimony, and saying it was inaccurate. You said that the person lied, and that would be like a correspondence view of truth, that there's what happened in reality, and what the person said doesn't correspond to what happened in reality, and therefore the rectification of the situation was not properly rectified. So that's generally how truth is used in the Bible and Moses. Then there's a few theological considerations, like, okay, God knows the hearts and minds of man. Like Adam eats from the forbidden truth and tries to pretend like he didn't. And God, God knows the truth. God knows what Adam did. Adam can't lie to God, because God knows the truth. You can't hide from God. You can't lie to God. God knows the truth. And we're probably looking at a correspondence version of it. And then Proverbs, you have more truth as a good quality, and like a truth leading to good consequences, and like a character trait, that the truth is a character trait where people tend to be honest or dishonest, and people should try to be honest as opposed to dishonest, not just in the sense of something that would actually be a sinful, like according to Moses, something where a person actually caused monetary damage and it could be ruled in a court of law that the person sinned, but as an absolute character trait, even if it doesn't actually cause monetary damage that could be brought up in a court of law. But as this objective character trait that we should strive to. And later, then we have the statement, well, we're going to see that later, when you're called up to the Torah, like a bar mitzvah or on Sabbath, we have the statement Torah's Emes, the Torah, the true Torah, that the Torah is true. And so we're going to look at that. So let's look briefly at this famous expression of Jews when something bad happens, most notably when someone dies. So, like, God forbid, someone told me, David, did you hear that, this person, God forbid, they just died? And the Jewish expression would be Baruch Dayan Emes, blessed is the true judge. Or, God forbid, like Brittany from Politically Provoked, just got in a car accident and doing her pill stream, she's injured. God forbid, Baruch Dayan Emes, that God is just, God is the truth, and refuah shlema, I wish everybody the best. I don't want to see anybody suffering. However, God is the true judge. God controls everything, and if something bad happened, it's the truth because God allowed it to happen. God has full power, full control. God grants us free will, but end of the day, God has control, and if it happened, it's true. So, like, God forbid, if David were to die a horrible death, God forbid, and, like, you tune in next week, oh, where's David? And you're like, he died a horrible death. The proper response would be Baruch Dayan Emes. I like that David guy. He's a good guy. I mean, I don't know why he would have died a horrible death like that, but if it happened, Baruch Dayan Emes. Blessed is the true judge. You're like, God forbid, God forbid. You hear, like, David, God forbid, like, got injured. So I like the guy, like, oh man, I never would have wished bad upon him, but Baruch Dayan Emes, blessed is the true judge. And the theological implication is related to suffering and evil in general. And, the question of evil and the question of suffering in general, God is the true judge. And if a person's suffering, if there's evil, God knows what he's doing. Why did God create evil? Like T-Jump, Adam Green, most atheists, the most common reason for atheism is the problem of evil. Well, if God is all powerful and all good, how come there's so much suffering and evil? So the Judaic is saying, I don't know. I believe in God. God is all powerful and all good. I admit that there's a lot of suffering and evil, but God has some sort of master plan. And at the end of the day, even though there's suffering and evil, God is still all powerful and all good. And, that's the Baruch Dayan Emes. So the truth, according to Judaism, the Epicurean trilemma, God is all powerful, all knowing, and all good. How come there's suffering and evil? So the truth, from this Judaic perspective, like Baruch Dayan Emes, blessed is the true judge, is largely in reference to the Epicurean trilemma. That it is true that God is all good, all powerful, and all knowing. So then why did this horrible thing happen? Say, I don't know. But I'm still going to say Baruch Dayan Emes, because the truth is that even though I can't understand why this suffering and evil is occurring, I'm still declaring that God is the true judge. And if God made it happen, allowed it to happen, then it's right. It's true. So, God forbid, that applies to the Holocaust. That applies to the death of innocent young children. That applies to anything. That applies to wealth inequality, high and low birth. Any of these, typical questions of suffering and evil. And you say, well, why did God allow all these, innocent people to suffer? I don't know. Baruch Dayan Emes. God is still all powerful, all good, and all knowing. And for some reason, God still, in God's infinite wisdom, decided to let this suffering and evil occur because in some greater plan, it's going to turn out that it was all for the good. So in Judaism, and likely like Islam, Christianity, maybe like Hinduism, karmatic sense, this is the larger meaning of truth. And so, like, we're talking about Hilbert and Frege and axiomatic theories and science. It's not talking about that. It's talking about, the Epicurean trilemma and this understanding that the truth is that God loves us. God is all good and all powerful and all knowing. And if it appears that we're suffering or in pain, that it's for the best. It's for my best. That even like God forbid, like you hear like, oh, David died a horrible death. David had a horrible injury. God forbid, God forbid. It would say, well, from the God's eye perspective, it was for David's best that I have this pain. I'm in pain because in God's infinite wisdom, pain is what I deserve and is what's best for me. So, with that, yeah, Jennifer just seeing do with eBay. So you want to buy some books? Okay, so with that introduction, the Baruch Dayan Emes and the main understanding of Judaic truth, the Isle of Iran, it doesn't matter the case. Any suffering, any evil is Baruch Dayan Emes. Because the Epicurean trilemma, the basic philosophy, God is all powerful, God is all good, God is all knowing. So no matter what the case, if something happened, God forbid, God could have stopped it. God could have caused that scenario not to, like Adam Green says, why is the best of all possible worlds, like Leibniz, I think T jumps like the church, the best possible worlds, Leibniz, the best of all possible scenarios in the calculus, or Adam Green, like, well, God's all powerful, why is this what we got? God could have created some situation that would have, could imagine would have been all this better powerful. We say no. The truth is that God is all good, all powerful, and all knowing. And if this evil or suffering happened, it was the best that could have been done. And so that's this truth concept from Judeo theology. And you apply that to any case, God forbid the Holocaust even. How did God let the Holocaust happen? You say, well, Baruch Dayan Emes. If it happened, God could have stopped it. God, all powerful, certainly God is all good. God could have had something else occurred. But Baruch Dayan Emes, from the ultimate wisdom, God forbid, God knew what he was doing. And the man's eye view, we can't understand. Like, it hurts, it's suffering, it's bad. I can't see past it. It just seems bad to me. But we say, Baruch Dayan Emes, what my eyes see can't differentiate. I can't figure it out. I'm never going to be able to figure it out. So we say, Baruch Dayan Emes, I believe that God knows what he's doing, and the ultimate truth will be in God's favor. So you could try to interpret that with like a logical consistency. And there is a little bit of saying like, well, the ultimate truth, like, some sort of like consistent axioms of logic. If you were looking like the ahimsa principle or evil, you're saying, well, it wasn't really evil. It just appeared that it was evil, but for the greater good, like, okay, like, like, God forbid I'm suffering. It hurts. I don't want to be in pain. God forbid. However, I know that God is doing what's best for me. And I can't understand because, like, oh man, I'm in pain. Just please stop the pain, God, whatever. Stop the pain. Make my life better. But he's saying it's the best of all worlds. My life is the best that it could be. The world is the best that it could be because God is all powerful, all good, and all knowing. And okay, so I'm running in circles on this, but I wanted to express that basic Judaic concept of truth. So here is from a web page. Here's from a web page, Torah.org, and it is a collection of prominent rabbis, not really any Haredi rabbis, but like from Reform to modern Orthodox, on their understanding of truth in Judaism. So let me just read through their introduction here. Making blessings over reading from the Torah. The Mishnah mentions the blessing before and after the Torah reading. As typical in the Jewish liturgy, no single text was prescribed, but the formulation became standardized over time. The final blessing reads, "Anyone's been to synagogue knows the Asher Nasan Lanu Toras Emes V'chaya Oydam Natan Bisochenu." Who gave us Toras Emes, the true Torah, and implanted eternal life within it. Being transparent about what is and what is not in Torah. The Torah debates whether the Torah scroll should be open or closed when reciting these blessings. In explaining Reb Meir's position that the Torah scroll should be closed, the Talmud suggests so that onlookers would not assume that the blessings are written in the Torah itself. This is why the practice is to close the Torah when we say the ending blessing, and why the Ashkenazi custom is to look away when saying the opening blessing, which is recited over an open Torah scroll, following the position of Reb Yehuda. The emphasis here is on our responsibility to be as transparent as possible about what is or what is not in the Torah. Just as these blessings are not found in the Torah, so too nowhere in the Torah itself do we find the phrase Toras Emes. It does, however, appear in various forms in the later biblical text. The phrase Toras Emes in the Bible in Malachi 2:6 attributes Toras Emes to the Levites or the priest. The referent of Torah in Malachi 2:6 is uncertain, though it likely refers to an oracular ruling deriving from God, translated as proper rulings were in his mouth and nothing perverse was on his lips. But for the rabbis, and some suggest that this is the pshat, we said last week, talked about Pardes. Torah here refers to the Torah, capital T, and with this understanding, the phrase became part of the blessing that followed the Torah reading. In Nehemiah 9:13, notes that at Sinai, God spoke Toras Emes, true teachings. The noun is in the plural. You came down on Mount Sinai and spoke them from heaven. You gave them right rules and true teachings, good laws and commandments. In Psalm 119 is a long song of praise and includes verse 142. Your Torah is true, your righteousness is eternal, and your teachings true. In context, this is probably a reference to legal teachings. In the psalm, the word parallels the word for law like chok, pakuda, mitzvah, and mishpat. Nevertheless, for the rabbis, Psalm 119 was about the Torah, and this is certainly what the rabbis meant in the blessing. So that's the, anyone who has had a bar mitzvah, you call it like the vow, or, talked about the introduction to Jewish prayer with Michael, this, the prayer that when you read the Torah, that we say Toras Emes, who gave us the true Torah, Nasan Toras Emes. The contemporary challenge of Toras Emet. Biblical scholarship has deepened our understanding of the Torah and at the same time challenges us to consider the implications of our declaring the Torah to be Emet. What is Emet and what does it mean to say the Torah is Emet? One thing seems certain despite the myriad issues such scholarship has raised, the Torah is Emet in the sense of constant. It remains Judaism's foundational text for all denominations, and Jews continue to be steadfast in their allegiance to it both as a symbol and as the source of Jewish wisdom and practice, keeping in mind the apparent conflict between the Torah's centrality and the possible destabilization nature of modern biblical interpretation. The Torah.com has asked a broad group of rabbis and scholars how they understand the phrase Torah Emet. Specifically, we asked them to reflect on one or more of the following issues. Do you believe the Torah is true? In what ways? How do you understand the word Torah Emes? How should Torah be studied to uncover Torah Emet? What are the ways you use to reconcile your traditional beliefs with your modern outlooks? Is there an example that you can share? We know that each of these issues is complex and deserves a much longer response. Nevertheless, we hope these brief essays offered here will give our readers some sense of the variety of views in Judaism and what Torat Emet might mean, and will help foster both traditional and newer methods of Torah study. So first collection, The Quest for and Definition of Truth. So Professor Rabbi Marty Lockstein, Treating Torah with More Veneration Than Secular Truths. For many years, I had the pleasure of team teaching a course at York University with a Catholic colleague, an accomplished historian. After one of his lectures, a student approached him and told him she felt that her Catholic faith was challenged by some of the things that he had said. My colleague answered, "You that the words of a historian challenge your faith. Don't you know that what I teach is radically different from what historians taught 50 years ago, and I'm certain that 50 years from now, historians will teach something different from what I teach now. How can you let such changing ideas affect your belief in the timeless teachings of our church?" We like to think that what we learn in history class is true, or at least as close as possible to truth, but we constantly abandon historical truths and replace them with new ones. In other words, we declare ideas to be true and then abandon them as time goes on. Accordingly, a declaration that the Torah is true is not a strong statement. It is in fact insufficient, reinterpreting Torah over time. The more crucial question is whether understanding of the Torah always stays the same. It would be foolish to readjust our reading of the Torah to every change in historical theories and every change in societal values when we know that these theories are always changing. But then again, it would be benighted and smack of nothingism to hermetically seal our thoughts about Torah and ignore modern advances in knowledge. When we encounter outdated historical theories, we appropriately reject them, at times with an air of superiority, but our belief in our Torah is true and eternal means that when we encounter difficulties, we reinterpret the Torah instead of rejecting it. It is this ability, indeed, necessity for biblical interpretation and the reinterpretation that makes and keeps the Torah true. As Rambam wrote in a slightly different context, people should contemplate the laws of the Holy Torah and understand their ultimate meaning as best as they can. And if they cannot understand the law's purpose and cannot see a reason for it, they should not dismiss it. Their thinking about the Torah should not be like their thinking about secular matters. When a story contradicts it, tradition does not get a free pass, but Torah merits being treated more seriously and more respectful than outdated secular theories, values, and truths. So Rabbi Yehuda Brandes, a stronger faith encourages a loftier and deeper truth. Is the Torah true? In what ways? The definition of the Hebrew word Emet, typically understood as meaning truth, is not simple, and neither is its philosophical meaning. Descriptive truth interpreting eye for an eye. Here, for example, are a few statements that are Emet regarding the punishment for an eye, found in Moses. The simplest meaning of the expression eye for an eye is that the punishment for injuring a person's eye is physical injury to the eye of the injuring party. In a given period and places, this may have in fact been the accepted punishment for damaging a person's eye, and such law indeed existed among other peoples of the ancient East. Another possible meaning is the expression is that adequate compensation must be paid to the person whose eye has been damaged. The rabbis interpreted the expression as requiring payment of monetary damage, and this is the sense of the words that came to be accepted as halakhically normative. The four preceding statements are emet in the sense of logical truth. So as well as the 10 competing views recorded by the Talmud that seek to explain how the words may be interpreted in such a way as to require monetary remuneration rather than bodily trauma, all are emet if we posit as emet that the rabbis chose to interpret these words in this way. Quite a few of these homilies supporting this interpretation may be described as not in keeping with or even clearly contradicting the simple sense of the verse. This too is emet, assuming that we somehow can define what the simplest sense of pshat of a verse is. What is the meaning of Torat Emes? The King James Bible translate Torat Emes in Malachi 2:6 as the law of truth. This strikes me a more accurate rendering than true Torah or true instruction, which some modern translations prefer. I've seen a number of Orthodox Jewish translations on websites and parsha sheets offer the Ashkenazic transliteration Torat Emes in place of a translation, which is wonderful because it acknowledges that the expression cannot be satisfactorily translated into English, because the Hebrew phrase has meaning all its own. How should we study Torah to uncover truth? An effort to interpret the verse in light of the sanctity of both the written and oral Torah, reverence for Torah scholars, and an earnest desire to discover the practice the values inherent within the Torah study of Emet, which is to say that Emet is a property not of the text itself, but of the way it is studied. Reconciling tradition, belief, and modern outlook. I do not see a particular need to reconcile my traditional belief system with a modern view of the world. Believers have spent 2 millennia interpreting the Torah and refining their faith without being dogmatic, certainly without taking the simplest sense of the Torah as necessarily authoritative. Maimonides did not hesitate to reinterpret all of the verses that personify God to conform with his stark religious opposition to any possibility of divine corporeality, going so far as to reinterpret stories and encounters with angels as the stuff of dreams and visions. Both he and Rabbi Yehuda Halevi stated that were proven to them that the world had not been created but always had existed, they would have no trouble assigning a non-literal meaning to the biblical account of creation and to reconcile it with the new information. It follows that there is nothing to deter us from harmonizing verses or rabbinic statements with recently gained knowledge, or from giving preference to an interpretation that hews closer to our worldview than other authored to mesh with philosophies that no longer inform our thinking, as I demonstrated in the chapter published in Be'enai Elohim Ba'adam and illustrated by the impressive collection of sources marshaled by Yoshi Farjan. It is possible to find support for virtually any new heretical idea in perfectly kosher sources. The key challenge is to enable individuals whose view of reality is naive and even childish to contend with new information that otherwise would be likely to overturn their spiritual existence. This is an extremely delicate operation because repairing something that has been ruined is far more challenging than reinforcing it ahead of time. The right way to go about this process, as explained by great Torah scholars from Maimonides to Rav Kook, is to start by constructing a deeper and loftier religious sensibility. Once this has been done without further prodding, the individual will stop making do with popular childish religious notions and will be able to assimilate modern ideas such as Maimonides' rejection of anthropomorphism in the medieval period and certain aspects of biblical criticism in art. Professor Zvi Zohar, driving truths through honest inquiry and Torah study. I believe the Torah is true, Torah's Emet, in the sense that via Torah study and reflection on its meaning, we are able to reach deep, crucial insights and understandings with regards to the major aspects of reality that are of great concern to us as human beings and as Jews. These aspects include, among others, human nature, relations between human beings on the various levels of individual, couple, family, Jewish people, humanity, human divine relationships, and morality, and the mitzvahs. Furthermore, my personal experience is that the insights and understandings that we reach via Torah are not static. As we continue to study over the years, Torah reveals itself to us as all the more complex, fascinating, and illuminative, especially as additional facets of Torah become known to us. This occurs both owing to our increased knowledge of how a wide variety of scholars have understood Torah, as well as from our own insights into additional possible meanings of Torah. As a result, our perceptions and understandings of the contents of Torah and the insights to be derived from it developed and transformed, bringing our full selves to the study of Torah. It is thus crucial to come to Torah with the totality of who we are and of what we know and understand about the world, all of our life experience and all of our knowledge about science, history, human nature, literature, and how Torah was understood by commentators from ancient times to present are relevant to the study of Torah. Capacity for critical thought, asking questions, not accepting facile answers are relevant and important for the comprehension of Torah. The Torah is not a weak entity in need of our defense and protection. Torah is a powerful entity with tremendous inner strength and vitality that has become all the more powerful thanks to the creative thinking of scholars over the generations who frequently disagree with each other. Torah need not be fearful of any human question or circumstance. Indeed, honest questions and critiques can and should bring us to delve even deeper into Torah, and not infrequently to realize and acknowledge that this or that understanding of Torah that we had thought was obvious and self-evident are not so, and that significant reconsideration of our understanding of Torah is called for. The enriching challenge of modernity, the notion that modernity is inherently antithetical to Torah, is simplistic. Aspects of modernity may challenge conventional views of how Torah should be understood and applied to life, but striving for an insular Jewish existence existence that attempts to shut out the manifold voices of contemporary life is a sure recipe to impoverish Torah. If we can come to experience divine wisdom and creativity through knowledge and contemplation of nature, we should be able, all the more so via knowledge and contemplation of human culture, and live in all its manifestations, for these ultimately derive from the image of God present in every man and woman. The reciprocal wisdom of nations, reflections of Rev. Uziel. I conclude with the words of Rev. Ben Zion Uziel, the first chief Spartic rabbi of the state of Israel. Each country and each nation that respects itself does not and cannot be satisfied with its narrow boundaries and limited domains. Rather, they desire to bring all that is good and beautiful, that is helpful and glorious, into their natural cultural treasure, and they wish to give the maximum flow of their own blessing to the cultural treasury of humanity as a whole, and to establish a link of love and friendship among all nations, for in the enrichment of human storehouse of intellectual and ethical ideas, and for the uncovering of the secrets of nature. Happy is the country and happy is the nation that can give itself an accounting of what it has taken in from others, and more important, of what it has given of its own to the repository of all humanity. Woe is to the country and the nation that encloses itself in its own 4 cubits and limits itself to its own narrow boundaries, lacking anything of its own to contribute to humanity and lacking the tools to receive cultural contributions from others. Dr. Hakam Isaac Sassoon, truth must be discernible. Arisa de Kudsha, a Torah of truth. There are 2 possible ways of translating the phrase Toras Emes that originates from Malachi 2:6 and is central to the blessings of Torah, either a true Torah or a Torah of truth. Leaving aside the respective grammatical merits, I would like to opt for the second, which happens to sit quite comfortably with the Targum's Arisa de Kudsha. A Torah of truth implies that the Torah exists as something in its own right, and that is exactly the Torah's own conception of Emet truth. Take example the following verses. You shall inquire and search and interrogate thoroughly, and behold, if it is true, the fact is established. Then you shall make thorough inquiry, and behold, if it is true, the fact is established. And if it is true, the fact is established. In these scriptures, the Torah assumes that emes can be ascertained by means of human striving, and moreover, that humans are endowed with the capacity to distinguish truth from falsehood. These verses are definitional, allowing for the equation emet equals empirical truth, also referred to by the philosophers as correspondence or representative truth. If this interpretation of Toras Emes seems minimalist, I still believe it to be primary, if only by virtue of its affirmation by the text himself. The translation of true Torah. Admittedly, some prefer the alternative translation of Toras Emes, namely a true Torah. In turn, the phrase is then often construed to be making a claim that the factuality of information incorporated in the Torah, but what happens then when any of the information conflicts with empirical truth or with the proven findings of science? In some quarters, the scientific findings are impugned on the grounds that humans are unreliable and even that they are incapable of knowing what is true. However, in this case, calling Torah, or for that matter anything else, Emet, becomes meaningless unless Emet is stripped of its attested meaning and made to stand for approved or worthy of allegiance and the like. None of the latter-day apologetics is supported by the Jewish tradition. The rabbis supported the Torah of truth conception. The rabbis maintain Scripture's idea of emet. Indeed, upon it rests their entire justice system, and the Agudah too is informed by it. As the Talmud in Sota 9b, words of truth are recognizable. More exalted declaration occurs in Yoma 69b with respect to the Rabbanan, the rabbis who changed the Nusakat Tefillah, the ancient prayer language. Knowing that God is true, they could not speak lies to him. Of course, this last text introduces the very essence of our faith, God's truth, for which a Jew precedes all other truths, but that is a subject for another day. Professor Baruch Schwartz, empirical truth versus religious truth. Both Torah and truth are words with multiple meanings. Here I shall use Torah in the sense of written Torah and biblical books of Moses. Empirical truth. All knowledge belonging to the realm of the empirical is obtainable, if at all, only through scientific inquiry. Thus, if the term truth is used to refer to the historicity of events recounted, only historical scholarship can determine what may or may not be true in the Torah. Moreover, even in cases in which facts are irretrievable because scholarship is either indecisive or incapable of reconstructing them with certainty. This does not transform the question of an event's historicity into a matter of religious belief. Similarly, if truth is used to refer to the authentic, historically valid contextual meaning of the Torah text or any part of thereof, only literary scholarship and historical philological exegesis can claim to have a say in determining this. Here, too, even when critics and exegetes are completely baffled by a text or in hopeless disagreement about it, this cannot justify claiming that the matter may therefore be left to religious belief. In like manner, if truth is used to refer to the accurate description of the physical world, science is the only source of this as well. And if some issue of science simply cannot arrive at the facts for lack either of data or of a convincing way of interpreting them, the question does not revert to religious belief. Religious truth. Religious truth pertains exclusively to what is outside the realm of the empirical. It consists of the teachings accepted as normative by the community of believers with regard to God and what God expects of them. For Jews, these normative teachings, including the teachings that on some issues there is no single binding truth, are conveyed by the totality of the tradition, halacha, agadic, philosophical, and theological, according to its systematic logic and rules. These teachings are often expressed in the pshat of the Torah. In such cases, one would say that the Torah contains religious truth. Just as often, they are read into the Torah by a process of selective reading or reinterpretation. In such cases, one would say that the Torah, as construed by post-biblical Jewish interpretation, expresses religious truth. On the other hand, norms, both ideas and commands, clearly expressed in the pshat of the Torah but rejected by authoritative Jewish tradition, are not religious truth. The literary historical fact of the Torah contains them is empirically true but religiously irrelevant. Just as religious belief has no role whatsoever in determining facts, so too science has no role in determining norms. Professor Rabbi Lawrence Hoffman, Two Theories of Truth, Correspondence and Pragmatic, critiquing the correspondence theory of truth. Most discussions of the Bible's truth are flawed because they assume a correspondence theory of truth according to which the parts of the Bible that might matter most are almost certainly false, and that's the end of the matter. If in a correspondence theory the world is composed of state of affairs which language somehow pictures, when the verbal pictures that make up sentence corresponds to these state of affairs, we call them true. To say the Bible and truths implies that statements accurately map the way things really are, something I've never believed and never worried about. Of course, certain parts of the Bible are true, even according to the correspondence theory. Jerusalem's temple really was destroyed, for instance, but these truths are probably less frequent than the untruths, and they are not the parts of the Bible that motivate me anyways. Embracing the pragmatic theory of truth. A broader and better criterion for truth is the pragmatic theory, as advanced by philosophers like William James, John Dewey, and Richard Rorty. Statements are true to the extent that they help advance the human project of navigating life. Language is for coping, not just copying. Says Rorty, we make progress not by arguing better, but by speaking differently. And art we get not just from scientific truth, but from fiction, poetry, and metaphor. Other ways of stretching our understanding of reality, scientifically speaking. Life is not petty. Time does not creep, but it's still profoundly true. Of despair, to quote Macbeth, tomorrow creeps in this petty pace from day to day. Philosopher Wilfred Sellers separates cause from reason. Cause describes the world as it is. Reasons describe the way we make sense of that world, how we learn to say meaningful things about it, whether the scientific truths or poetry, metaphors, and the like. A God who is compassionate and gracious comes regularly to mind, but as a reason for my being who I am. Beliefs, says philosopher John Dewey, are recipes for habitual patterns of action. Believing God merciful and myself made in God's image, I become merciful as a matter of habit. Gestalt psychologist tells that we see the world holistically as patterns. It turns out we capture it linguistically that way too. The Bible and its subsequent interpretative history is the Jewish linguistic pattern of choice, which to capture Jewish history is, by how long and deep, responsible proof that the Jewish pattern has proven very useful to the human project of navigating life, to the extent the Bible is very true indeed. Okay, the second part. We make the Torah true. So here, Rabbi Eric Grossman, who used to be here in Metro Detroit, used to actually live in my neighborhood, and then was transferred to New York, and then now is in Canada. Rabbi Eric Grossman, Ketzot Zechoshen, Truth and Torah in Human Hands. A theologically audacious interpretation of Torah's Emes was offered by Rav Ari Leib Cohen Heller. His explication of the phrase is offered in the following to his most celebrated work, the Ketzot Zechoshen. The Torah was not given to ministering angels, but was rather given to humans who possess human intelligence. The Holy One, blessed be He, in His great kindness and mercy, gave us the Torah to be determined according to the discernment of the human mind, even though that determination does not reflect ultimate truth. With these words, and in the paragraphs that follow, the Ketzos expounds upon the distinction between the divine realm and the human world. Truth in the divine realm and the human world. The divine realm is the abode of God and the angels. It is there that the ultimate truth resides. The earthly realm is the domain of humans who do not possess or have access to this higher truth, living instead by human understanding and reason. The divine realm can be characterized as the world of truth with a capital T, and the human realm, the world of truth with a small t. The Ketzot provides examples that demonstrate that Chazal, the classical rabbis, recognize the existence of these two realms and two truths. Among his proof texts is the account of the Acne oven, in which the rabbis determined that a given type of oven is subject to impurity, even though God explicitly backs Rabbi Lezer, who says it's not. The story serves as the flagship example of how normative Jewish law, the halakhic truth, can be inconsistent with divine truth, aligning the two truths with the two Torahs. The Ketzot demonstrates how these two truths align with Judaism's two Torahs, the oral and written Torah. The oral Torah is halakhic truth, legal norms based on human rabbinic interpretation and determination. It is the Torah as it exists on earth, and functionally it is the Torah that determines human practice. The written Torah, originating with God, reflects the divine realm and in some fashion divine truth. Remarkably, the Ketzot argues that the expression Torah's Emes in the benediction after the Torah reading refers not narrowly to the written Torah, but to the oral Torah and the human enterprise of establishing the truth. And this is the meaning of the blessing of the Torah, who has given us the Torah of truth, namely that the truth is ours. By proclaiming that God has vouchsafed us Torah's Emes, we affirm that the Almighty has granted us the authority to determine truth in the human realm. Poignantly, this declaration is made after reading from the written Torah, precisely the moment at which would we expect to invoke the authority of the authenticity of the divine truth represented in the revealed books of Moses, to place the human contribution in Torah. The insights of the Ketzos contain both practical and philosophical aspects. The point to the reality that only the Torah that can be realistically promulgated in the human domain is the oral Torah, since the only truth that can exist in the human domain is the small t truth. The world of humanity is de facto populated and perpetuated by humans, and since humans do not behave or function like angels, they cannot be ruled directly by heavenly systems. But the Ketzos goes further and suggests that God actually desires humans to be active participants in the growth of Torah, not merely a concession to reality and our inability to grasp ultimate truth, but because of his kindness, his wish that humans not feel alienated from God in the divine realm. He accomplishes this by making the written Torah, which reflects divine truth, a much smaller element of revelation, and allowing the oral Torah, the truth of humans, to be dominant. The Talmud relates the greater portion of the Torah is the oral, and the smaller portion is the written, as it said in Hosea 8:12, I wrote for them the majority of my Torah, and they were considered strangers. That is, say that if all the Torah had been written and from God's hand and up to us to understand, then we would have been considered strangers. For how could the human mind comprehend God's Torah but the oral Torah that is ours, a Torah of kindness and in place of a Torah of truth? The result of this system is a Torah of kindness, an earthly Torah that reflects divine grace and the expanse of truth itself. Hence the interpretation from Proverbs 31:26. Her mouth opens with wisdom, and the Torah of kindness is on her tongue, meaning that the oral Torah was given according to the determination of the sages, even though it is not truth. This is why it is called the Torah of kindness for the Talmud, kindness meaning not truth. The distinction between truth and kindness and their importance for understanding God's revelation is illustrated in the Midrash, quoted in part and then explained by the Ketzos. Simon said, when he, the Holy One, blessed be he, wanted to create man, the ministering angels formed into factions. Some of them said, let him be created, and others said, let him not be created. Kindness said, let him be created because he embodies kindness. Truth said, let him not be created because he embodies falsehood. What did the Holy One, blessed be he, do? He took truth and cast it to the ground. The ministering angel said to the Holy One, blessed be he, Master of the universe, why would you spurn your adornment? The Holy One, blessed be he, responded, it is my desire that truth should arise from the earth. The Kesos explains that the divine adornment to which the angels refer is the seal of the truth. Since humans are incapable of grasping ultimate truth, by placing truth and Torah in human hands, God is undermining his own hallmark. Human understanding shapes Torah, which shapes the world. The Kesos understands the meaning of God's response as follows. This is precisely my will, that truth should spring forth from the earth, namely, that truth should be established according to the determination of the sages using human understanding. What emerges from this analysis is that the fate of the Torah in this world depends not upon its ultimate divine origin, but rather on the will and capacity of the people, the Jewish people, to keep the oral Torah alive. This is why the Kesos suggests the prayer contains the words, and he has planted the life in the world with us, for from us the life of the world will come forth and increase. To believe in Torah's Emet is to affirm the fate and truth of the Torah rest in our hands. Moderating the stark truth of the written Torah, Rabbi David Bigman, who gave us a Torah of truth and planted eternal life in our midst. As a Levi called to the Torah frequently, I often say these words and contemplate their meaning. The written Torah, the reading of the Baal Turim. Rabbi Yaakov ben Asher, known as the Baal Turim, offered the following interpretation in his halakhic work, the Arbitorum, known as the Torah. A Torah of truth refers to the written Torah, and planted eternal in our midst refers to the oral Torah. As is written in Ecclesiastic 12:11, the sayings of the wise are like goads, like fixed nails. The written Torah with the oral Torah, the Baal Turim's point. It is clear, however, that the Baal Turim does not contemplate the written Torah as an independent text unaccompanied by the oral Torah. This is made clear by the continuing of his remarks. These two blessings contain 40 words, corresponding to the 40 days Moses spent on the mountain. The Baal Turim is known for his proclivity to include in his halakhic discourse piquant homiletical comments that serve as a window into the religious world. As is implied here, he views the oral Torah as a gift from Sinai, which is why the blessing thanking God for both the written and oral Torah is written in such a way as to recall the Sinai experience. He views the oral Torah as the natural augmentation to the written Torah, not out of naivete, but with a full appreciation of the creativity inherent to it. His appreciation of the complexity of the oral law's relationship to the written law is evident from his quotation from Ecclesiastic, specifically the Baal Turim alludes to Rabbi Lezer ben Azariah's gloss on the verse found in Tosefta in the Talmud, Chagiga 3a. The sayings of the wise are just like goads, like fixed nails, just as the goads direct the cows, so is to bring life into the world. Thus, words of the Torah indeed are life to the world, as it is said, Proverbs 3:18, it is a tree of life. Alternatively, just as the goad is movable, perhaps even the words of Torah are thus. The text states, like fixed nails. Alternatively, perhaps they decrease and do not increase. The text says, fixed, just as that which is planted is fruitful and multiplies, so words of the Torah are fruitful and multiply. In this text, the oral Torah works as goads, directing the fixed and immovable written Torah to be fruitful and multiply, a delicate balance between conservation and creativity. Blessing the written Torah while acknowledging the oral Torah. Although this blessing is recited after reading from the written Torah, in the Baal Turim's understanding, it seeks to redirect our attention towards the oral Torah, which injects meaning into the written counterpart. Thus, in blessing God after I am called up to the Torah, I am blessing him for the Torah read at public prayer services. The written Torah, however, my blessing is an acknowledgement not of an independent text, but of the matrix of the expansive and rich world of the oral Torah. By this, I do not mean to imply that there is no truth to the simple sense of the Bible, but that this truth is not complete unless it is supplemented by the oral Torah. An unequivocal Torah scholars as collectors. In the written Torah, we frequently encounter severe unequivocal statements, while in the oral Torah, we encounter a different reality. The verse quoted above from the Ecclesiastics makes mention of Bale Asufos, literally collectors, an opaque term that the sages assume refers to themselves, Torah scholars. They explain it as follows. Collectors, these are scholars who sit in different groups and occupy themselves with Torah. They declare impure, and those declare pure. These forbid, and those permit. These declare unfit, and those fit. Perhaps a person will say, then how can I learn Torah? The text states they were all given by one shepherd. A single God gave them. A single leader stated them from the mouth of the Lord of all creatures. Blessed is he, as it is written, and God spoke all of these things. Judging biblical text by Western standards, The Torah contains a number of troubling, harsh laws, which force us to think deeply about the meaning and application. Applying Western judgment to these severe scriptural statements without thinking about the context in which they were made is unsound. Sensitivity to suffering is not a unique Western value, and thus we need to try to understand why a given law allowed or mandated cruel behavior and what was at stake in that society and in that context. Moreover, it is often hard to know how a law functioned in a given context. Was it merely on the books or practical? Is it all legal language, or is there rhetorical flourish involved? Rabbinic tradition, in its own way, took on many of these statements, feeling that they called out to us for interpretation or exposition, circumscription, or mitigation. For example, priest marrying harlots. The written Torah states, "Thou shalt not marry a woman defiled by harlotry, nor shall they marry one divorced from her husband, for they are holy to their God." This ostensibly refers to any woman who has had intercourse outside of marriage. Nevertheless, Chazal shrunk the category of zona so that amazingly it no longer included either prostitutes or promiscuous women. Instead, they limited it to a subset of cases which were rare in their time. The written Torah says, destroying the seven nations, "You shall not let a soul remain alive. No, you should prescribe them, the Hittites, the Amorites, the Canaanites, and the Perizzites, the Hivites, and the Jebusites, and the Lord your God has commanded you." Nevertheless, according to the oral Torah, King Sennacherib of Assyria already came and shuffled all the nations, and as Maimonides notes, their memory already has been lost. Thus, there is no room left, according to the rabbis, to enforce this law and slaughter members of the seven nations of Canaan. Capital punishment. According to the written Torah, capital punishment is melted out on those who violate any number of prohibitions, but according to the oral Torah, such a penalty is limited to those who flagrantly rebel against a formative ethos in the presence of witnesses and in defiance of forewarning. And the list goes on and on. In almost every era of the process of the oral Torah construction image that is complex, delicate, and sympathetic to the human situation far more than is the written Torah. The role of the written Torah's stark presentation. Even we who identify with Rav Abraham Ibn Ezra Nachmanides, Rav Shmuel ben Miri, the Rashbam, and numerous other Judaic luminaries who value the study of Pshat, the simplest sense of the Torah, subscribe to the need to mitigate severe biblical proclamations, in no small part because of the centrality of the text, which is the source of many formative ethos in our tradition. Thus, they look for a balance between acknowledging the Pshat, but limiting or recasting the application. Far be it from us to execute people for religious violations. Nevertheless, to choose one example, it is imperative that we understand that a violation of the Sabbath is a grave dereliction in our day, in a world in which the rabbis have effectively erased the death penalty, and forward-thinking modern poskim have even removed the judgmental critique of Jews who are not observant. We need to read the death penalties described in Scripture as a sort of code for significance. If we approach the Torah's legal text as a kind of narrative, we can translate the Sabbath laws in the following way. Sabbath is of serious importance in Judaism. For religious Jews, it functions as one of the pivotal behaviors that solidifies the community and brings God's presence into our lives. For the world, it represents a core value. Everybody needs a day of rest for his or her toil. Biblical narrative. Scriptural narrative, too, has its dual role to play. It, too, calls out for interpretation and exposition, and it has its own unique function of constructing worlds and meanings for humanity and for Jews. It is no secret that this day and age that the Bible cannot be treated as a source of literal historical truth. This is true of every text, and it is true even of prophecies, notwithstanding our belief that their authenticity and divine source. I admit that I was somewhat surprised by the emphasis on historicity in the symposium's questions. To me, the time for discussing the historicity of narratives came to an end at some point in the 19th century, although the degree of discrepancy between scriptural narrative and historical events varies between different parts of Scripture. Stories about events that have transpired are never identical to the course of events as they happen. In any case, we do not take historical truth as the litmus test of literary narrative in general, and certainly of biblical narrative. The book of Job was described as a parable by early rabbis, while medieval rabbinical authorities interpreted a wide swath of the Torah as allegorical. However, I do not think the Torah in terms of parables and allegories. I think that scriptural narratives embody truths that are heavenly gifts to those abiding in human existentiality on this earth, whether they may be, and particularly to the covenantal community. Finding our portion of true Torah. Rabbi Rachel Adler. There are many kinds of truth. A good way to get in trouble is to misassess the kind that you're looking at. I don't claim that Aesop's fables are untrue because hares and tortoises speaking ancient Greek and running races are biological impossibility. That's not the kind of truth Aesop teaches. Similarly, when I read the beginning of Genesis, I do not protest a snake speaking Hebrew, a world created in 6 days, or two archetypal humans in a garden. The Torah is not a science book. The process of unfolding the Torah's truth through the oral Torah. Even for moral truths, I'm able to call Torat's Emet only because I, as a modern Jew, and also a rabbinic Jew, I believe in the oral Torah, by which I mean that the written Torah is augmented by the inexhaustible fountain of interpretive possibilities flowing out of our tradition. That doesn't mean that Torah can mean anything you want. Interpretations must be defensible reading of the text. As Rambam points out in his commentary, Torah also gives us meta principles like be holy or justice you should pursue. Meta principles are definable in general terms, but applicable only situationally and contextually because readers bring different selves and context to the interpretive processes. The meaning components of both law and story constantly being destabilized and reconstituted. When we pray every day, Shabbos, may we partake in your Torah, we are praying that we discover the particular illumination of the text or law that we alone can contribute our portion. I learn a legal process from Torah and from the rabbis, but not a final immutable word of law. So I believe even when I was Orthodox, God gives basic human halakha as a fitting tool for justice because humans and their world grow and change. And law too requires constant reinterpretation to address new phenomena, new circumstances, and new societal concerns. I believe that conversations and critique are appropriate even about meta principles and process rules. Accrued jargon as the vessels for holiness and truth. The rabbis say the Torah speaks in human language. Divrei Torah, Koloshin B'nai Adam. I've described this language as a crude jargon studded with constraints and distortions, silences and brutalities. That is our only vessel for holiness and truth and peace. Partnering with Torah, Rabbi Dr. Stephen Sager, the person who pronounces the blessing after a section of public Torah reading, grasps the scrolls and handles, recites, "Blessed are you who has given us Torah's Emes, the Torah of truth." The twofold ritual of publicly proclaiming and personally claiming Torah ritually demonstrates the dynamic larger than translation meaning of Torah's Emes. The Torah of truth is not a Torah of fact. Torah Emes and its Hebrew root also means dependable and trustworthy. Torah Emes is not defined by strict contextually bound meanings. Rather, Torah's Emes, in the partnership with the ancient world word and those readers committed to Torah as the trustworthiness vocabulary of ongoing, unfolding Jewish consciousness and imagination. Torah's Emes, a Torah that is trustworthy, tried and true, is produced by ongoing communities that strive to make the world intelligible through conversations between living experience and ancient Torah text. Nachmanides' development of the principle, do what is right and good. An example of the process of joining the timeless text with timeless reading can be taken from Nachmanides' Torah commentary, Deuteronomy 6:18, do what is right and good in the sight of the Lord. According to its plain meaning, said Nachmanides, the phrase refers to the conduct regarding God's explicit commands. Then he adduced the teachings of Talmudic forebears that right and good referred not only to commandments, but also to those acts that make for a coherent life within the commanded community. To make a contemporary illustration, the honor of aunts and uncles is right and good, even the absence of a specific command. Nachmanides then applied this great principle of living beyond the explicit measure at the time text to life in his own cosmopolitan world. Right and good, he taught, describes all proper human behavior that follows the necessarily limited Torah examples of conduct, for it is impossible to mention in the Torah all aspects of a person's interaction with humankind in all societies and countries. In the spirit of Nachmanides, who emphasizes the importance of the Torah's truth within a community, I suggest that Torah Emes is manifested within the ancient text is held physically and metaphorically in the living grasp of those who join the community of previous, present, and future generations of Torah interpreters. The jurisprudence truth of Torah. Shira Hecht Kohler. As lawyer by training and educator by trade, I take the word of Torah here in the way it was understood by the ancient Greek Jews who translated Torah as nomos law. In what sense is a law true? For a jurisprudential point of view, one could argue that a law is valid if it reflects the values based on which people hopes to create a society, but that is not enough to make the Torah true. For truth in Torah law, we need it not only to reflect a society long ago, but also to incorporate values that still speak to us several thousand years later. This can apply even in the particular Torah laws that are no longer practiced. The law of the wayward son. I'd like to illustrate this with the law that is famously said in one view of the Talmud to have never been practiced, the law of the rebellious son, the Ben Sor Mor. Two values seem to be encoded in the law here. On one hand, the law could be seen as reaction to norms prevalent in ancient Near Eastern culture, where the male head of the household had nearly limitless authority over his household, and if he wished to punish a child for perceived insubordination, he had every right to do so by requiring that both parents together bring the child to the elders, and that any disciplinary action be taken by the elders, not by the parents, let alone the father himself. Biblical law has stripped the paterfamilias of his authoritarian and potentially abusive role and vested the power to punish in the hands of the judicial body, thus providing a check on the parent's power. On the other hand, the law does enshrine a certain hierarchy within the family. There needs to be people in greater and lesser positions of authority, and when individuals flout accepted norms threatening basic structures, the elders will act. Parental authority is strengthened by deterring filial insubordination, which undermines stability in a society. So is the law true? I would say yes. It not only reflects principles of a society for over 2,000 years ago, but it also encodes values that are relevant for us today. In modern society, progress has been made getting the law into people's homes, putting protection in place against authoritarian and vindictive parents. Yet at the same time, society still needs structure and respect for hierarchies. In this case, some ancient readers understood that the law was not meant to be literally true, and certainly today we do not approach the biblical law as binding legislation, but we are concerned with the values of the law. These values are still very relevant. There's, of course, much to think about in terms of how to apply these values that stand behind particular laws to our modern society. What are the power structures that need to be taken apart, like the authoritarian father in the ancient Near East, and which one needs to be preserved, like respect due to the parents in the biblical family, which should be built up and fortified, and which need to be dismantled for the future of a more just and moral society. The intertwined tree of Torah and wisdom. Rabbi Professor Jonathan Magano, my dual education. I was the product of secular culture and education, and it would be the betrayal of the part of myself to deny what I derive from. At the same time, as a child of admittedly attenuated Jewish tradition, so I live in a kind of Buberian Zwischenseins, an in-between state, each part of me feeding and challenging the other. I'm disturbed by the assumption that the term Emet, truth, refers to some kind of eternal, valid intellectual proposition. The biblical root amen has the sense firm, reliable. So I understood as cognate emes as something that could be trusted, that is to say, based on and validated by experience, and therefore subject to constant reevaluation and potential revision. I trust until that trust is questioned or challenged by new knowledge or experience. Peace prevails over truth. I even claim some authority over the pragmatic relativity of Emet from the confluence of tension between two rabbinic comments from the Mishnah and the Bavli. Reb Shimon ben Gamliel says, on three things the world endures, on truth, on judgment, and on peace. Reb Ilya said in the name of Reb Elazar ben Simon, one may deviate from the truth for the sake of peace. The juxtaposition suggests that the world may stand on the pillars of peace and truth, but when conflict arises, we choose peace over truth. Incorporating the tree of life and the tree of wisdom into Torah. The phrase Torat Emes is part of the Torah service during which we sing Eitz Chaim, he, it is a tree of life. Since we're holding the scroll of the time, it is evident that Torah is what is meant here. The source of this quote, however, is Proverbs 3:17 and 18, and the referent is actually Chachma, secular wisdom, and Tavuna, discernment. Identifying wisdom, empirical knowledge with Torah, revelation allows the two to be constant debate with one another, the balance between them shifting and changing circumstances. A hymn to Torah read backwards, Psalm 19:8 and 10 is a hymn to Torah. The teachings Torah of the Lord is perfect, restoring the soul. The decrees of the Lord are enduring, making the simple wise. The precepts of the Lord are just, rejoicing the heart. The instruction of the Lord is lucid, making the eyes light up. The fear of the Lord is pure, abiding forever. The judgment of the Lord are true, righteous altogether. These 6 half verses form a ladder linking the macrocosm of the universe to the microcosm of the inner world of the individual with our doubts and mistakes. As we read the psalm, we begin with Torah and then descend the ladder, but I prefer to read the section backwards, for it is acknowledging and personally validating the attributes of the Torah listed from verses 10 to 8 that we can ascend to affirm that indeed the Torah of the eternal is perfect, restoring the soul. Subjective truth of Torah. Arousing the Truth with Malachi and the Piazetzner Rebbe by Dr. Aviva Gottlieb Zornberg. All I can do is tell the truth. No, that isn't so. I have missed it. There is no truth that in passing through awareness does not lie, but one runs after it all the same. Jacques Lacan. The phrase Torah of truth can be traced back to the single scriptural source of the expression Torat Emet in Malachi. The Torah of truth was in his mouth, and unrighteousness was not found on his lips. He walked with me in peace and uprightness, and turned many away from iniquity. For the priest's lips should keep knowledge, and they should seek Torah at his mouth, for he is the messenger of the Lord of hosts. The Emet, the truth to which the prophets refer, in this context, the quality of ethical integrity of the teacher of Torah in the priest whose lips keeps knowledge, inspiring others to lofty values, to a life of truth, peace, and justice. There is no metaphysical claim here about the truth of Torah, but rather a moral claim on the teacher and the judge who administers Torah law. Strikingly, the true function of the priest is radically tied up with the language. It lives on his lips and his mouth. He acts as the role of the messenger of the divine. In classical medieval readings of this text, therefore, human language, the teaching of Torah, becomes the site in which the truth of Torah is manifested on the lips and in the mouth of the authentic spokesman for God. The Piazetzner Rebbe reflects on his role as the mediator of Torah. This displacement of truth is embodied. Teaching of a human being is subjected to a further interrogation in the anguished meditation of the modern Hasidic master, the Piazetzner Rabbi Kalmanis Kalmish Sapira, also known as the Eish Kodesh, the title of his most important book, leading and teaching his community in the Warsaw Ghetto during the Holocaust years. He reflects on his own status as faithful mediator of Torah in a time of torment. A Torah teacher must be like an angel. Reading Malachi 2:7, quoted above, he notes that according to the Talmud, one should seek out Torah only from the lips of one who resembles an angel of the Lord of hosts. The Talmud Moed Katan 17a, thus said Rev Yochanan, what means the text for a priest's lips should keep knowledge and they should seek the law at his mouth, for he is the messenger of the Lord of hosts? It means that the master is like unto a messenger of the Lord of hosts. They should seek the law at his mouth, but if he be not, they should not seek the law at his mouth. Instead of translating Moloch as messenger, the Piazetzner understands it as angel, and he sees it in it a spiritual characterization of the true teacher, of the transfigured presence that qualifies the teacher to teach and lead the community. What then, he asks, is the case of Rabbi Yehuda ben Eli, who resembled an angel of the Lord of hosts only on the Sabbath eve after a hot bath? For Rabbi Judah said, name, this was the practice of Rabbi Yehuda ben Eli. On the eve of the Sabbath, a basin filled with hot water was brought to him, and he washed his face, hands, and feet, and he wrapped himself in satin, frigid linen robes, and he was like an angel of the Lord of hosts. The Piazetzner asked, would Rabbi Yehuda bar Eloi be qualified to instruct and inspire his people if on other occasions he bore no resemblance to an angel of God? This question is really autobiographical, as the Piazetzner is agitated about his own entitlement to his role. He concludes that if the angelic persona appears at least occasionally, then on other colder days, in the absence of any transfiguration, the community should solicit the teacher, seek Torah at his mouth, and thus arouse the dormant angel within him. If the angel is clearly manifest, the teacher has no need for solicitation, and if the teacher never manifests an angelic radiation, solicitation will not help. The community's solicitation has power, specifically in times of spiritual paralysis, by way of the idiosyncrasies of narrative, which the Piazetzner vests with the power of validity. He questions his own authenticity. He knows himself to be a flickering medium for the divine teaching. In this narrative, his community is seeking out Torah from him, plays a crucial role. It affects his spiritual metabolism, indeed his spiritual survivor. He is not a separate subject, but infiltrated by the presence of others in his world. Reading Torah's Emes through the Piazetzner's eyes, although he does not explicitly quote it, The implicit subject of his narrative is, I suggest, the Torah of truth. In the previous verse, he knows himself to be a flickering medium for the divine teaching. His narrative is provoked by failure. He knows the movements of his own spiritual barometer. He is aware of how often he seems to lose preciously that stability, that unwavering authenticity that should radiate from the teacher of Torah. Even this human virtue of authenticity no longer, it seems, goes without saying. As Jacques Lacan put it, I've missed it. There is no truth that in passing through awareness does not lie, but one runs after it all the same. There is the movement of revelation, of surprise. In this reflective narrative, sometimes the angel within us, within himself, is revealed. There are times, he says, when a truthfulness flashes forth. Even in the muddiness of reality, a clearing may arise for the occasional flare of inspiration. Such a true moment is a surprise to himself as well as to others. A text about the truth of Torah moves inward into the volatile, valuable experience of a human being. If he can be the fuel for such occasional fire, then he can be aroused by the desire of others to manifest again and again, now in the language of surprise, the hidden angel within. Subjective dimensions of truth. Rabbi Professor Daniel Sperber. The rabbis have taught us that the Torah has 70 facets and numerous sparks of understanding are admitted from it. Presumably, this means that a single Torah text can be legitimately understood in a variety of different fashions at a multiplicity of levels, all of which have a degree of truth. So each person views the same scene from different angles and describes them with full honesty and accuracy. Yet each description differs. In the human dimension, truth is not absolute, but has an element of subjectivity and relativity. That is the essential nature of human truth. Hence, multiple insights and comprehension of a single canonic text may all have legitimacy. Thus, Rav Av, in the name of Samuel, could state, in the Talmud, for 3 years there was a dispute between Beit Shammai and Beis Hillel, each claiming the halakha as we say. Then a heavenly voice declared, these and these are the words of the living God, but the halakha follows the ruling of Beit Hillel. And the Ritva, Rav Yom Tov Ashvili, comments, they asked the rabbis of France of blessed memory, how is it possible that both opinions be the words of the living God when the one forbids and the other permits? And they replied, when Moses went up to the heavens and received the Torah, the angel showed him for every single detail 49 facets to forbid and 49 facets to permit. And he questioned the Holy One, blessed be he, concerning this. And he said that it would be given to the sages of Israel each generation to make determination, and the determination would be according to the ruling. And this is correct according to homily, but in truth there is a secret explanation. Compared to the Midrash Tehillim, said Rav Yanai, the Torah was not given cut and dry, but for each word that God gave Moses, he gave 49 facets for declaring purity and 49 for impurity. Said Moses before him, Master of the universe, how then will we be able to clarify the issues? He replied to him, we follow the majority. If the majority declare impurity is impure, if it declare purity, it is pure. That having been said, not all descriptions are concrete and not all interpretations valid. The challenge is to distinguish between our truths and falsehoods. Truth spoken through the humble human experience, Rabbi Dr. Elisha Anchelovitz, a person from whom people seek instruction. In biblical Hebrew, the word emes is used sometimes to mean truth because it means trustworthy. Thus, when Malachi 2:6 and 7 speaks of model priest of guarded lips, from whom people seeks true Torah, Torah's emes, it speaks less of an ontological truth than of trustworthiness instruction. Psalm 19, verses 97 to 100 tells how to become a trusted person from whom others seek instruction. How I love your teaching. She is my conversation all day. She makes me wiser than my enemies. Through your commandments, for to me, she is everlasting. For all my teachers, I've learned intelligence, because I converse on your testimonies. From elders, I've learned prudence, for I've guarded your orders. We become such persons by humbly reflecting with sage's guidance on the ancient norms and living by them. The importance of experience. This is the basic truth. New norms are sageist only if we can estimate their positive outcome based on human experience with other cases. Principles in logical thinking cannot help. As Aristotle wrote, we must respect the assertions and opinions of experience and elderly people or of a prudent men, for experience has given them an eye for things, and so they see correctly. In Jewish terms, we learn from our hourly Torah tradition, Rev Cunha taught in the name of Rabbi, a true Torah was in his mouth means these matters that he heard from his teacher, misreading the meaning of the Torah. So why do moderns struggle with Torah? One reason is because we misread experiential descriptions of creation and God as historical and ontological assertions. Let us reflect for a moment on what lies behind the flood and creation stories. Nature can destroy with stormy flooding in which waters and land become intertwined. Eventually, such storms abate, daylight shines through, clouds separate from the ocean, flooding recedes, leaving new plants, and heavenly luminaries become visible, and life resumes in the calm waters, produce fish, fowl, and animals return into the land. We even contemplate how our mortal powers mirrors the power that moves the world. In some places, this is a recurrent cycle. In the Fertile Crescent, such flooding ceased to destroy civilization. Is any of this false? Are some biblical laws morally false? The other reason we struggle is because we find some biblical laws morally false, even if we are in the academic consensus of misreading biblical laws as if they were statues intended to be read literally. How can good people's attempts to address conflicting needs of empathetic compassion for all in protective or ethical interventionist warring be false? Humans as mammals will always both spare soldiers and kill civilians. The Torah tries its best to establish a norm that was the most ethical balance possible under its conditions. A norm can be false only if present technological and social economic conditions have made past inescapable evils now reasonably remediable, and yet we wickedly choose not to wisely reply age-old insights. For example, it is false to allow slave ownership in contemporary times, since current conditions both allow necessary production and the powerful to meet their greed without owned labor, and allow laborers to thrive without specific wealthy persons investing in them and their children as assets. Grounding ourselves in human experience is not false. In short, speaking experientially of existence is Emet. When we squabbling animals suffer worse under a drought, readapting hourly psychologically grounding and ethical norms is Emet. As creatures who personify everything, appreciating, praising, or praying to existence as God is Emet. Bang, howling, and bleeding like all creatures is Emet. Hey, got it. Thanks for tuning in. God bless. Good to see you. Orfeo, thanks for the comments. Jennifer, still around. God bless. Affirming the Torah as authoritative and authentic. Professor Adele Berlin. When most people say that something is true, they mean that it conforms to real events that happened in the past or present, or that it conforms to scientific fact. But that definition is problematic because both historiography, the representation of past events, and scientific knowledge are moving targets. Historiography is never objective. It is shaded to convey a message or point of view. The historian must always decide what to include and what to omit, and how to tell the story. To be sure, we can speak of historical facts. We can agree that certain things actually happened, but even these objective facts are sometimes revised in light of newer data or rethinking the old data. Science may be more objective than historiography, but scientific facts also change over time as our knowledge of the world expands and is refined. The world is no longer thought to be flat or at the center of the universe. New hypotheses, many nowadays relating to subatomic particles or the behavior of genes and cells, are conceived in order to explain things that cannot be otherwise explained. Some of these hypotheses will be proven, some modified, and some abandoned. While history and science are different disciplines, dependent on different types of data and employing different methods and criteria for arriving at conclusions. Their conclusions are not static, so I find it of limited value to measure the Torah against current knowledge of history and science, because current knowledge is never conclusive. Historical or scientific accuracy is not where I find the Torah's claim to truth. The truth of the Torah lies elsewhere, the academic realm, encountering authentic ancient traditions. The Hebrew word emet, generally translated as truth, means authentic, valid, trustworthy. The Torah is true in the sense that it is authentic tradition of Israel, the way ancient Israel understood itself and wished to present itself. It tells the story that defines the people of Israel and sets out the principles that govern its relationship with God, with members of its community, and with other people. The historian and professor R.G. Collingwood observes that the important question about any statement contained in a source is not whether it is true or false, but what it means. When we read statements in the Torah as scholars, we seek to uncover their meaning for ancient readers or listeners, to glimpse how ancient Israel understood the world, and its place in it. For that purpose, it matters little whether the facts are accurate. Indeed, accuracies by our current standards may be even more revealing about the ancient mindset. What are its values, its hope and fears, its understanding of the past? The religious realm, what Torah means to Jews. But what about when we read the Torah as observant Jews? What does it mean to them? What does it mean then? In what sense is it true? Here we enter a different realm, the realm of what the Torah has meant and means to Jews. The Torah's authoritative status, considered a divine revelation, is what has made its source of ongoing meaningfulness. Its values, its hope and fears, and its understanding of the world, indeed its every word, are not frozen in the past, but continue to shape the present. This is made possible through the art of interpretation. As we see from the very long history of Jewish interpretation, the meaning of Torah verses is elastic and the Torah is adaptable to all situations. This has been throughout the generations, beginning in biblical times when the Torah became authoritative. The Torah takes on a life of its own, and through their engagement with it, it gives eternal life to the people of Israel. That, to me, is the significance of the blessing that opened with who has given us the truth, the Torah of truth, and planted eternal life in our midst. By reciting the blessing, we affirm that the Torah is true, authoritative, or divine, and ever meaningful, and that it will preserve the Jewish people forever. So whether we read it as scholars or as observant Jews, the Torah is true, either as an authentic and valid self-representation of Israel's origins and early history, or as a primary and most authoritative source of Jewish thought, practice, and continuity. 6 criteria that inform a true Torah. Dr. Rabbi Mark Engel. The Torah is true, divinely inspired document. Since God is true, God's message to us via the Torah is a reflection of the divine truth. In what senses, though, are we to understand truth? The following 6 criteria shape our understanding of Torah as truth. 1. Truth does not mean literal understanding of the Torah text. Rabbinic tradition rejected literalism in its presentation of halacha Jewish law and said the oral Torah provides interpretations and hermeneutical rules that produce interpretations that frequently defy literal understanding of the text but form the basis of rabbinical halacha. We don't necessarily read all the narrative material literally either. At least since the days of the Rambam, most commentators do not interpret the anthropomorphic and anthropopathic text in a literal way. Indeed, in Rambam's view, it is heretical to read these passages as being literally true. 2. Truth does not mean one and only one valid answer interpretation, because all the classical rabbis understood the Torah interpretation provides a range of correct answers. There is not one and only one correct answer interpretation to every verse question. Shivim panim the Torah literally means the Torah has 70 faces, but the point is that there are multiple legitimate true interpretations. But as Rabbi Nechemiah Lebowitz wisely reminded us in many of her lectures, there are 70 faces of Torah, not 71. There is a wide range of interpretation, but not an unlimited range. Even in halakhic matter, because all recognize that there are 49 ways of permitting and 49 ways of forbidding. Truth is not limited to one and only one answer. There is a legitimate range of true answers. 3. Truth may be derived from a literary aesthetic approach to the text. Rabbi Shmuel taught that the Torah speaks in the language of humans. Words often need to be understood in a literary fashion. While the statement generally restricts interpretation based on extra words or letters in the text, it more broadly provides a way of reading Torah in a literary aesthetic framework. We need to read the Torah narratives with the literary sensitivity to detect when the text is using dramatic language or when it provides seemingly trivial details. While this does not open the gates to any or all interpretations of the text, it provides a wider range of understanding of the truth of Torah. 4. Truth of Torah must work with scientific, rational, philosophic accuracy. Rambam made clear throughout his Guide to the Perplexed that the Torah and science, reason, philosophy cannot be in conflict with Torah. Since God is the author of both science and Torah, there must be one truth that underlies both. If philosophy and reason conclude that God has no physical or emotional attributes, then the Torah must be interpreted based on this knowledge. If science has proven something to be true, the Torah cannot be interpreted in a way that violates that truth. For example, if science has demonstrated that the universe is billions of years old, then passages in the Torah that seem to conflict with the truth need to be reinterpreted. Thus, the 6 days of creation are more properly understood to be 6 phases of creation, with each phase being an extensive duration. If evolution is proven to be true, then God's creation of Adam from the dust of the earth can be understood as the beginning of the evolutionary process that took place over vast amounts of time. It is foolish and wrong to interpret the Torah in a way that makes the Torah conflict with the unequivocal truths of science and reason. 5. Truth equals divine guidance in the moral realm. The Torah provides divine wisdom that explains how we are to conduct our lives morally, yet because all the sages have already pointed out that the Torah's moral lessons are not always valid and applicable for all times. Rambam indicated that certain laws, such as those related to animal sacrifices, were given in the context of what the Israelites of the time could best understand, because all formulated that the negated or mitigated literal application of the text dealing with capital punishment and slavery. In select cases, Chazal even interpreted laws out of existence, such as they did with the laws of the wayward son, who was supposed to be executed, and the idolatrous city, which must be destroyed, declaring that they never occurred and could never occur. 6. Truth equals our best effort to apply the divine guidance of Torah to our own lives. God gave us the Torah and also gave us the human capacity to apply divine wisdom to actual life. The Torah is true in the sense that it contains divine wisdom and instruction, but its truth is subject to human understanding and interpretation. This is not to grant free rein to human reason to make Torah fit our own personal, intellectual, and moral predilections, but such an understanding should also be categorically limit the possibility of human interpretation and application. Above all, it requires an abiding faith in the ultimate wisdom and goodness of the Almighty God, giver of the Torah. Professor Rabbi David Frankel, Torah Emes, a challenge, not a given. In what sense would I consider the Torah to be Torah Emes? First, let me state unequivocally in what sense I would not. The Torah is not true, in my view, in the factual historical sense, nor do I consider all of the Torah true, at least not absolutely so. In the ethical sense, I do not believe that a woman who seeks to save her husband's life by grabbing his opponent's private parts should have her hand chopped off, or that it is an abomination for a man to have sexual relations with another man, and that such a man deserves the death penalty. Bring the Torah closer to the truth. I will interpret the concept of Torah Emes as applying, first of all, not to the written Torah on its own, but to the Torah as continuously read, interpreted, and reinterpreted by the Jewish people. It is only the Torah that is brought into dialogue with the spirit of the Jewish people in their struggle to do what is right in the eyes of God that approaches the status of truth. When the rabbis determined that the law of the rebellious son applies only for the 3 months after he turns 13, or if both parents are living and agree to prosecute him, only then he gets gluttonously in the company of a group without a single worthy person, etc. They brought the written Torah closer to the truth. The implication is that what is true about the Torah is not necessarily the content of the interpreted Torah at any given time, as much as the process. Pursuing the truth of Torah with sincerity, it is worth emphasizing the biblical emes often refers to sincerity and authenticity rather than objective truth. Thus, when Jethro recommends that Moses appoint Anshe emes, men of truth, as judges, he means to recommend people of integrity. This, what makes Torah true, is the sincerity and integrity with which one pursues the process of searching and interpreting. This is why some interpreters argue God commends Job above his friends at the end of the book. The friends of Job did not speak, which can be taken to mean truthfully as Job did. The point is not that Job's harsh accusations of God's cruelty were truer than the pious affirmation of the friends in the objective sense. Rather, Job had struggled deeply and heroically for truth. He did not simply accept traditional truths on the basis of their authoritative status when they did not cohere with the deepest conviction, and for this he is rewarded by God. The challenge of Torah Emes, finally, the truth of Torah's Emet depends upon the sincerity with which one struggles with both the written oral Torahs and with one's inner soul to find what God wants from us today. That we must say the Torah Emes is more a challenge than a given. The Torah then is truth, only to the extent that we make it so. The Torah is more than just human. Torah is dynamic truth. Judy Klistner, the distraction of verifiable empirical truth. I do not know, nor am I overly concerned with the question of how much of the Torah is historically or scientifically true. On the one hand, it's clear to me that some of the Bible's claims, if taken literally, are at odds with scientific truth. For example, given what we know about the origins of the universe, it would be impossible to support a literal reading of the Bible's account of the world created in 6 days. On the other hand, it is also clear that the Bible does include a good deal of verifiable truth. We have ample archaeological evidence to support the existence of several rulers mentioned in the kings, biblical cities, and much else. But I believe the emphasis on verifiable empirical truth, a tendency exhibited by both traditionalists and critics, largely misses the point. Rigorous study uncovers multidimensional truths. I believe that at its core, the Bible's truth are religious and moral. In profound ways, the Bible's truth address the complexities of the human condition. Do we need to claim that serpents once had the power of speech in order to understand the deep meanings of the eternal workings of the human temptations? Long ago, biblical commentators suggested that we do not. When Rambam based his Talmudic opinion claimed that a biblical character, Job, never existed as a historical figure, he did not deny nor in any way diminish the enduring truth of the story in which God's creatures cry out in pain and outrage in the face of unjust human suffering. To me, Torah Emes means that the Bible is comprised of multidimensional eternal truths about humanity in relation to itself and in relation to God. I believe that the truths are accessible on many levels and different ways depending on the skills and sensibilities brought by its readers. The more rigorously one studies and the more one's authentic self is brought to the effort, the more of the Bible's truth will be uncovered. Disturbing passages in the Bible, but sometimes the messages we uncover do not seem to be true in the sense described above, and dissonances arise between ethical sensibilities of the literal meaning of the text. When such dissonances are legal in nature, the oral law steps in, often interpreting laws in a radical way. Prime example is the law of the rebellious son who must be put to death, which has been interpreted in such a way as to have no practical application whatsoever. But disturbing messages are found not only in the Bible's legal sections, at times they're evident in the narrative portions as well. Tanakh at eye level, reading narrative without preconceived notions. Our approach is to reread the difficult narratives in as straightforward a way as possible before approaching them, as we set aside all preconceptions, even those that stem from traditional readings from earlier generations whose observable truths were very different from our own. In Israel, this approach is called Bible at eye level. For instance, throughout much of history, God's pronouncement to the woman in the Garden of Eden was used as prescriptive or even axiomatic. To your husband is your desire, and he shall rule over you. Such reading was supported by the discernible realities of most readers, yet when the same words are reread through a more profound prism, in which gender equality is not only possible but desirable, we are likely to note the descriptive rather than the prescriptive nature of the pronouncement, especially given the context of the descriptive pronouncement to man in the garden. With this new lens, God's declarations of man's dominance over woman may be seen as a persistent yet lamentable reality open to appeal and reversal. Narratives as conversation partners and subversive sequels. Another helpful approach is to view certain stories as conversational partners. Often narratives borrow each other's language and themes, sometimes to reinforce and interpret one another, and sometimes to challenge and even overturn one another. I have termed these inversions subversive sequels. When we tune into the Bible's internal discussion, we note that the Bible often revisits its difficult statements and then broadens the conversation on the subject by reworking them in new direction. The Bible thus refuses to offer a static truth. To return to the example of man's control over woman as presented in Genesis 3, Unitarian Bible scholar Phyllis Tribble finds the Bible's own subversive rejoinder in the Song of Songs. In the song's New Revised Garden, the woman declares, "I am to my beloved, and his desires for me." The desire presented in Genesis, that of woman for man, is now reversed. It is now the man who has desire for the woman, but more significant is the redefinition of the desire itself. No longer desire is used as a mean of control. It is now presented as a vehicle for greater mutuality and passion in the male-female relationship. Viewed in this light, God's statement in Genesis of a man's control of woman is now part of a larger and deeper biblical conversation on the topic of gender relations. A dynamic work. To my mind, both the legal and narrative sections of the Bible are wonderfully dynamic. We, the Bible's readers, are called upon to do our part, carefully reading and rereading the text and uncovering its artfully constructed internal dialogues. While not all questions will find answers, we are bound to discover ever-increasing layers of fresh and relevant meanings. The more we mind for meaning, the more likely we are to agree with the words of the psalmist who declare the Torah's words to be enduring, enlighteningly, and abidingly true. A Torah of Core Truths. Professor Rabbi Andrea Weiss. Sibling rivaling power and politics, the grandeur of nature, the resilience of the human heart. These are but a few of the truths about the world and human condition articulated with artistry and clarity in the Bible. This sacred document, ink on parchment, copied again and again for over 2,000 years, captures truths about what it means to be human being and part of the people of Israel bound in conventional relationship with God. A source of hope. Deuteronomy 33, your God will restore your fortunes and take you back in love and gather you in, and your God will bring you to the land of your ancestors possessed. These verses, like so many others, tell a story lived out by subsequent generations. Those who experienced firsthand the Torah's truth and power, exiles who wept by the rivers of Babylon and returned and rebuilt the land promised long ago, medieval mystics who never lost hope traverse its dusty roadways, women and men with will and a dream make an ancient homeland bloom. A source of comfort, Exodus. In God showed him a piece of wood. He threw it in the water, and the bitter water became sweet. The parents of a 26-year-old woman struck by a car weep as they embrace the middle-aged mother, kept alive by their daughter's beating heart. The widow, the cancer survivor, the employee, the unexpected laid off. They move forward, one foot in front of the other, trusting that someday, somehow. In the Psalm, those who sow in tears will reap in joy. A source of justice. In Amos, hate evil and love good, and establish justice in thy gate. An indefatigable attorney secures the release of a man who spent 6 years on death row for a murder he did not commit. Volunteers at a soup kitchen, marches at a protest, people who speak up and take action in countless ways. They know the Exodus, you should not wrong or oppress a stranger, for you were strangers in the land of Egypt. And a source of awe. In Psalm 8:4, when I see your heavens, the work of your fingers, the moon and the stars that you establish, what is a human that you should be mindful of him, and immortal that you should take note of him? Astronaut Jim Lovell peers at the Earth from the outside space, how insignificant we really are, but then how fortunate we are to have this body and to be able to enjoy living here amongst the beauty of the earth itself. A source of reaffirmation, Genesis 1:7, God created the human in his image. In the image of God, he created him, male and female created him. Every act of generosity, every act of ingenuity, every moment of being alive and striving to make a difference in the world reaffirms these foundational works. These are but a few reasons the Torah merits the title Torah of Truth. And Rabbi Daniel Gordis, a Torah that truly continues to sustain. I occasionally look back with amusement on the period of my life, mostly college and graduate school, in which I was overwhelmingly preoccupied with questions of revelation and authority of Torah, particularly given the challenges presented by biblical criticism. Finding a solution to the challenge, one both intellectually honest and with the power to provide theological underpinning to my halakhic commitment, seemed critically important. Today, that project strikes me as both impossible and unnecessary. Central, though it is too much of Jewish theology, revelation cannot be proven, nor though can we disprove the notion that at some point in history God shared with the Jewish people insight, command, or presence, whatever each of us may choose to call it. Yearning for God's presence, if those not infrequent moments when Torah provides what feels like unparalleled access to the divine, I sense a God who gave us a true Torah, love, which commands, inspires, directs, and infuses life with meaning and can nothing else, seemed the apt metaphor. 30 years after my preoccupation with the command and authority, I find myself yearning not for certainty, but for a presence, not for knowledge, but for soul. Moreover, in a world increasingly detached from its moral moorings, something about the timelessness of the Torah's profound millennial-old social vision seems to me no less miraculous than any revelatory moment could be. A fundamental thrust towards human equality, reverence for the divine and human as ends in themselves, the centrality of the family, a focus on ritual as key to fashioning moments of sanctity. All those are increasingly eroded in today's world, although there are, of course, aspects of Torah which strike us as morally troubling. The Torah's fundamental insights on the matters listed above is also part of what I mean by gave us the Torah of truth. The Torah has proven itself to be sine qua non of Jewish survival. Communities anchored in Torah have survived for thousands of years, while communities tethered loosely or not at all have ultimately joined the dust heap of Jewish history. Is to me yet another meaning of Torah Emet, the siren-like allure of theological certainties. Despite the attraction of theological certainties, their allure is like that of Homer's sirens, leading to the deathly danger. Given what we are now witness to when communities are built on foundation of theological certainty, I still prefer to struggle to hear God's voice more in the search than in the command. Revelation through performance of mitzvah. I find myself attracted to Franz Rosenzweig's notion that it's actually through the performance of mitzvah that one might come to hear God's commanding voice. Revelation, derivative of mitzvah, and not the classical verse, renders a Jewish life less certain, but also more nuanced than the common understandings of what truth and revealed mean. The uncertainty about revelation inherent in this position used to distress me, but it no longer does. We need religious life that seeks not epistemological certainty, but communities of learning and practice in which the modes of discourse and manners comportment create an abiding sense of God's presence and thus command. In those fleeting moments of success, we are blessed to feel the embrace of Torah Emet, the truth of Torah that has for millennial been the source of our substance and survival. And finally, Torah is not only a human creation. Rabbi David Wolpe. When discussing the nature of Torah, we had best consider the limitations of human understanding. A 2-year-old cannot understand an adult. The gap between God and human beings is greater than the gap between a 2-year-old and an adult, and yet we make pronouncements of God all the time as if we understood the nature of God. We pretend that Torah was created in ways we grasp, that is, written by human beings, seem clear to me. Modern study has demonstrated that to anyone who is guided by evidence rather than prayer or faith, commitment. Yet I believe, based on history, tradition, and my own study, that the divine suffuses the text, breathes through it, speaks to us by way of its rocky and unsettled theories. The infinite capacity of Torah to relate to each generation is not happenstance, but a property of its mysterious depth and height. Resisting the reductionism of only, I resist the reductionism of only. People are not only animals, prayer is not only poetry, and Torah is not only a human creation. Judaism helped teach the world that greatest reality is that which one cannot see. The Torah cannot be captured in the netting of critical studies alone, and yet in an age of comparative cultural, linguistic, and archaeological studies, neither can we deny its material origins in this world. It is limited and endless cosmic creation that submits to a microscope. Torah is something better than perfect. It is our problematic tree of life to be struggled with, submitted to, awestruck by. Learning more about the origin does not limit its effects. Torah has transformed human history and retains the power in an instance or over a lifetime to transform a soul. Okay, so that was almost 2 hours of reading those. So there was a lot there. I thought I'd go through all of that, and if I lost all my viewership and anyone's still listening, I appreciate that and hope they gain from this. But yeah, I wanted to go through a whole spectrum of rabbis talking about what they understand truth to mean. So let me say Kriya Shema, and I have a few other papers I want to read through. So I lost Samish at the beginning. I had some other stuff, but I had hours and hours of rabbinic stuff, a lot of information here. And, so just that large overview of how various contemporary rabbis conceive truth, that in juxtaposition to the Frege Hilbert controversy. As we say at the end of Kriya Shema, Adonai Elohechem Emes, Hashem, your God, is true. Truth, Emes is used quite a bit in the prayer service. Okay, so it's a big topic. I've been going 3 weeks now on truth, and we'll see. I might even, I could probably go the whole summer on this topic. So let's look at just some scholarly articles on truth. Yes, so Orfeo, thanks for your comments. I've been missing them. I always check them back and read them the next day. Just got so much material I wanted to cover. So let's look at Rabbi David Novak, the role of dogma in Judaism. Judaism regulates action more strictly than it does the formulation and expression of thought. Action is the immediate subject of communal norms, whereas thought, although formulated in common language, is still more in the domain of individual insight. This does not mean that one can affirm or deny anything one chooses and still remain part of the traditional Jewish community. The greatest Jewish theologian of our century, to my mind, was the late Franz Rosenzweig, who always had the gift of uttering much with little. He once noted that Judaism has dogmas but no dogmatics. What he meant was that although Judaism certainly affirms a number of truths, what one would call official doctrines or dogmas, the affirmations, are not ordered in their own independent systems, which itself has the collective authority of its parts. Of course, various Jewish theologians, usually under the influence of some philosophical system, have tried to construct the dogmatics of Judaism, but none of these dogmatics would be termed a Summa Theologica Judaica, or in a sense the similar terms that have used in the history of Christian theology. All of these efforts, as impressive as some of them have been, could essentially characterized as individual schematizations of traditional Jewish teachings, nothing more. Rosenzweig's remarks, which I believe is correct, is a rejection of the two other views of the role of dogma and dogmatics in Judaism. On the one hand, it rejects a view shared by some Orthodox and many secular Jews, ironically enough, that Judaism is only a system of behavior, revealed legislation, in the famous phrase of the Enlightenment Jewish philosopher Moses Mendelssohn. They do differ, nevertheless, in the specific question of how much behavior is necessarily Jewish, the Orthodox insisting on both rituals and ethics, the secularists emphasizing ethics and subordinating rituals to it, if not virtually eliminating it altogether. My later revered teacher, Avram Yeshua Heschel, dubbed this approach religious behavioralism, the term being chosen for its denotation and its pejorative connotation. On the other hand, Rosenzweig is rejecting a view held by most liberal Jews, namely that Judaism as a system is to be found in its teachings rather than its law. Ideally, indeed, Rosenzweig's essay was written as a critique of the apologetic thinking specified as found in Leo Beck's influential statement of liberal theology. Clearly, dogmas are not just propositions but laws, in the sense that they are propositions to be affirmed. Rosenzweig's prime example is the Jewish prayer book, the liturgical order whose structure and content are dealt with within Jewish law with the same meticulous care in dealing with the keeping of Sabbath or the payment of debts or any other area of human action. Following Rosenzweig, it would seem that the liberal error is an attempt to construct Jewish dogmatics outside of the law, and the error of the Orthodox and secularist behaviorist is to attempt to construct the Jewish dogmatics without dogmas. One might conclude that Judaism does have a systematic structure or dogmatic, since the halacha is a structure of the commandments and the awareness of the law requires certain truths to be affirmed as dogmas and their denials to be rejected as heresies. This would seem to suggest, therefore, that dogmas are a subset of halacha. To be sure, Maimonides did begin his great code of law, Mishnah Torah, with major dogmatic treatises, the laws pertaining to the foundation of Torah, but even Maimonides' dogmatics never achieved the authoritative force that most practical aspects of halakha magna opus did. Moreover, none of his halakhic successors resumed or initiated any such grand dogmatic project. Most of the great masters of halakha after Maimonides were not dogmaticians or even theologians in the strict sense. They conferred their intellectual attention to writing responsa or commentary. Their occasional forelays into theology were usually homiletical. This does not mean that theological issues did not interest them or enter into their work or responding and commenting, but that they were dealt with more as an accompaniment to the business of law than to the independent discipline. The greatest project of Jewish theology after Maimonides was the Kabbalah, especially the Zohar and the works it inspired, but it was developed for the most part by thinkers who were not distinguished as masters of the law, and even when masters of the law were also Kabbalistic theologians, they managed to keep the two disciplines separate and distinct. Furthermore, Kabbalah, like the theological system of Maimonides, never achieved the status of the classical, that is, rabbinic dogma. Indeed, there have been pro and anti-Kabbalists until this present day, both of whom have been considered very much legitimate members of the traditional Jewish communities, both subordinate to the law. The same could not be said of the pro and anti-Maimonidists. Traditionalist Jewish thinkers would regard this as both a correct assessment of Judaism and a good thing about Judaism as well. For it means that Judaism regulates action more strictly than it does the formulation and expression of thought. Action is the immediate subject of communal norms, whereas thought, although formulated in a common language, is still more in the domain of individual insight. This does not mean that one can affirm or deny anything one chooses and still remain part of the traditional Jewish community, but the limitations are more negative limits than first principles in the Aristotelian sense. Thus, for example, Baruch Spinoza, the most famous Jewish heretic in the modern sense of non-believer, was excommunicated by the rabbinic authorities of Amsterdam because he expressed thoughts explicitly denied traditional Jewish practice. This was practically manifested by the fact that Spinoza himself had abandoned the various religious practice to such an extent that he no longer even lived among the Jews when he was finally excommunicated. Had Spinoza remained in the Jewish community and been more pious, at least in public, and had he not so directly challenged the dogmas mandated by the law, the rabbis of Amsterdam could have probably tolerated him as a member of the normative community. The emphasis on the action over thought is one that finds instant sympathy in the modern world, in which even traditionalist theologians must speak and write. It seems to be consistent with the democratic notions about freedom of opinion. It also finds similar sympathy with those desiring the political climate most conducive to a philosophically receptive culture, a desire going back to the archetypal philosopher Socrates. It will be recalled that Socrates was willing to accept communal authority in the practical realm, while at the same time insisting upon freedom in the theoretical realm. The question before us is how Judaism formulates dogma. The dogma is mandated by halakha, such as the transcendence of God, divine creativity, providence, judgment, human freedom of choice, the election of Israel, the revelation of the Torah, the eschatology of the advent of the Messiah, and the resurrection of the dead in the world to come. All have been formulated in the classical rabbinic sources and canonized in traditional liturgy. That they require continual explication and that this explication has wide latitude, few would deny, but there does not seem to be room for any genuine innovation here in the traditional Judaism. At this level, radical innovation would fundamentally sever the tradition. The real question is how the authoritative structure of halakha could be correlated with theological speculation, and they are indeed correlated, if for no other reason than that we have commanded by the Torah to love the Lord God with all our powers, practical, emotional, intellectual. Furthermore, this is demonstrated by the fact that in the formative rabbinical period, the greatest masters of the law were also the great masters of theological speculation, agada, and that each pursuit informed the other on many key issues. At the present time, there appear to be three correlations of halakha and theology in the traditionalist Jewish world, a world defined by the acceptance of the full authority of the law, irrespective of the political groupings in Jewry. Let's briefly outline the first two, stipulate why they seem inadequate, and then explicate more fully the third correlation. The first correlation is that of undoubtedly the most influential traditionalist theologian today, Rabbi Joseph B. Soloveitchik. In his seminal 1944 essay, Halakhic Man, Soloveitchik posits their thesis in which halakha is Jewish theology when properly understood as an unified system. For Soloveitchik, halakha is what God reveals as the true structure of the world. The theoretical task is to grasp the intelligibility inherent in this eternal view of the world in the sense of pure mathematics. The practical task is to direct this intelligibility to the problems of the world at hand in the sense of applied mathematics. Soloveitchik's great appeal to many thoughtful traditionalist Jews is largely the result of the clarity and consistency in his basic thesis, the philosophical sophistication he seems to employ, and the faithful hermeneutic it has given him in explicating many classical Jewish texts in his long career as the most compelling teacher. The Achilles heel in this approach, however, is history. Not only is it ahistorical in the sense that many pre-modern theologies were ahistorical or prehistorical, it is anti-historical. As such, it can be seriously faulted both by internal and external criteria. In terms of internal criteria, namely halakha itself, the facts show the decidedly non-mathematical type of system, far more akin to one of precedent like English common law than the legal system of the Roman codes, which strove to be deductively constructed more geometrically. In other words, the recognition of historical development is one which halakha itself makes. It is not the imposition of modern critical scholars, although external conditions certainly made the explication of the historicity of Judaism a more pressing need. In terms of the external criteria, one must theologize with a wider cultural context if one is to speak of Jews who have been exposed to it and who inevitably speak its language. Soloveitchik clearly recognizes his extensive use of neo-Kantian philosophy, especially its philosophy of science and mathematics, and it's worth noting that these Orthodox Jews who have rejected all contact with non-Jewish thought as heresy breeding have rejected Soloveitchik with particular vehemence. If one acknowledges the wider cultural context in which one theologizes, one cannot select one part of it and reject others without giving theology a decided arbitrary cast. Soloveitchik, who has indeed dismissed attempts to deal with halakha and the rest of Judaism historically, seem to be, on the other hand, adapting a modern language taken in the Wittgensteinian sense of a language game, and on the other hand, arbitrarily eliminating some of the most basic vocabulary and conceptuality. Some elimination a priori is a very different procedure from theologically critical reworking, appropriating material from the external culture. All this creates a major credibility problem for the Soloveitchik's theology. The same anti-historical tendency, although here it is more implicit, characterizes the approach of Rabbi Adin Steinsaltz, one of the most committed Kabbalists today, as distinguished from historians of Kabbalah like the late Gershom Schoen. Steinsaltz, best known as the modern commentator on the Talmud, has also presented a modern restatement of Kabbalistic theology, the 13-petaled rose. In this work, he has attempted to reformulate the basic Kabbalistic doctrine that the Torah is an elaborate and systematic corpus symbolicum of the divine life itself, even in the passages where the Torah seems to be concerned with rather mundane matters. In other words, whereas from Soloveitchik's theology is halakha, for Steinsaltz, halakha is theology, if essentially conceived as, namely, theology in its original sense. Like Soloveitchik, Steinsaltz skillfully uses the language of modern science and mathematics, in his case, the language of atomic physics. Needless to say, history qua development as and change a posteriori cannot play any role in this theology, and does not. Along these lines, I do not think it is accidental that when the modern Jewish historical approach known as the Wissenschaft des Judentums was being formulated and applied in the 19th century, its most vehement opponents were the Hasidic masters of Eastern Europe, whose theology was heavily Kabbalistic. There seems little doubt that no Jewish theology can eliminate the component of historical development and still speak of any modern language. Nevertheless, without some limitation of the role of historic descriptiveness in Jewish discourse, it would seem that all we have left is law. It is deadly because theology must deal with truths to be affirmed. If history is concerned with truth, theology is concerned with truth as normative, or as we might say, continuing the German nomenclature vias Eigenlicht sein soll. In other words, theology must in some way speak with some conviction about the word of God. That normative affirmation itself presupposes finitude in the sense that a finite number of truths are to be affirmed and all other competing affirmations are to be denied as false. Since theology is normative and not just empirical, its choice of affirmations is not tentative in the sense of being refutable by as yet unknown data. This does not mean that theological statements are not correctable. Theologians are not prophets. Correctability is based on reinterpretation, not experimentation. History, conversely, when striving to approximate what is believed to be the certitude of the natural sciences by becoming social science, seems to presuppose infinity. There seems to be an infinite number of possible historical data on the horizon. As such, all historical affirmations are only tentative empirical descriptions, subject to immediate revision based on any new data not yet known or not yet properly considered. When a historical approach to theology is adopted, we seem to have the following scenario. A theologian says Judaism affirms so-and-so, whereas a historian counters, but at time X, Y affirms Z, Z being the opposite of W. This historian's counterpoint seems to entail the assumption that the only authoritative statements in theology must be statable in the universal propositions of deductive logic, that is, all A is B. Of course, one is precluded from making any such statements because it can only be proposed a priori, and historians can only speak a posteriori. Following this view, theology is impossible because one cannot even speak of Judaism as a coherent essence, but only of Judaisms. This type of historicist reasoning strove to approximate the certitude of the natural sciences, is assumed that its criterion of truth is verifiability. In this view of science, propositions depict empirically accessible reality, either correctly or incorrectly. It is the empiricist reworking the old medieval formula, veritas est adequatio intellectus ad rem. An experiment is supposed to prove, that is, demonstrate whether any such scientific depiction is correct or incorrect. It is correct if it covers all the data. It is incorrect if it does not. Logically, if it is not chronologically, the theory always generalizes from the data. Thus, verifiability and inductive reasoning are two sides of the same intellectual coin. The data include the theory that and can instantly destroy it in the same way that the infinite includes and the finite and obliterates it in the Hegelian Affenbung. It is thus understandable why this view of truth, best known as logical positivism, could not tolerate metaphysics, ethics, or theology because the truth they purport to express is clearly not verifiable in this narrowly empiricist sense. Like all positivisms, this one too claims to be employing Occam's razor. It is one thing when that razor cuts off redundant cultural bulk. It is quite another when it severs the cultural jugular vein, leaving us to bleed a nihilistic death. Hey, Samish, thanks for listening. God bless. Have a great night.
I didn't get that. Could you try again?
When one looks at the work of Karl Popper and the philosophy of science, it becomes apparent as he himself has not tired of emphasizing in always polemically charged writings that is the view of truth is greatly flawed. It simply is not what the scientific community does in its work which it must be admitted, however grudgingly, by theologians and other non-scientists, is the most impressive intellectual achievement of the modern world. As Popper has convincingly pointed out, the criterion of scientific truth is not verifiability but falsibility. The difference is crucial. Scientific theories are not verifiable in the sense of direct correspondence to data per se. This means that a scientific model is not a generalization, not even a generalization by anticipation. It is rather an intellectual construct, hence mathematically conceived a priori, which attempts to solve a problem or a group of problems facing the community of scientific discourse. Naturally, the model must pertain to the data that are involved in the particular discursive problem at hand. The model would be inadequate as a solution to the problem at hand if it could not do as much as constitute the data in its conceptuality. And if the very data so constituted by the model a priori turned out to contradict what the model necessarily asserts, then the model has thereby been falsified. Verifiability presupposes an infinite range of data on the horizon, whereby falsibility presumes a finite, temporarily bound selected range of data at hand. And that finitude is due to the necessarily selective nature of any range of human discourse within time. It can only effectively handle those questions which bother it. This discursive social element is the crucial mediating factor here between the model proposed by the individual scientist and the data he or she is attempting to explain. Finally, since logical positivism and historicism are linked by their common reliance on the verifiability theory of truth, Popper rejected the latter with the same vehemence as he rejected the former, actually with more, since he saw historicism at the heart of a number of modern political evils. Following Popper's lead, Thomas Kuhn has shown how this change in basic scientific orientations, paradigms as he calls them, is less due to external empirical factors than to internal discursive factors. Thus, there is now a three-point relation between the scientific community and the scientific discourse and the data at hand. For positivists and idealists, conversely, there's only a two-point relation. For positivists, the mind of the thinker essentially follows the infinite external world. For idealists, the external world is projected from the infinite mind of the thinker, and both have marked tendency to see the world as a social discourse as being essentially epiphenomenal. Furthermore, if history aspires to the intelligence of the natural scientist, and if the current philosophical estimation of the natural scientist now recognizes their true context to be a purposive, problem-solving human discourse, then history becomes more an appreciation of still developing human discourse in Michael Polanyi's sense of being personal knowledge. It would seem that Dilthey's unique 19th century demarcation between the methods of natural Wissenschaften and Geisteswissenschaften is no longer valid. Therefore, history and even the natural sciences are now closer to what theology has always been, namely the study of the discourse of a particular living community in the present, moving to the future and appropriating as much of the past as the problematics of this movement require. They're distinguished more by their respective subject matters and less by their respective methodologies. All of them have normative thrust, although theology's normative thrust is much more explicit and is more explicitly normative thrust, which enables theology to include history in its project in a way that history cannot include theology per se. That is constructive theology as opposed to historical theology, the latter being essentially historical, not a theological enterprise in essence. Theology's agenda is one in which deals with the problems of the community of faith faces here and now, problems with which it must adequately deal, if not actually overcome, if it is to maintain both its authority and its credibility in the modern world. If the community's intellectual leaders shirk from their responsibility here and now, the people will be forced to seek out other authority to deal with these inescapable problems. In this sense, history is needed for precedents, and the critical study of history broadens and deepens the range of these precedents. But the function of judgment, which can only be that of present authority, is itself not historical per se. It is not simply the consequent of past antecedent, rather includes the past, prehending in a Whitehead sense an inclusion not just subjectively eclectic, but one bound by objective canons. History is thus included in the theological circle in much the same way as the material cause is included in the final cause in Aristotelian philosophy. It is important to comprehend, moreover, that the recognition of the essential finitude involved in the process of making temporal conditions normative judgments is itself an issue of faith that saves theology from arrogant triumphalism, from the oft-times blasphemous impressions that is the voice is God's last words. When theology does that, attempting to permanently subsume the transcendent with its own immanent utterances, it thereby denies its own doctrines of redemption. If the final word is to be God's, then all human utterances must be tentative before the final redemption is with us. As the famous rabbinic dictum put it, Rabbi Tarfon said, the time is short, the work is far greater, the worker is incompetent, the reward is much, and the master of the house presses us on. It is not for you to complete the work, but you are not permitted to desist from it either. The problems facing the Jewish religious community are twofold: practical and theoretical. Practical questions, which are the more evident issues of halakha, are more specific in that they entail matters which require immediate judgment and which affect a larger number of the members of the community. An example of such a practical problem today would be how to determine the point of death of a brain-diminished patient attached to a respirator and other life-sustaining or death-prolonging equipment. Past precedents can be invoked, but authoritative judgment in the present must do a great deal more than simply deduce conclusions from them. Modern medical technology has literally thrown too many new factors into the situation at hand. Since for traditionalist Jews, these questions have opened up a new area for halakhic judgment. These judgments show halakha to be a developing yet orderly process. Theoretical questions, on the other hand, are more general and less evident in the lives of most of the members of the faith community. They call for a broader dialectic effort on the part of theologians, requiring them to show how aspects of various non-Jewish philosophies, ideologies, and theologies are compatible with traditional doctrine, and to show how others are not, either partially or totally, especially when they explicitly or even implicitly deny the legitimacy of Judaism. That denial can either be by means of outright condemnation or the relegation of Judaism to the status of a historical relic. In the latter dialectical function, theology must show how these external points of view are inadequate in terms of their own claims and criteria and meaning and truth, over and above showing how they do not understand Judaism at all. In other words, it must employ the method of philosophical dialectic. Going back to Socrates, for example, one could show how Freud's theory of human sexuality is compatible with Judaism, even illuminating many traditional discussions about human sexuality. As for Freud's atheism, however, it would have to be shown, among other things, that it is not necessarily entailed by Freud's psychology. If theology shirks from this dialectic responsibility, it leaves the faithful with two-truth epistemology with all its absurdities. Looking at the practical perspective as one pole of the theoretical perspective as the other pole, one might characterize Judaism as containing a field of normativity delimited by these two poles. The practical pole is halakha, the theoretical pole theology. How they are related in dealing with the Jewish problematic can be best seen by looking at the most important classical source of Jewish normativity, the Babylonian Talmud. In the Babylonian Talmud, much more often than not, issues of concern are presented in the form of a dispute between the ancient authorities. The subject matter of the particular dispute will determine the type of methodological question to be asked. If one begins with a situation where two different practices are being advocated, then the question to be raised is the difference in theory. Conversely, if one begins with a situation where two different theories are being advocated, then the question to be raised is the practical difference. In many practical cases, the answer to the question about theoretical distinctions is to offer a judicial principle which itself is not theological. Nevertheless, although such judicial principles might not be immediately theological, they can be seen as leading to a broader theological principle in the background. Along these lines, Maimonides defines Talmud as a method to understand the immediately practical and ultimately theoretical meaning of revelation and tradition. For him, it is to understand and discern the end of something from its beginning and to infer one thing from another, to compare one thing to another, and it includes those subjects called pardes. Pardes, a vague rabbinic term, which probably originally means something like theosophy, where Maimonides includes speculation about divine creation of the universe and speculation about the vision recorded in Ezekiel, connotating metaphysics. It indicates Maimonides reworking of basic rabbinic terms along the lines of Aristotelian Neoplatonic philosophy. Thus, we see how legal reasoning does lead to the ontological concerns of theology if examined deeply enough. In utilizing the work of Popper and Kuhn and the philosophy of science, similar to Maimonides' critical and selective use of the work of Plato, Aristotle, Ibn Sina, and Al-Farabi for purposes of Jewish theology, I propose that although halakha cannot verify every or even most theological statements, in that these statements are often far more than rationales for specific commandments, it can falsify them. By this I mean that theology, in order to be adequate, let alone sufficient for Judaism, cannot fail to properly constitute a priori an aspect of Judaism as persistent and indispensable as halakha. It cannot do in any more than a scientific hypothesis can dismiss a prior or inadequately constitute data which has been persistent in the discourse of their own scientific community, the community to whom they are to primarily address, and still claim to be speaking the same language. As an a priori dismissal of this kind can be done in one of three ways. It can act as if the data never existed. In our case, that would be tantamount to absurdly asserting that Judaism has no law and never did have one. It can refer to the data in such a way as to destroy their essence. That was epitomized by the remark of the liberal Jewish thinker Mordecai Kaplan about the law having a vote, but not a veto. However, since halakha is operative law, and operative law by definition has authority, that is a veto, this is tantamount to saying that Jewish law is not law. In other words, this approach violates the very phenomenological integrity of the law. Finally, an a priori dismissal can be by means of abrogating and making new law to replace the old law. This is what the church did when it changed the traditional Jewish practice of conversion as recorded in Acts 15. This was both a practical decision and a theoretical judgment, the latter being a radical reconception of what the election of the people of God is to be. When this happens, the field of Jewish normativity has in truth been broken. The realm of common Jewish discourse is rent asunder, and although we see the most immediately at the practical end of the field, its ramifications extend to the farthest reaches of the theoretical end of the field. The Jewish-Christian schism, which we have all inherited, it seems to me, can only be understood within the twofold perspective. Without this, the schism seems either too abstract viewed from the practical side alone, or too mundane when viewed from the theoretical side alone. The schism did not occur because Judaism affirmed the law and Christianity denied it, but rather because Christianity put forth its own new law as part of its new covenant, and understanding dogma as a subset of halakha rather than a set of independent propositions directly descriptive of an immediate experience, eternal reality, even if metaphysical rather than physical, would seem to be almost as true about Christianity as it is about Judaism, if one follows the argument recently put forward by George Lindbeck in his widely discussed book, The Nature of Doctrine. Is not Lindbeck asserting that Christian doctrine is necessarily correlated with Christian halakha? He writes, I shall briefly compare regulative and propositional approaches and suggest that the former has advantages not only because it can give a more plausible account than can the alternatives of the prominence of doctrine amid historical change, but also for the traditional and yet modern sounding reason that makes church doctrines more effectively normative by relating them more closely to practice. Judaism has norms, and these norms have structure called halakha. It admits and encourages theological speculation and the intellectual freedom it needs to thrive. Although the speculation is more than halakha, it is never to be less than it. Thus, if speculative theology's statement either directly denies an halakhically constituted dogma or Judaism, or undergirds a rejection of distortion of halakha in part or wholly, then it has been thereby falsified. Hence, regarding any theology, one might say that halakha is a necessary but not the sufficient condition for its validity in the traditional Judaism. Hey, Oswald, thanks for tuning in. Yeah, God bless. That article quoted Spengler. It didn't quote, but it sourced Spengler as one of the views towards truth. Samish, appreciate you tuning in. Always willing to talk or, take your feedback. So, yeah, that Novak article was pretty intense, trying to tie a lot of these different issues together of a Judaic theological view of truth as opposed to a scientific view of truth, or even trying to unify the two versions of truth. So, some of this is pretty complicated. It's a natural progression of my research. Oh, and Oswald, just to mention, I've been organizing my dad's library, and I saw he had Spengler's, I forget the name of his books now. I think he had in 2 volumes, the big Spengler book, he had an old, like, 2-volume set. It looked pretty old, like an older version. And I think he had a 3rd Spengler book too. So I have to look at that. And maybe if I have time, I'll try to read through them. Okay, so let's keep it going. A lot of research, a lot to cover. We'll see how much energy I have to keep on going. I could probably, these are long articles, and if I go through all of them, it would probably take me, till like 1 or 2 in the morning. But so here we have Torah Study and Truth in Medieval Ashkenazic Rabbinic Literature and Thought by Ephraim Kanarfogel. So here we're going to have a lot of medieval Jewish sources on the topic. Yeah, I mean, you've mentioned that like 100 times. So I'm going to my reading, but yeah, I mean, you've mentioned that like 100 times already. So, hopefully I'll have time to read through that. But let's keep it going. And here, so I read the recent rabbis. Just like 1 page or small article on their understanding of truth. Then this Novak article on philosophical theological determinations of truth. I haven't had a chance to mention it to my dad, so I was just organizing the library. I didn't have a chance to ask my dad. My dad's like almost always busy, so I may not even have a chance to ask him about it. But I'll try when I get a chance. But presumably I could read the books or look through them. So I don't have the books. I never bought them. I could read them online. So I just noticed my dad owns them. So maybe I'll read through them. If I have a chance, I'll ask my dad if he read them, or he could have just bought it and never read it. But so we'll see. Torah Study and Truth in Medieval Ashkenazic Rabbinic Literature and Thought, Ephraim Kanarfogel. In a well-known passage in commentary to Eruvin 13b, Reb Yom Tov ben Avram al-Ishvili, the Ritva interprets the Talmudic phrase characterizing the halakhic debate between Beit Hillel and Beit Shammai. These and those are the words of the living God, Elu ve'elu divrei Elokim Chaim, by citing an early rabbinic discussion in northern France. The rabbis of northern France asked, how is it possible that both views are the words of the living God, since one prohibits and one permits? They answered that when Moses ascended to the heavens and received the Torah, he was shown every halakhic aspect of Torah, 49 ways to prohibit and 49 ways to permit. Moses queried the Almighty about this, how the halakha should be determined, and he indicated that the final halakhic ruling, would be given to the scholars of Israel in every generation, and the decision would be theirs. Ritva concludes that this is the correct exoteric interpretation of the Talmudic passage in Eruvin, and adds that an esoteric explanation can be found within mystical thought. The discussion cited by the Ritva appears, in fact, in the Tosfos Rabbanim Peretz to Eruvin. Indeed, the Tosfos Peretz Ben Elijah of Corbeil notes that this interpretation is to be found within the earlier Tosfos of his teacher, Rabbi Hilbert Paris, who had located in an unnamed midrash. The most likely source of Rav Kiel's interpretation is the passage in Midrash Shoher Tov to Psalm 12:7. The expressions "the Almighty" are exceedingly pure expressions, in which early Palestinian Amorim described how even youngsters in the days of David and Saul and Samuel could present 49 different analyses of whether a substance was ritually pure or impure, and that this ability was retained by the Tanoim Rav Meir, and Sumchus ben Yosef, the Talmud in Eruvin 13b, just prior to his characterization of the argument of Beit Hillel and Beit Shammai, makes a similar statement about Rav Meir and Sumchus. Rabbi Hilbert Paris was suggesting that more than one legitimate halakhic truth implicit in the conflict between Beis Hillel and Beis Shammai may be best understood against the even larger number of halakhic truths that were established at Sinai, a backdrop to which the Talmudic sugya itself was alluding. Tosfos Rabbeinu Peretz raises, however, a discrete problem with this approach: the theoretical possibility of multiple solutions for questions or issues generated by halakhic reasoning and interpretations can be ongoing as far as new questions that arise. The majority view of the sages of each generation can be the halakhic determinant, with conflicting approaches or positions remaining nonetheless true. There are, however, arguments that were voiced in the past for which actual practice has determined the one view was apparently more correct than the other. For example, there were two quite disparate opinions expressed about the dimension of the altar and the temple, each of which presented a scriptural derivation and support. Since we know that the decision actually was with respect to the construction of the temple's altar, how does the other view retain its status as bona fide and still accurate words of the living God? The sages of succeeding generations can no longer determine which position should be followed, since there was only one altar and its size had already been fixed. Tosfos Rabbeinu Peretz concludes that nonetheless, the definition of truth or correctness is determined by whether each position has established itself on the basis of scriptural or other proofs so that it could be chosen, at least in theory, as a viable halakhic position. The determinant of what is a word of the living God is its effective interpretation of underlying biblical verses or other sources that could be verified by the body of scholars of the generation. The determination is not affected by the issue of which interpretation had in fact been chosen at a particular point in time. The noteworthy extent to which these leading Tosfos of the 13th century sought to affirm and highlight the possibility of multiple truths as a result of thorough Torah study and analysis, and to stress the need to pursue those truths irrespective of the applicability, a goal of the program that did not escape the attention of the leading Spanish Talmudist Ritva, had recognizably antecedents in medieval Ashkenazim. Rashi asserts that even when several Amorim entered into a halakhic dispute, each arguing the merits of his view and each drawing upon appropriate comparisons to establish the authenticity of his perspective, there is no degree of falsehood present, and such a dispute can be characterized as one in which all the various positions represent the words of the living God. In his commentary on Kulin, Rashi explains that when the Talmud inquired about the halakhic propriety of an act that took place during the initial conquest of the land of Israel, it did so simply because truth or true Torah knowledge must always be sought, even when no ongoing halakhic conclusions can be derived from the analysis of interpretation for any future event. We must always strive to arrive at the truth, even if at the point at which the final halakhic determination must be made has passed. Tosfos Arush, which is grounded in relatively early Tosfos of Rev Samson Ascends and reflects the teaching of Samson as teacher of Isaac of Damshar, known as the Re, offers a slightly different perspective on the sugya about the conquest of the land of Israel, which is even closer to the formulation found in the Tosfos Rabbeinu Peretz. The Talmud would not launch an inquiry into the completely unnecessary issue. Rather, in the instance, as the Talmudic discussion seeks to properly interpret the underlying biblical verses, an appropriate goal in and of itself. In addition, Tosfos Arush proposes an unrelated case of a vow in which the detailed discussion of the biblical verses in the passage in Kulin might again become relevant. The Tosfos commentary of the tractate 8815, attributed to the leading Tosfos teacher in northern France during the late 12th and early 13th century, where Samson Ascends, refers to the notion of open-ended revelation and explaining the Mishnaic convention of citing the minority view in many disputes. Although this law is usually decided according to the majority, a subsequent court could decide to rule according to the minority view. The majority had not concurred originally with this view, but when another generation arrives and the majority at the time accepts this view, the law will be established according to them. For the entire Torah was given to Moses, including all the reasons to render impure, as well as all the reasons to render pure. And they asked him, at what point will we be able to clarify between the various possibilities? He responded that although the majority must be followed, these and those are the words of the living God. This passage would also appear to adumbrate the Tosfos text cited by the Ritva and discussed above. Its attribution to Samson's sins, however, is far from certain, presuming that there is nonetheless a significant degree of Ashkenazic material in this commentary. This passage fits well with the Ashkenazic rabbinic approach that we have seen to this point. Moreover, a verified formulation of Reb Samson in his somewhat polemic response to Reb Meir ben Levi Lafia, the Ramad, during the early phase of the Maimonidean controversy, makes a similar point. Reb Samson writes, the Mishnah, Talmud, Sifra, and Tosefta did not transmit to their successors finalized legal decisions, but rather included the views of those who rendered impure, those who prohibited and permitted, since the reasons for those in these were given by one shepherd. One who ponders them is rewarded for the study of all of them. Moreover, a later scholar can sometimes see what was hidden to an earlier authority, for there is a student who can see what his teacher does not see. The effect of his words can sharpen his teacher and focus his teachings. This formulation by Reb Samson clearly accords with the possibility of multiple truths in Torah study and the need to actively seek those truths. Several disparate Tosfos passages must also be considered in the context of this discussion. The Talmud in Tractate Shabbos 63a stresses that two scholars who engage each other in halakha are nonetheless loved by the Almighty. As it says, Song of Songs 2:4, he will manifest his love for me. Rashi interprets the unusual word magdilim in the sense of degel as a flag or a mark of gathering or encampment. These scholars, despite their absence of a teacher, agree to come together and to work out any difficulties in understanding the material at hand between themselves. The Almighty loves them for this, despite the fact that they may not arrive at the proper interpretation. Tosfos passage to Avodah Zara 22b, which according to some readings includes a phrase with the form of the word Magdilim, addresses this linguistically related sugya in the Tractate of Sabbath, and Rabbeinu Yaakov Tam is cited as offering a more pointed interpretation of this case. Rabbeinu Tam maintains, following Sefer Orach, that the word Magdilim connotes that the two scholars in question were working to a large extent at cross purposes. They had not come together with a genuine cooperation in mind, but rather to forcefully engage and even to outdo each other in study. We have three versions of Rabbeinu Tam's interpretation. The first, preserved by Tosfos Reb Elchanan to avoid Zora, notes that they are arguing or verbally jousting with each other in an aggressive way, thereby contradicting or even denying each other's Torah interpretation. Nonetheless, the Almighty still loves them, since they're engaged to some extent in the study of Torah, even though they will not be able to arrive at the truth. Tosfos Reb Samson of Sens, the Avodah Zorah, records two significant nuances in the formulation of Rabbeinu Tam. For Rabbeinu Tam, these two scholars were literally trying to trick each other or even lie to each other, in addition to their aggressive styles of argumentation that attempted to deny the words of the other. Second, according to this version, these tactics were specifically prevent the scholars from arriving at the proper logical conclusions that emerge from the underlying Talmudic text. The standard Tosfos to Avodah Zorah first cites Rabbeinu Tam's linguistic interpretation that the key word in question in the passage connotes a shakran, one who spreads falsehood, and then records a shorter version of Rabbeinu Tam's interpretation of the sugya in Tractate Sabbath. Rabbeinu Tam explains that they contradict each other and cannot therefore ascertain the main point. Nonetheless, the Almighty loves them. Tosfos Reb Elchanan and Tosfos Shans were both composed nearly a century before the standard Tosfos to Avodah Zorah, and represent the most complete and accurate version of Rabbeinu Tam's formulation. What emerges from Rabbeinu Tam's interpretation is that the ultimate goal of Torah study is to ascertain the truth of the Torah, which may be defined essentially and ascertained by a proper understanding and analysis of the relevant Talmudic as well as biblical and rabbinic text. In the case at hand, had the scholars been studying together in a more typical and civil fashion, their study would have been defined as proper, truthful study, despite the fact that they might have argued and proposed conflicting views. It is only an inordinately contentious and undermining type of study that will inherently result in non-truthful, inconclusive results. Even here, however, the participants are still embraced by the Almighty to an extent because they're engaged in some form of Torah study despite the negative dimensions of the study. For Rabbeinu Tam, attaining the truth of Torah is the main and easily achievable goal of study, at least for those who can be considered Talmidei Chachamim. Tosfos was based on the comments of the Talmudic phrase, Ein elu ela divrei neviot. These rulings are akin to words of prophecy, cited Rav Isaac of Dampier as having lauded certain figures of the Talmudic period for possessing a form of divine inspiration or intuition. This allowed them to understand the laws and legal constructs that were based on the distinctions that were too fine to be understood through standard modes of thought and logic. The Tosfos passage intimate, however, that normally speaking, reasonability is an absolute criterion for Torah study and interpretation. Indeed, a parallel Tosfos passage suggests that in formulating scholarly interpretation, appropriate reasoning and reasonability must always be present. The notion is also reflected in the comment of Rav Samson Ascends, found at the end of the responsum sent to his teacher, Rav Chaim Cohen, who was a leading student of Rabbeinu Tam. Such reasoning is the product of one's imagination and does not appear to be so at all. And the outstanding scholar, such as Rav Chaim, who intended to print this from the Talmudic ruling of Rav Joshua, and through his great casuistry and broad knowledge, these are nothing but the words of prophecy and divine inspiration. It should be noted, however, that the requirements of demonstrated reasonability in Tosfos thought extends only in the presentation of legal halachic arguments and does not necessarily include the providing of reasons for the commandments in the philosophical or even the logistical sense. Although proper halachic reasoning was sine qua non, it was not necessary to have a full understanding of the reasons behind the precepts. Thus, Rav Chaim Cohen, who in the passage just cited was undoubtedly concerned with providing proper reasoning in the formulation of his halachic ruling, is elsewhere completely unconcerned with seemingly irreconcilable dimensions of various biblical precepts. Rashi interpreted Deuteronomy 21:18 that a wayward son is put to death at a young age because of the likelihood that he will commit murder at a later time. The question raised in various Tosfos Torah commentaries is that the form of capital punishment for murder is beheading by the sword, whereas the punishment prescribed for the ben sor mor by the Torah is death by stoning. Two similar answers are suggested. First, it is likely that ben sor mor will commit murder will also involve in the desecration of the Sabbath, and the willful desecration of the Sabbath is punishable by stoning. The second explanation is that since the ben sor mor will lead to a depraved life, he will undoubtedly become involved in all kinds of capital offenses, including murder and adultery, and the abominations that altogether carry with them all four forms of capital punishment. Thus, the Torah selected the most stringent of extreme and all of these potential punishments, stoning. In response to this exegetic stratagem, Rav Chaim Cohen notes, particularly according to the first solution, that even the ben sor mor committed murder on a weekday, his punishment would nonetheless be stoning. Moreover, in Rav Chaim's view, one may not quibble or tinkle with the divine commandment in this way because there is no rational reason for the commandments. Thus, for example, while the person who persuades another to commit idolatry is punishable by stoning, one who beguiles and seduces an entire city into doing so is punishable by beheading, a less harsh form of capital punishment. As Rav Chaim then remarks, who can give a reason for this? Indeed, the particular violations of food and drinks that one must commit in order to be stoned as a ben sor mor are simply a divine decree and are thus not subject to logical analysis. To be sure, of Yosef ben Isaac Bakor, Shor of Orleans, who was like Rav Chaim Cohen, was a Tosfos student of Rabbeinu Tam, does offer reasons for several commandments in his Torah commentary. There are, however, broad statements about the benefit of a certain commandment with a particular emphasis on the sacrificial rite and related precepts that do not represent a consistent ideological approach towards the reasons for the commandments. If that was you there, Claire, I will be like another 15 minutes reading this if you want to chat. At the same time, Tosfos texts were also careful to offer a parallel definition of truthful Torah study for non-scholars of aspiring students who were not necessarily in a position to arrive at real or significant halakhic or interpretational truths. Truthful study in such a situation is defined by Tosfos as any study in which the teacher is not imparting erroneous material to the student. If, however, the teacher taught in a mistaken fashion, the chance to study in a truthful manner would be vitiated. educational institutions of this wrongful nature is to be considered in halakhic terms a loss that cannot be recompensed. According to this formulation, the definition of limit shel emet, truthful learning, is any study that is not inherently incompetent or misleading. The particular conclusion reached is unimportant at this point because many conclusions can ultimately be considered Torat emes. The only issue for this type of student is whether the material is being taught or presented with competence. The search for truth in the study of Torah and the determination of Jewish law and the likely and welcome possibility of multiple truths being discovered are the cornerstones of all the Tosfos passages and the texts we have discussed at this point. The rabbinic characterization of the 49 aspects of channels that were operating at the giving of the Torah at Mount Sinai constitutes an early textual and conceptual paradigm for this approach. An Ashkenazic chronicle of the late 13th century, preserved by Reb Solomon Loria in one of his responses, attributes to either Reb Simon ben Isaac Hagadol, a leading Talmudist and mystical adept, a member of the wealthy and pious Abun family, active in Maine circa 1000, and perhaps even to the Reb Abun himself, who was Simeon's grandfather, the ability to interpret each letter of the Torah in 49 ways using mystical methodology. Although there were Tosfos who were familiar with various kinds of mystical views, as we have noted, it appears from the variety and scope of the text reduced to the Tosfos notion that legitimately received or derived Torah or rabbinic interpretation represents one truth out of the many possible ones, is a fundamentally exoteric dimension of the precept of Torah study. As Ananiel Mack has demonstrated, the concept of the 70 facets of Torah as the model for the multiple sources of Torah interpretation originates in sources that are semi-mystical, such as Oitios de Reb Akiba and the Hebrew Book of Enoch. Moreover, most of the usage and discussion of the concept in the medieval period was linked to figures and works of Spanish esotericism, including Reb Ezriel of Gerona and the Zohar, and even Ezra and Ritva, who were certainly familiar with the genre as well. Indeed, Nachmanides should also be added to this group. Gershon Schoen has discussed the importance of the concept of the Spanish Kabbalist in the late 13th century, suggesting that its main significance lay in the inclusion of theosophic interpretation as part of the inner meaning of the Torah text, the consonance with the Zohar conception of the four levels of scriptural meaning that added to the ultimately privileged sod over the methods of Pshat, Remez, and Drush. Although Otiot de Rebbe Akiba and 3 Enoch were available in medieval Ashkenazic, the only Ashkenazic rabbinic figures identified by Mack who cite the tradition of Shiva Panim LaTorah are Reb Simeon ben Isaac Agadol, who refers to it in one of his liturgical poems, and Reb Avigdor Katz of Vienna, who mentions it in his commentary of the Song of Songs. It should be noted that both of these figures were associated with the German pietist Reb Simeon as part of their mystical chain of tradition in the pre-Crusade period, and Reb Avigdor towards the end of their formative period. Moreover, Reb Eliezer of Worms himself refers to the concept twice in his prayer commentary, once in his discussion of the text of the Shema prayer, and once in his discussion of the Tachman prayer. Reb Eliezer's version of this prayer contained the verse Psalms 25:14, "The secret of the Almighty is vouchsafed for those who fear him. He will inform them of his covenant." Reb Eliezer explains that the Almighty reveals his secret lore to those who fear him by informing them of the various layers of wisdom, including esoteric teachings within the Torah. He concludes by noting that the gematria of the word sod equals 70, which reflects the Torah may be explicated according to 70 different aspects. Like the Zohar, the other Kabbalistic teachings, the German pietists invested the precepts of Torah study, not to mention the Torah itself, with theosophical valence and meaning. Uncovering its secrets became a fundamental part of the precept of Torah study. Indeed, Rev. Victor Katz's comment on the Song of Songs, "I've been brought to the house of wine," follows very closely both the methodology and the conclusion of Eliezer of Worms. According to Rev. Victor, this verse connotes that the Jewish people were brought to Mount Sinai, where they received the Torah that can be interpreted according to 70 facets and reflected by the gematria of the Hebrew word for wine. Rev. Victor then adds that this is also the meaning of the phrase in Psalms 25:14, "The secret of the Almighty is vouchsafed for those who fear him," as well as the gematria equivalent of the word sod within it. For Rebbe Victor, as for Rev. Eliezer of Worms, it is the possibility of achieving an esoteric understanding of the Torah that is most prominent in the notion of the 70 interpretations. As noted earlier, the very verse in the Song of Songs discussed in the way that Rebbe Victor is interpreted by others as a source for the notions of the multiple halakhic truths. Each teaching of the Torah can be understood in 49 different ways, leading to rulings of impurity and purity. Rebbe Victor does not focus, however, on the more exoteric dimensions of the possibilities and goals of Torah study and analysis. Rather, is focused on uncovering the esoteric aspects of Torah interpretation. What emerges from our discussion is that the notion of Shiva Panim LaTorah reflects principally the sublime completeness of the Torah and the fact that every part of the Torah can be broken down into numerous different and distinct aspects, including the various levels of esoteric interpretation. The notion of 49 faces of the Torah, however, refers invariably to the ways Jewish people received and experienced the Torah at Sinai, the truth of the Torah at Sinai through 49 different channels, and concomitantly to the varied and pluralistic ways by which they would be able to interpret the halakhic possibilities in the truths of Torah. The Tosfos and other Ashkenazic halakhicists, whether or not they were personally inclined towards mystical studies and conceptions, tended to favor this latter model. Those who were more inclined towards Kabbalistic theosophy in particular, including the Spanish Kabbalist and the German Pietists, typically embraced the model and the phrase of Shiva Panim LaTorah, irrespectively of the precise textual origin and ideological basis for pursuing multiple levels of meaning. The late Israel Tushma has noted that the main goal of Talmudic interpretation in Western Europe during the High Middle Ages was to seek a kind of enhanced pshat, one that fully pursued the halakhic ramifications of the Talmudic sugya well beyond its simple meaning, simple reading. Moreover, in the medieval Jewish mindset in general, and especially within medieval Ashkenazic pshat, Joshua and Remage, and perhaps even Sod, were equally valid ways of asserting and presenting the truths of the Torah, given the possibility of multiple interpretations inherent within the Torah itself on matters of Jewish law and beyond. As opposed to the rules of modern interpretation, Ashkenazic rabbinic scholars believe that truth could be revealed quite effectively by non-pshat approaches as well. Indeed, a fundamental aim of dialectic as practiced by both Tosfos and Christian scholars during the 12th and 13th century was to reach conclusions that were carefully tested, broad-based, and unequivocal. In a word, dialectic was meant to minimize the possibility of error in non-Tosfos circles as well. Rabbi Yehuda Chassid, whose full corpus of biblical interpretations took a variety of approaches and forms ranging from pshat to sod, was not above suggesting both a notoricon and an apash methodology to clarify points of interpretation within Rashi's Torah commentary. Although there is no shortage of penetrating biblical pshat interpretations of Talmudic dialectic to be found within medieval Ashkenaz, other significant methods of interpretive techniques were also employed, often by the same rabbinic figures. Intellectual well-roundedness was a function of the pursuit of truth, and these Ashkenazic scholars believed that the truth could best be achieved if it was pursued along multiple interpretive and disciplinary paths. We should not be surprised to learn that the Tosfos were involved in quite a number of variegated disciplines, some of which have received scant attention in modern scholarship, including sustained biblical interpretation beyond the well-known pshat school of the 12th century, the writing of Piyutim, as well as Piyutim commentary, a range of esoteric studies, and the systematic inquiries in matters of faith and belief, in addition to their Talmudic and halakhic studies. Even as the truth of Torah is manifest in multiple interpretation, it is also manifest in the multiple disciplines and approaches to Torah study and thought. Thus, while the Tosfos were fundamentally Talmud-centric, they were deeply involved with other disciplines as well as they searched for the truth of the Torah and the Jewish legal tradition, in addition to the considerations from within the body of rabbinic literature and thought that impacted the Tosfos. The broad-based search for truth and knowledge was underway in medieval Europe during the 12th and 13th century, in precisely the same geographic area in which the Tosfos of northern France flourished. Stephen Ferrolo has argued that the various masters and faculties of the cathedral schools in Paris and the diverse and sometimes antagonistic disciplines that they represented came together by the early 13th century to form the nascent university at Paris in order to advance their mutual search for wisdom and truth on the basis of common intellectual methods and aims. Many of these masters had come to Paris in the last quarter of the 12th century from other leading cathedral schools such as those at Chartres, Lyon, and Reims. These scholars came together ultimately because they believed that the pursuit of all possible forms of levels of truth was best undertaken from the vantage point of multiple disciplinary perspectives. They may have been issues of professionalism and autonomy at stake for these masters that contributed to the amalgamation and were not applicable to Tosfos into their study halls. Nonetheless, their desire to seek the truth along multiple lines in a collaborative fashion that would help to eliminate mistakes, diminish the possibility of weak reasoning, and to allow for the probing of all available texts and sources appears to have been a common goal of these rabbinic scholars of northern France and their Christian counterparts in the cathedral schools and universities. Okay, so there you have it. If maybe we got Claire here.
Hello.
Let's, let me just share this real quick. Is that you, Claire?
Yes, yes, can you hear me? Can you hear me, David?
Yeah, here. Let me share this real quick also. I'm not going to have time to read. Reuven Kimmelman, Judaism and Pluralism. I'm friends with his son. We were partners together at University of Michigan in the business school. He was here in Metro Detroit for a period of time. And he had an article on Judaism pluralism that is semi-related, had some interesting points to it, but it's going to be too long to read. And I have one more article from Rabbi Sachs about Rabbi Sachs' approach to truth that, depending on how long I talk with Claire, I may try to read after. So we got you back. So did you have anything else than your normal preaching? Were you listening to anything I was reading?
I woke up not that long ago, but I played back some of the earlier stuff, and the most interesting thing that you said was, well, you stated the problem of evil, and is that really what you think is the main problem of people believing in God? The problem of evil.
Well, I was saying the colloquial understanding of truth in Judaism is the expression Baruch Dayan Emes, blessed is the true judge when something bad happens. So the most common thing when in Judaism, where we use the word truth, is in response to tragedy. That like God forbid, if someone dies or has a horrible accident, the proper response is blessed is the true judge. So I meant
Yes, because you
that
are supposed to
understanding of
thank
truth
God.
is relation to the problem of evil, in the sense that God is the true judge, and what appears to be evil is not actually evil, because the real truth is, from the God's eye perspective, and is beyond our understanding. So what appears to be evil or bad to us is not really bad. And that's the most common sense of the use of the word truth in Judaism, is in relation to the real understanding of the problem of evil, that really there is no evil or bad. Yeah, as
Yes,
opposed
so
to the scientific or empirical modern day of like corresponding to reality. I mean, you could
well, it was
interpret corresponding
Shakespeare.
to reality, but corresponding to empirical reality.
Well, this I don't know if you know that Shakespeare said, or Shakespeare said through Hamlet, that there is no good or evil, only thinking makes it so. Are you familiar with that saying?
Yeah, I think I've heard that. I mean, even that's as like mind independence. That good and evil is a category of mind, as like E. Michael Jones would say it. Even something that
Well, we impose meaning on it by our feelings, our subjective feelings. What is evil to you might not appear to be evil to me, but there's more than one definition of evil, isn't there? That there's what's called natural evil and moral evil, and natural evil is pestilence, natural disaster, that kind of thing. That happens. I suppose people would say natural causes, and then there is the suffering caused by moral evil, which is people being mean to you. But anyway, the whole idea is that God created evil, which is I think what 1915 of Isaiah. God created good and evil.
yeah, there might be a few
I,
verses like that put it that way.
so um, I mean, I thought people had understood what it all meant by saying these things are sent to try us, and it's not what happened. It's not what happens to us, but how we deal with it that determines our fitness to go to heaven or hell. And that is the purpose of evil, to test us for our fitness to go to the good place or the bad place.
Yeah, and that's the sense of truth, that like, I put in the terms of Epicurean trilemma, that God is all good, all powerful, and all knowing. And although things might appear to be evil, that the truth is theologically referring to this thing that we can't understand, that explains away our misperceptions of the problem of evil.
Yes, it's the idea that our opinion doesn't matter. This is a point that you've emphasized time and time again, that what we think about it is in fact insignificant, and particularly so if we're wrong. And why do we expect to be right? Because we don't know, well, the purpose behind behind God's doings. I mean, it's the story of Job, isn't it? He didn't know, but he accepted his suffering. And because he accepted his suffering and he didn't curse God as his wife was telling him to do, he was eventually restored. And I suppose if you wanted to make sense of his suffering, it was to teach others a lesson about why we must bear our suffering with fortitude rather than curse God and die, as Mrs. Job said to him to do.
Yeah, so this is one of the precipices for the multiple truth hypothesis, because here truth is purely being defined on a theological, metaphysical terms that can't be subjected to empiricism, as opposed to modern science, somewhat philosophy, where truth is purely dependent on empiricism and verification. So, what does the word truth mean? If we're, as a believer, saying there's an ultimate truth that is beyond our knowledge and empiricism and is theological in basis, versus our scientific understanding of what truth is. And
Well,
then,
there's no way of proving God exists, but we either choose to make the inference or we don't. So I suppose a problem for Jews is that you're supposed to believe in God. So how do you explain evil? And the answer must be that suffering has meaning, and even if we don't know the meaning of the suffering, eventually we will know. And you mentioned earlier the problem of evil for Jews, in terms of the Holocaust. But that is also explained by certain rabbis, such as Rabbi Miller, who said Jews were punished with the Holocaust because they assimilated. I know this is not a popular view, but he did indeed say this, didn't he?
it's the mainstream.
Miller.
Right, Avigdor Miller. I mean, it's the mainstream Haredi Orthodox opinion. I mean, it's imperative because of, like Job, but like you're saying, like, well, there was suffering. God is all powerful, all good, and all knowing. That, so to say, God allowed the suffering, or even to say
Teach us a lesson.
God caused the suffering. That must have been what's best for us. That must, say, okay, well, why am I suffering? My suffering is a form of God's compassion. And even, if you want to look like the worst possible suffering, the, unfortunate death, torture of innocent children, women, that you say, well, how is that God's compassion? And you would say that's like a contradiction. God is all knowing, all good, and all powerful, but yet we see, the Holocaust. And but theologically,
yes. So the only way that we can make sense of it is to assume that it's not what happens to you that is the that matters. It is how you deal with it, and I suppose the idea is that we've been given rules about how to behave and how to deal with people being mean to you, and how to be remain cheerful, and if you believe in the afterlife.
Well, the theology is extremely simple from the the aspect of punishment for sin is kindness from God. That so okay, well, suffering is caused as punishment. So it's that, well, someone's suffering, they're suffering because of punishment for sin. And
Or
from
they
the
need to be taught a lesson, and the
yeah,
lesson will be ultimately good for humanity.
and so you could see from like the blessed is the true judge, that punishment for sin is actually a kindness. And so in the middle of my suffering, in the middle of my punishment, I will cry out in pain, and it'll be hard for me to accept that it's what's best for me. However, from the ultimate perspective, the ultimate truth, punishment for sin is a kindness, not an evil. So say that, well, what is evil? Evil, from the Kabbalist will say, it's an opportunity as a proving ground to test us so that we could earn our reward, or it's related to the giving of free will and punishment for sin. And
Yes, so if we bear our suffering with fortitude and grace, we will be rewarded with heaven. But if we respond to our punishment by punishing others, taking it out on others, then we go to the worst place. I think, that's the idea. As well as the idea of
the Judaic view is more
God.
forgiving than that. That's more the Christianity with the eternal damnation. Most of the Jewish Kabbalists hold that but at least all Jews, but in some of them, even all creation, basically make it through. So there's punishment, purgatory, and it's not eternal. So it's not necessarily a matter of like bearing your suffering with grace, to say that it's proportional. But but this is just what the Kabbalists say, because the belief that God is all kind, all loving, all good, that we're going to have some punishment, and it could be worse for people who did more sin and bad activities than others. But in the end, we're all going to make it through, and we're all going to get the reward.
Yes, in this life or the next. So if it appears that our
Well, the
suffering is
ultimate reward will be
disproportionate in this life,
no, the
it will
ultimate
be
reward
made
will
up
be in the
later.
next life. I mean, you can have reward in this life. They're saying you'll be rewarded in this life and the next, but the ultimate reward will not be in this life.
Yes, yes. So I mean, the bargain is already clear. It's just that people are looking for an excuse, but um, this argument that because evil exists, God cannot also exist. But the bargain was never that this life is a bed of roses. He never said nothing would ever go wrong.
But you can't necessarily establish. I say there's that suffering exists. Most people, because suffering is still a product of mind. But I mean, you could reasonably convince most people, besides the extreme skeptics, that suffering exists. However, evil is unclear, and then if you define evil as unjust suffering, so you're saying, like, well, suffering exists, and then what's the difference between evil and suffering? That evil is unjust suffering, as opposed
Or
to
evil is unnecessary suffering inflicted on another.
unnecessary or
And then
unjust.
that would be moral evil.
So what from the theological perspective, the Judaism is saying evil doesn't exist, in the sense that there is no unnecessary or unjust suffering. And so you see, like, okay, certainly there's suffering, like, I mean, although saying you still could argue that the suffering is like a false category of mind, or doesn't really exist. But taking that minor argument out of the picture, it's much more difficult to instantiate that evil actually exists. Because if you're saying that evil is unjustified or unnecessary suffering, how could you how could you conclusively demonstrate that there's such a thing as unnecessary or unjustified suffering? If you say, like, well, you're like a baby, innocent people,
Well, if
or
I kill
something.
babies for fun, I mean, nobody's going to deny that I'm evil.
Well, no, because you have to
because it's not
substantiate
necessary
that
that
there's
I
such
go
a
around
thing as
killing
innocence.
babies for fun, but it might be justified if I am defending myself against
Well, so, I
being
mean, so
killed. I mean,
theologically,
self-defense is a complete defense to murder.
I mean, you understand what the progression I'm making here. So, I mean, Judaism is going to say theologically, evil does not actually exist. Suffering exists. However, unjustified suffering doesn't exist. We just don't understand why it's justified. But in the end of the day, like, if God's allowing the suffering to happen, God is just, God is all good and all loving. If there's suffering, we believe it's justified. That therefore evil doesn't exist, and that, that's why people tend to become atheists, because they think that the God, there can't be a God who's all knowing, all powerful, all good, all loving, because there's evil, and they don't really know that there's evil. What they know is that there's suffering, and then they make the conjecture that there's unjust suffering. They say, because they have to say, well, what is innocent? They say, well, like, this person's innocent and they're still suffering, therefore there's evil and there can't be a God. However, how do you demonstrate that there's such a thing as innocence? How do you demonstrate that there's undeserved suffering?
Well, because well, in the case of Job, he didn't do anything wrong, but he suffered because God used him to make a point, didn't he? Didn't God?
Well,
That was
that's
the
what
whole
we have
point of the
from the
story
book.
of Job.
No, but I mean, Job did do something wrong. He was a fence sitter.
Sorry?
Well, I'm saying that, I mean, Job did he was a fence sitter.
What do you mean?
The verse, it said that Job was a fence sitter.
I don't understand. What does that even mean?
That Job was not fully on God's side. He was tested because he was a fence sitter.
Okay,
Fence sitting is when
what
you're
did he do
sitting on
that
the
made him a
fence.
fence sitter?
You know what fence sitting is, right?
Not making up your mind. Like saying, "Oh, um, the election wasn't stolen," or "I don't know," or I wouldn't like to say.
Well, yeah, I mean, in terms
That's
of
fence
belief,
sitting, isn't
I
it?
mean, like, agnosticism is fence sitting, right?
Yes.
Like,
Um,
agnosticism is like
yes, you could say that. But when you refuse to make up your mind, like something happened, but you refuse to say it's evil because you don't want to offend, some greater power. I mean, there is a difference between really having no opinion or having an opinion and refusing to state it in order not to offend a greater power who might victimize you. But I mean, I don't know. I mean, did Job actually do something that suggested he was fence sitting?
well, I'll read the verse. I mean, it comes from the rabbinic commentary, but just the first. In the land of Uz, there lived a man whose name was Job. The man was blameless and upright. He feared God and shunned evil. So the commentaries say that he refrained from sinning and he feared God, but he didn't love God. He was on the fence in the sense that he recognized that there was evil and sin and refrained from sin, but he wasn't actively a servant of God. And he was blessed. It was easy for him because he had a good life. So that's what the Satan said. Then
But he proved himself, didn't he, in the end? Because it's easy to believe in God if you keep getting
well,
what
he
you want.
stood
But
by
if you
God
didn't
when
get what you want, you would start to curse God, wouldn't you? I mean, most people would readily admit that
that's the
if all
verse
they
9. I mean, that's the key thing in Job, like verse 8. Then the Lord said to Satan, have you considered my servant Job, that there is no one on earth like him? He is blameless and upright, a man who fears God and shuns evil. And then verse 9, does Job fear God for nothing? Satan replied, have you not put a hedge around him and his household and everything he has? You have blessed the work of his hands, so that his flock and herds are spread throughout the land. But now stretch out your hand and strike everything he has, and he will surely curse you to your face. And the Lord said to Satan, very well, then everything he has is in your power, but on the man himself do not lay a finger. So to say that Job was free of sin, but he wasn't like he was, I forget where the fence sitter, if the rabbi uses the expression fence sitter, but you say that he wasn't a servant of God. He was just someone who abstained from sin and was blameless, but he wasn't actively a good person. He just refrained from doing bad, but he didn't do good. And then to say
by
it was
any
easy,
standard,
it was easy for him because he had been blessed. He was, he took high birth, he was wealthy, everything was going good for him. So in that sense,
yes,
but
yes, and it was upping the ante. God didn't curse. Sorry, Job didn't curse God, even though his children died and he lost his property, and then then his body was afflicted with blisters and boils. Right, his suffering increased, even though he didn't curse God, because the devil and God had put this bet on. So the devil said, well, if he started, if his own body was afflicted, he would curse you, and God said, all right, I don't think he will, and he afflicted Job with boils and blisters, and God still.
Yeah, so the rabbinic commentaries make the point
God.
that Job was not necessarily a good person. He was just a person.
You can't prove that he's a bad person, or that he wasn't
from
good
being
enough,
a bad
because
person.
by any standards, people would think Job didn't do anything wrong, and it was wrong of God to, punish Job for no good reason. But the point is that God was showing people that, well, eventually, the end of the story was that Job was restored. So everything was okay, and maybe Job would think, oh, all right, since I was restored and since I'm now famous forever, being in the book of Job, and everybody will hear of my suffering and how I bore it with fortitude and never once lost faith in God. This is the lesson. That was the purpose of my suffering, to teach others a lesson, even if I myself did not need the lesson, because I stayed true to God. So that was the purpose of the suffering of Job, to teach all the rest of us the lesson that we are to bear our suffering with fortitude.
Yeah, I mean, that's a basic lesson. But I mean, just saying that, was Job's suffering on justified? I mean, you're saying it's evil because it was undeserved suffering.
No, what I'm trying to say is that it can be made good even to the sufferer himself. So
even if he gets rewarded bigger in the future for it, but to say that
what?
There's two separate distinctions. So you say, okay, granted, he gets rewarded in the future for enduring his suffering. However, if he didn't do anything to warrant his suffering, that's like a form of evil, because it's okay, justify in the sense that he gets a future bigger reward for enduring the suffering. However, he didn't do anything to deserve the suffering, and therefore that's like undeserved suffering. That was like a case of evil. And so if you're making the claim that there is no such thing as undeserved suffering, by definition,
if we can just assume that suffering is meant to either punish evil people or teach humanity a lesson. So, Job's suffering.
Well, I mean, teach Job a lesson.
Falls
Job himself was
into
taught a lesson.
the second category.
Well, I mean, Job was forced off the fence in the sense that Job feared God and refrained from sin, but he didn't actively love God. He wasn't
Yes,
actively.
I know. Okay, then let me put it another way.
I mean, it wasn't just to teach us. It was also Job himself needed to be taught a lesson that fearing
No,
God
no, not
and abstaining
necessarily,
from sin is not enough.
because
Job,
Job
Job
would
needed
have
to
been
be forced
happy.
off the fence.
Okay, if I could just make my point, which is that if you asked Job later, like, yes, you suffered and you thought you didn't do anything wrong, and it's true you didn't do anything wrong, but the purpose of our suffering, Job, is that it's to teach humanity a lesson, and I'm sure, says God to Job, that you would be happy to be the object of this lesson. You would, because you were eventually restored, and and probably was,
Well, that could be,
he's,
but I'm
he
saying
was
just
rewarded in
just to
heaven.
teach Job himself a lesson. That's like
I'm,
no,
I'm,
even
I'm,
even
okay,
even
so
without
I'm
like
saying
even
if I
without
were
like his
Job and I
lesson being internalized as a lesson for all of humanity after him, but say even without that, just to teach Job
Yeah,
himself
but
a
we're talking
lesson.
about the whole point, the end of the story. So obviously, at the time when he was suffering, he was asking all sorts of questions. But eventually, after he worked out that the purpose of his suffering was to teach humanity a lesson. And Job, being a good man, would have been satisfied with this reason.
Yeah, but I mean you're I think you're inaccurate. The purpose was to teach Job a lesson, not
Well,
necessarily.
how do
I
you
mean,
know? How do you know? I mean, I'm saying it was to teach humanity a lesson, and Job has eternal fame, and that should be reward enough.
no, because you're saying that the suffering would have been valuable in and of itself if no one ever knew the story, just for the lesson that Job himself learned from it, even if humanity never heard the story, that Job himself, the lesson that he learned from it was worth the suffering in and of itself.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. That 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 when he realized that it wasn't necessarily um him being punished for doing evil things, it was he was an object of a lesson to so that humanity would learn that they too must bear
Yeah,
their
but you're still
suffering
stuck
with
on this, like,
fortitude,
so that
like
humanity would
Job.
learn.
What?
You're still stuck on this, like, so
No,
humanity
I'm
would
not
learn.
stuck. I'm making my point and you refuse to accept it. I say Job would be happy to have suffered in order to teach humanity a lesson to serve God's purpose because he was a good man.
Yeah, that might be, but I'm saying that even without that, the Job would have been worth the suffering just for the lesson he himself learned.
Okay, but that's not in the book of Job, is it?
Well,
I mean,
what you're
I
saying
mean,
is
it
not
said
the book of
that he
Job.
was restored,
No,
and
what I'm saying
that
is
was
a
the
simple
happy
reading of the
ending.
book of Job. What you're saying is like, is there a statement in Job that says, "And this will be an eternal lesson for all of humanity to learn from"?
Well, we can infer it, can't we?
Yeah, but I'm saying what I'm saying is in the book of Job. What you're saying is not in the book of Job. I mean,
Well, I'm saying
at
it
the
can be
end,
inferred that that was the
Say,
purpose of his
Job doesn't
suffering.
say, "I didn't really deserve this suffering, but because I'm going to
He did.
be
He did at the beginning. Like, why,
because
why,
I'm
why,
going
why,
to be this
why?
memorable lesson for the rest of humanity to learn from, I'll take it." Job recognized that he was wrong for being a fence sitter, and the suffering was justified because of his fault of sitting on the fence.
Well, did he say that? Did he actually say he knew he was a fence sitter? Which verse was this?
I mean, you have the book of Job open in front of you.
No, I don't. But I don't remember the expression fence sitter. But isn't it enough? I mean, you want more reasons? I mean, even if Job didn't do anything to deserve it. I mean, there's this idea that we'll all be tested by God, right? That's the whole point of the bargain. And because he was such a good man, his test would have to be harder. Just because he just passed all the easy ones of being kind and a good neighbor and a generous host and all the rest of it. So because he was already such um, a good man, his test would be harder than all the test of ordinary men.
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking at Job, the last chapter, 42. Job 42:6. Therefore I despise myself and repent in dust and ashes. Job admits that he had been wrong.
To question God.
Yes, I mean, Job,
because he was saying, why,
suffering,
oh,
it wasn't
why, oh,
that
why?
he suffering for, I mean, God forbid, his questioning of God legitimated his suffering.
No. Well, I mean, he was meant to suffer anyway, but in the end, he accepted that. He accepted his punishment. He didn't curse God and die as his wife told him to, because he saw the good of his suffering, not necessarily for himself, but in a way he was rewarded by eternal fame and this, um, the only example of suffering with fortitude. Well, I can't think of any others. So Job is synonymous with suffering with fortitude, isn't he? There's no other biblical character that who suffered as much for so little reason.
Yeah, but see, even Job did not suffer unjustly in the sense of evil. And
Yes,
even
well, I would agree with you there because uh, there was meaning to his suffering. It wasn't, just random punishment and God moved on. Because if you are prepared to look for it, there is well, if you believe in the afterlife, then you would think, well, Job must have gone to the better place.
I'm saying it wasn't just meaning for the lesson for future people, it was the meaning for Job himself that repents, that didn't understand something, and then after his suffering understand things, that didn't love God, that he feared God and he abstained from sin, but he didn't love God and he didn't believe and trust in God at a proper level, and he questioned God. And like God forbid is suffering for questioning God.
Well, he didn't question the existence of God, and he didn't even
He didn't question. He didn't become an atheist, but he questioned God.
Yes, but Jews are meant to wrestle with God, aren't they?
Well, like Abraham, for others, not for yourself. So when Job was suffering, so you're supposed to wrestle with God over the suffering of other people, not over the suffering of yourself. So if I'm suffering, I say, certainly I deserve my own suffering. I myself know my own sins and bad activity. So if I'm suffering, I'm not going to question God. I say, like, please don't make me suffer. But I'm not going to question God that I don't deserve my suffering, because I know my own sinful activity. You could wrestle with God for other people, not for yourself. That's the lesson of Abraham. There's many. Abraham wrestles with God for the suffering of other people, not for his own. When God talks about suffering that Abraham will endure, he never speaks up or argues with God on his own behalf. He accepts that he deserves it.
Yes, Abraham argued. Well, he tried to defend
Abraham argued on behalf of other people, not himself.
Yes, Sodom and Gomorrah.
Job argued on behalf of himself, not other people.
Well, because Job was the one who was suffering, but Abraham said, "Oh, don't destroy Sodom and Gomorrah. There might be some good people in it." And
yeah, I mean, say that
anyway.
if Abraham was suffering, he'd be like, I am sinful and I deserve my suffering, as opposed to Job, who suffered and said, what did I do to deserve this? As opposed to Job,
I think everybody can imagine themselves
recognizing that he did do something to deserve it, as opposed to saying, oh God, why are you doing this to me? what did I do to deserve it? So Abraham did not argue with God on behalf of his own suffering. He argued with God on behalf of the suffering of other people. And that's the
Yes,
essential.
I understand.
I mean, like, God forbid, that's like the fighting anti-Semitic kind of the point I'm making, that you're okay, like, like we're not all supposed to be all caught up with like selfishness. But like the Abraham, accept my own suffering and then argue and fight for the suffering of other people, not myself.
Yes, but the Abraham,
Like the Jesus principle. It's the essential Jesus principle. I mean,
well, I
the
don't think
Jesus
Jews
principle.
are supposed to accept that Jesus suffered unjustly, because if he did say his papa was God, then he was guilty of blasphemy, and blasphemy
Well, I'm saying the
attracts
Jesus
the penalty
principle
of
of
death.
accepting the suffering of other people upon himself. So I mean, it's really the essential Judaic principle of the prophets in general. But I'm saying Jesus personifies the acceptance of other people's suffering on yourself. So if I'm suffering, I deserve it. I know I'm sinful. I know all the bad things I do. I don't need you to tell me what a bad person I am. If I'm suffering, I know I deserve it. However, other people, if they're suffering, I don't know that they deserve it, and therefore I could speak up on their own behalf. So I would be a fool if I were to speak up on my own behalf.
Well, you would if you were suffering. You'd be asking why. Stop it. I'm going to be good from now on, and whatever.
No, I suffer all the time.
As you would be expected to do.
Well, yeah, I would say I wouldn't say what did I do wrong. I know what I did wrong. I might talk to God and argue with God, like I'm trying hard, like cut me a break here or something like that. But I'm not going to be like I don't deserve it. I'm not going to like what did I do wrong? Like I know what I did wrong. I mean, God forbid you know what you did. Like I mean, God forbid, the classic counter Semite. Even in the Holocaust, I've heard it from multiple people. But if you ever heard that, like what you did, but
oh yeah, parents say that.
Yeah, and saying like what you did. I know what I did. If I'm suffering, like I know what I did. I'm not going to tell God that like, oh, what did I do? Like I know what I did, and I might say like, okay, like I'm trying hard, or like I do a lot of good things. Cut me a break, or like I promise I'm going to do better, or something like that. But I'm not going to pretend like I didn't do anything wrong.
Yeah,
I mean, you're going to come like you're Hinduism or this. I'm trying. I'm not even going to say I'm trying my hardest. Like I'm trying. Like it's tough. It's a tough world out here. I'm trying to do my best, and I'm failing. And if I'm hitting suffering and punishment, I see like I know I'm failing. But I could beg for mercy from God and be like, oh, I'm gonna cut me a break. But like Job in the sense to be like, well, what did I do wrong? Like I don't deserve this. And that's what Job repents for at the end.
For questioning God. Yeah, and the purpose of God could, it's arguably benign that we are to put up with our suffering with fortitude.
Of course, it's benign. So I mean, that's the point of Job. Like if you're suffering, they say God's intention is, of course, it's benign, and that say like, oh, like God forbid if you're taking like an atonement or purgatory. Like I know all the bad things I've done, and like God forbid the suffering that I might go. Like eventually, my body will become food for maggots and worms.
Yes,
and
so the idea that we are to put up with our suffering with fortitude is the lesson, is the moral to be extracted from the story of Job.
Well, you mean you're saying to put up with fortitude, and it's not put up, but I'm saying to the higher level to say that our suffering is actually a kindness from God.
Yes, because it's meant to teach us something important.
Well, there's multiple
and
levels.
obviously all these people who seem to be saying that because evil exists, God doesn't, are people who don't get it.
But you're saying a weaker version, when you say that it's meant to purify us from our own sins. That like I'm not just like being strengthened by suffering. Like no, I messed up, and when I suffer, it's a purification from my past bad behavior.
Yes. Yeah, so it's like you you paid for your sins and you've got a clean slate again. Yes, I mean, it's like incurring a debt and paying it off, and the books balance again, that sort of thing.
Yeah, I mean, it's saying it's a mercy of God to give us a method to purify ourselves for our past iniquities. And saying without
Yes.
suffering, some of you looking like I mean, you could look okay. I mean, like Adam Green might put the question like, well, couldn't God have created the world in some way that we didn't have to suffer as the payment for our past iniquities? God is all powerful. Couldn't God create a system that doesn't necessitate suffering?
No, because that's a whole bargain. If you want eternal life, we have to regard this life as an examination hall.
Well, I'm saying like this is like Adam Green's main argument for his agnosticism, and it's pretty common. And he was saying that if God is all powerful, why did God need the suffering system? So I can say, okay, like suffering is logical, but and I could see like, okay, like yeah, I've messed up in purification or whatever. I mean, I could understand suffering, but saying, well, God's all powerful, couldn't he have created a system that didn't necessitate suffering? Couldn't God have like done all this, kindness and goodness and free will or all this other thing that
Because
didn't?
what you're saying,
And
if
so
we
you're
don't
saying like,
suffer, if we are already in heaven, right? If life on earth has no suffering, then we're already in heaven.
yeah, but you're
But do we
restricting God's
deserve to
power.
be? No.
You're saying that like God has a limitation that the system had to be this way, that there wasn't a way to create the world that didn't involve suffering.
Yes, because it's all about
Because
Leibniz and his idea of living in the best of all possible worlds.
but you're limiting God's power by saying that God couldn't have created a world that had all these benefits without necessitating suffering.
Well, because what you just described is heaven. If we lived and everything was fine and nothing bad ever happened, we would already be in heaven. But there is no between us and God in saying, you're entitled to live in heaven just by virtue of being born. That was never the bargain. The bargain was obey God's laws and get to heaven. In the meantime, you will
Yeah, I mean, I know what you're
to
saying.
suffer, and bad things will happen to you,
I'm
and
just
you will
giving
be
the
expected, knowing what the laws are, to obey them.
The theological question is, why couldn't have God created the system without suffering?
Because if he did create such a system, we would already be in heaven, wouldn't we?
Well, not necessarily. I mean, you're saying heaven is defined by not suffering, and there still could have been tests or free will without suffering. And you're saying God is all powerful. If you're
Well, he
limiting,
never promised us a bed of roses. That's my whole point. I mean, it was never the bargain. I mean, the only reason why he made his laws is to say you have to obey them and try and be happy within these constrictions. And if you obey them, you'll get to heaven. But if you don't, you go to hell. That's the bargain.
I'm saying that we're in this situation. So we say that's the situation we're in.
Yes.
But I mean, from the theoretical perspective, it's saying, well, why did God create it this way? And
to give us the opportunity
why
of
couldn't God have created the system without
exercising our free will,
suffering?
Because the suffering is necessary for us to choose carefully.
You're saying the same thing over and over again, and saying
so are you.
Well, because you're not giving a logical explanation.
You're not taking my point.
You're not.
You're actually refusing to take my point.
You're not saying like just from why couldn't God created the system without suffering?
Because then it would be heaven.
Well, okay, so like good, then we would have been heaven. Like so.
Yeah, but he the whole idea is that we are to be tested in this life for our fitness to go to heaven or hell. So we haven't completed the process.
Yeah,
in order to
You're creating rules that limit God's power. So you're saying
No, it's not, because God already
yes, you're
intended
saying that
this sort of thing.
there's these some sort of principles that limits God's ability to have done things, and therefore
No, well,
God
obviously
had
he
to
would
have
have
done.
done that if he chose to, but obviously, he didn't, and the reason is obvious, isn't it? That that the whole purpose of the bargain is to test us in this life, so we get eternal life. If that is indeed what happens, and even if it doesn't happen, even if it's all a story, the purpose of the story is to keep people behaving as well as they can be according to the laws. And we know what happens when open atheism is general, which it is now. People become, well, nihilists. They cheat, they lie, they kill, because they think they'll get away with it because they're powerful.
I mean, Reiner in the chat is you're saying something like suffering is a mercy act of God, pretty sadistic, ain't it? It was like, well, no, I mean, that's what Judaism is saying, like truth. You remember the last time we were talking, I was telling you about the correspondence theory of truth.
I'm not sure what it is.
I mean,
The
the correspondence theory of truth means truth. The truth is true because it corresponds to reality. And usually that's referring to scientific and physical laws. Like a scientific theory is true if it corresponds to you observe reality, physical testing, empiricism. But even from a Judaic perspective, saying ultimate reality, and ultimate reality includes the soul surviving death, heaven and hell, God and creation. So you're saying the ultimate reality, truth is yes, suffering is a mercy act of God. And so if you're looking at it from the man's eye perspective, you say, well, that sounds pretty sadistic. But you're saying that the ultimate truth is yeah, but yes, that suffering is a mercy act of God. However, from the man's eye perspective, then it was always the questionable, like, God, couldn't you made it? Couldn't like why the suffering? Like, okay, I understand messing up.
Don't question me. God would say, don't fucking question me.
Well, yeah, I'm
You
saying
don't
that
know anything.
I'd
You
be a
can't
fool
even
to question God.
understand the simple.
I'd be a fool
Okay.
to question God, but I'm saying just from my perspective that I don't like to suffer, and I'm supposed to believe that suffering is an act of mercy. And they're saying, like, this God that loves me and is all powerful, did he really not have the ability
Okay.
to create a system
Okay.
that
Okay.
didn't involve
Well,
suffering?
put it this way. Imagine, David, if you didn't feel pain, if you didn't feel physical pain. I mean, I know that some people don't because of some medical condition or whatever. I mean, you already know the danger of this, don't you? If you don't feel pain, physical pain,
Well, yeah, I mean, I'd be
you
more
would.
likely to injure myself. That pain is a
Yes,
protective measure.
exactly. So that is the point of suffering. Don't do these things. And if you do, you're going to get hurt. And the pain is supposed to tell you something, not to do it.
Yeah, but it's saying that I mean, I understand that. It is saying that, but pain still hurts. And
Yes, if it didn't hurt, you
and
keep
this thing
doing
that
it until
this
you
all
died,
powerful
right?
God, it just wonder, like, I'm not God, but it's saying if I was God, would there really wasn't a method to do it without suffering?
No, I don't think so.
And
Because
it's
a
like,
lot of
okay,
the
like,
things that we like doing are bad for us, and we won't stop until it hurts. We won't stop our gambling, we won't stop our drinking, we won't stop our drug taking, and if it's um, widespread in society, we won't stop doing it until it really, really hurts. And sometimes we're so far gone that we can't even wish for the cure. We don't even want to stop. We just think, oh well, I'd rather die than um, give up my addiction or admit I'm wrong. It happens all the time.
Yeah, so I mean, from like a correspondence theory of truth, for this theological basis, you're going to have to make unverifiable postulates. Like, okay, you have a soul that survives death, that you know, good and bad, sin, punishment, and things that let's say you could say truth. They logically, like a coherentist view of truth, they might coherently fit into a logical system that makes sense, but they can't be empirically verified.
I'm sorry, what can't be verified?
That we're saying, like these conditions for this theistic picture that Judaism or Abrahamic religions are painting, like this God that created the world, that is all powerful, all good, all knowing. You puts the soul into the body, is a testing ground. Suffering is a mechanism that enables us to be rewarded or prevent us from going too far off the path. There's no real mechanism to empirically verify it, because
No,
you can't empirically test what happens after death. You
no,
can't.
indeed
You
not.
can't.
But
You
there are
can't
moral
empirically test.
reasons.
I mean,
There are
you can to
moral
some
reasons
extent
for obeying
empirically
God's
test,
laws.
like a rule set. You could say, well, here's a rule set, and here is how well, to some extent, people are obeying the rule set, and here is to some extent reward and punishment, and so you get, but that's also near impossible to empirically test how well a person is obeying the rule set in relationship to reward and punishment. To say, like, okay, well, here's a set of rules, and here's people being rewarded and punished, and like the Maimonides, one of the 13 principles is that God rewards the righteous and punishes the wicked. So that's
In this life or the next.
well, let's just say in this lifetime, because I mean it's pasha in this lifetime, not just like theoretically in the next lifetime also, but just in this lifetime, it's extremely difficult to empirically test whether God rewards the righteous and punishes the wicked.
No, exactly, because some people do not appear to have received justice in their lifetime, but perhaps later their heroism is recognized, whatever. So we have to assume that uh, God will put right anything that was wrong that the person suffered in their lifetime, and will reward him in heaven. I mean, which is why it is necessary to believe in an afterlife. And the Sadducees didn't, and well, they are now extinct.
Even the general principle of God rewarding the righteous and punishing the wicked doesn't necessitate another lifetime. That the principle of rewarding the righteous and punishing the wicked should generally apply within the lifetime, and not. I mean, it also has
It
implications
would be more
for the next
likely to.
lifetime.
Yes, I agree. That I mean, we would like the law to work efficiently. If there's a thief, a murderer, the criminals are caught, almost immediately, so that people won't even think that they'll get away with it. But unless our justice system operates in this way, that there'll be lots of criminal elements in our society who'll think they'll get away with their lying and cheating and stealing and killing and and corruption. So if we want this system that you've described of swift justice, we ourselves need to obey the laws, and before that we need to agree on which laws we are supposed to be obeying. And I'm saying it's not that hard, because there are only three Abrahamic religions. Yes, I mean there are only three. We don't need to consider Hinduism and Buddhism because it's idolatry. So we and there's only three, not they're more Jews. They're far more Gentiles than they are Jews. So it can't be Judaism, and Christianity is idolatry, and therefore there's only Islam. I mean, if you want to make things simple for ourselves, there's only 5 world religions, so we have to choose from one of those. Because it would be silly to create a new religion, because new religion take hundreds of years to establish. So it will have to be an existing religion. Because if you form a new religion, if you found a new religion, it will be treated like a cult, as the early Christians were, and the early Muslims were also persecuted. We don't want that. We just want the authority and protection of an established religion, an established world religion as well. And it could be argued that America was founded on Islamic principles because of Jefferson's Quran. And the American Revolution was a rejection of Christianity and monarchy. And obviously Christianity was being rejected by the founding fathers because it was Christianity that supported the divine right of kings. And therefore the American Republic is really the key turning point of human history from Christianity to Islam. Though I guess the early Americans didn't recognize it, but I think Americans in the 21st century are more likely to do so because they have seen the consequence of not having an official religion.
Okay, I want to read this article about Rabbi Sachs. Do you have anything else you want to say?
No. I'll go off now. I think. What is the title of this article?
One God, One Truth, Many Languages, Rabbi Sachs, Pluralism, Reexamined by Rabbi.
Go ahead. I'd like to listen to that.
Okay, I mean, you could stay on, I guess, if you want to listen. I'll just mute you. Okay, I muted you, so I'm going to start reading this. One God, one Torah, one God, one truth, many languages, Rabbi Sachs, Pluralism, Reexamined. The puzzle emerges from the teachings of Rabbi Jonathan Sachs, how to reconcile 2 conflicting, seemingly contradictory themes found throughout his writings. The first is an adamant opposition to relativism, postmodernism, and any other form of attack on the hard and fast dichotomy between truth and falsehood. The second is his brand of religious pluralism, seemingly rooted in a denial of objectivity, at least on the side of the eschaton, and a collapsing of the dichotomy between truth and falsehood. I wish to resolve this puzzle by appealing to 2 further essential elements of his thoughts: his attacks on aspects of the Enlightenment and his distinction between Torah and Chachma wisdom. And the final analysis, we shall see that Rabbi Sachs, there is an objective realm of truth and falsehood. It is vital that we agree to its existence, but also vital that we accept that our access to those facts leaves plenty of room for reasonable disagreement. Finally, if my resolution to the conundrum is correct, we shall also be in a position to understand better why Rabbi Sachs had more of a pluralistic attitude towards non-Jewish religions than he had towards non-Orthodox denominations of Judaism. On the importance of objective truth, Rabbi Sachs was deeply concerned about the rise of a post-truth culture in which there is no secure way of establishing and checking the facts. We know that on the web, lies go viral, whereas the correction very rarely does, or to say the lie can travel around the world before truth has time to put its shoes on. Here, as elsewhere, of course, Rabbi Sachs assumes that there is such a thing as the facts. There is a way that things are, and there is a way that things are not. There is a truth and there are falsehoods. A post-truth world is one that seeks to airbrush over this dichotomy. To some extent, this lamentable feature of the contemporary society, Rabbi Sachs maintains, has roots in postmodernism. In his words, the postmodernists cast doubt on the very idea of objective facts, objective truth, scientific method, and the rest. but it was, Rabbi Sachs insists, Nietzsche who first recognized that the belief in the existence of objective truth is something of a religious value. Accordingly, the belief in objectivity, so central to the scientific endeavor, is an endeavor that seeks to uncover the underlying facts and the structure of reality, is doomed to collapse in the wake of the so-called death of God, as Nietzsche put it. It is still a metaphysical faith upon which our faith in science rests, that even we knowers of today, we godless anti-metaphysicians, still take our fire too from the flame lit by the 1,000-year-old faith, the Christian faith, which was also Plato's faith, that God is truth, that truth is divine. But what is this we were to become more and more difficult to believe? Rabbi Sachs summarized the point by saying our belief in truth ultimately goes back to religious and philosophical foundations, which we are rapidly losing. The scientific endeavor presupposes that there is a stable world of facts beyond our creation, awaiting our discovery and explanation. But why suppose that to be the case to begin with? This is no more a leap of faith than the leap towards faith in the existence of God. Indeed, the claim that God exists can at least lend some justification to the hope that his world has been designed according to an order that science can uncover. But without a faith in God, there is no reason for a faith of the scientist. Rabbi Sachs argues that absent belief in truth, we cannot make sense of this notion of honesty. Without the notion of honesty, there can be no trust. In such a world, there can be no science, there can be no absolute or objective values. This puts freedom itself at risk. We've forgotten that without a shared moral code to which we are all accountable, into which we are all educated, and which we have internalized, we will lose trust in public life on which our very freedom depends. In a nutshell, without moral commitment, the still small voice of truth is inaudible beneath the cacophony of lies, half-truths, obfuscations, and evasions. Without truth, no trust. Without trust, no society. Truth and trust create a world we can live and share. Rabbi Sachs ends his reflection on post-truth by quoting the words of Bertrand Russell about the death of civilizations. What happened in the Great Age of Greece happened again in the Renaissance Italy. Traditional moral restraints disappeared because they were seen to be associated with superstition. The liberation from fetters made individuals energetic and creative, producing a rare fluorescence of genius, but the anarchy and treachery which inevitably resulted from the decay of morals made Italians collectively impotent, and they fell like the Greeks under the domination of nations less civilized than themselves, but not so destitute of social cohesion. Without a belief in objective truth and its converse, subjective falsehood, moral constraints became mere superstitions, or at best a socially constructed artifact that a culture can shed. The initial liberation from such fetters may lead to an explosion of creativity, but it eventually ushered in decadence and collapse that spelled the end of civilizations. And this, according to Rabbi Sachs, explains the verse in the book of Jeremiah. They make ready their tongues like a bow to shoot lies. Don't trust anyone in your clan, for every one of them is a deceiver and every friend a slanderer. They have taught their tongues to lie. They weary themselves with sinning. Their tongue's deadly arrow, it speaks deceitfully. With their mouths they all speak cordially to their neighbors, but in their hearts they set traps for them. Should I not punish them for this, says the Lord? Should I not avenge myself on a nation such as this? When lies parade as truth, there can be no trust. In such a situation, it was safe to infer with the prophet Jeremiah that the end was nigh, and of course it was. Rabbi Sachs concludes, because his faithful city, now the faithless city of Jerusalem, was eventually conquered by the Babylonians. What Jeremiah was teaching us, according to Rabbi Sachs, is that no society can survive when the distinction between truth and falsehood evaporates. One of the aftermaths of Marxism persisting in such movements as postmodernism and postcolonialism, Rabbi Sachs elsewhere contends, is the idea that there is no such thing as truth. Instead, these movements suggest that reality is socially constructed to advance the interest of one group over or another. According to this way of thinking, once you have a narrative, it does not matter whether it is true or false. All that matters is that people believe it. This dynamic constitutes the underlying similarity between the Korach rebellion in the Book of Numbers and the campaign against Israel on campuses throughout the world, and the BDS movement in particular. Like the Korach rebellion, it brings together people who have nothing else in common. Some belong to the far left and a few to the far right. Some are anti-globalist, while others are generally concerned with the plight of the Palestinians. What they have in common is a refusal to give the supporters of Israel a fair hearing. The Korach rebellion has a patchwork alliance of convenience between various groups that has nothing in common other than their joint opposition to Moses. The BDS movement is a modern-day echo of the same phenomenon. The flagrant falsehoods and sometimes utters that Israel was not the birthplace of the Jewish people, that there was never a temple in Jerusalem, that Israel is a colonial power, a foreign transplant alien to the Middle East, rival the claims of Datan and Aviram, that Egypt was a land flowing with milk and honey, and that Moses brought the people out solely in order to kill them in the desert. Why bother with truth when all that matters is power, construed as a narrative that people will find compelling? Some years earlier, Rabbi Sachs argued that if we reject the existence of objective moral facts, then we cannot reason together. All truth becomes subjective or relative, no more than a construction and narrative, one way among many of telling the story. In other words, if morality is relegated to the realm of objective fact, to the realm of a mere story of narrative, then society is in trouble. This is not just because trust is undermined in a world without objective facts, which is the argument we've already seen, but because persuasion will have to give way into violence. If truth is no longer a meaningful measure by which to assess a claim, then opinions cannot be ruled out of order for being untrue. Instead of being refuted by rational arguments, dissenting views are stigmatized as guilty of postmodernism, cardinal sin, racism, and any of its myriad multiplying variants. So moral consensus disappears and moral conversation dies. Opponents are demonized. Ever new isms are invented to include even more opinions. New forms of intimidation begin to appear. Protests, threats of violence, sometimes actual violence. From when there are no shared standards, there can be no conversation. And where conversation ends, violence begins. Rabbi Sachs obviously has no issue with people fighting for their rights as individuals and as groups, but he thought that the major problem arises when groups seek to define themselves only in terms to their oppression. A group then claims to be worthy of special consideration, not because of the objective demands of justice, but because there are victims of special oppression. This form of identity politics is deeply and inexorably divisive. The logic is as follows: the group to which I belong is a victim. It has been wronged, therefore we are entitled to special treatment. This gives rise to an endlessly proliferating list of aggrieved. Each of their claims is surely true, but you cannot build a free society on the basis of these truths, just as you cannot heal trauma by endlessly attending to your wounds. A culture of victimhood sets groups against group, each claiming that its pain, injury, oppression, humiliation is greater than that of others. Of course, there is a tension between the claim that there are no moral truths and the morally charged claim that racism and any other form of oppression is a cardinal sin. But inconsistencies needn't worry a person who has given up on objectivity and traditional guardian logic. Rabbi Sachs was consistent advocate for the existence of objective facts, including moral facts. He was a wide-eyed and prescient social critic who was quick to recognize the cultural winds that would give rise to our current cancel culture. Moreover, he saw the phenomenon described and condemned in the Bible. No truth on earth. In Dignity of Difference, Rabbi Sachs wrote, men kill because they believe they possess the truth while their opponents are in error. In that case, says God, throwing truth to the ground, let human beings live by a different standard of truth, one that is human and thus conscious of its limitations. Truth on the ground is multiple, partial. Fragments of it lie everywhere. Each person, culture, and language has a part of it. None has it all. Truth on earth is not, nor can it aspire to be the whole truth. It is limited, not comprehensive, particular, not universal. When two propositions conflict, it is not necessarily because one is true and the other false. This quotation seems to carry an allusion to the Lurianic notion of Nitzotzot, the sparks of divinity, hidden everywhere in the very darkest corners of creation. Fragments of it lie everywhere, and although this quotation maintains a faith in the integrity of truth in some transcendent realm, it also expresses the claim that here on earth, no single position can have a monopoly on truth. Some kernel of truth can be found in every position and perspective. Objective truth exists only in heaven or after the coming of the Messiah. The dichotomy between truth and falsehood is deceptive. Indeed, the final eschatological truth, which recombines all of the hidden shards of divine light that populate our fractured world, actually encompasses both sides of any dichotomy. Moreover, it is the belief in that dichotomy rather than its erosion, which is presented here by Rabbi Sachs as a contributing factor towards violence. The belief that there exists some transcendent truth that somehow encompasses and reconciles both sides in apparent contradiction is perhaps what lies behind the words of Reb Ruvain, who asked in the Midrash, what is the seal of the Holy One, blessed be he? His answer is truth, because Emet has three letters, Aleph, the first of all the letters, Mem, the middle letter, and Tuf, the final letter, as to say, I am the first, I am the last, and besides me there is no God. The real metaphysical truth, one that we cannot assess or not yet, somehow includes everything from Aleph to Tuf, or as Rav Avram Yitzchak Cook was to put it, in the supernal thinking that probes the depth of all matters, reality knows no opposites. This does not amount to postmodernism with its claim that there no such thing as objective truth, but before the onset of the Messianic age, the position is functionally equivalent to postmodernism. At least the here and now, there is no objective truth, but only partial truths of any given narrative, and there is no dichotomy between truth and falsehood because nobody has a monopoly on truth, and the ultimate truth will anyway reconcile and encompass all perspectives. The dignity of difference struck some of its readers as a tacit admission that the truths of Judaism are somehow relative, and thus as a stepping away from the absolutism of mainstream Orthodox Judaism. Leaders of the ultra-Orthodox community in particular were outraged. One of the prominent Israeli rabbinic authorities, Rabbi Yosef Shalom Elyashiv, and the chair of the Council of Sages of the British wing of the Agudas Yisrael, Rabbi Tzalo Rocco of Gateshead, accused Rabbi Sachs of heresy. The controversy resulted in a second revised edition of the book designed to appease his critics. Perhaps the most controversial quotation from the first edition, subsequently expunged, stated that in the course of history, God has spoken to mankind in many languages, through Judaism to Jews, Christianity to Christians, Islam to Muslims. Only such a God is truly transcendental, greater than not only the natural universe, but also than the spiritual universe, articulated in any single faith, any specific language of human sensibility. How could a sacred text convey such an idea? It would declare that God is God of all of humanity, but no single faith is or should be the faith of all of humanity. It is as if the unified truth of the transcendent God refracts through the prisms of this world onto various languages of the various faiths. Even though these words were removed from the second edition, Rabbi Sachs was adamant that he wasn't retracting his earlier statement so much as seeking to remove any grounds for misinterpretation. To illustrate that the previous quote wasn't a slip of the tongue, witnesses that elsewhere he claimed God spoke to mankind in many different languages, and it is our task to respect those differences while being true to our own heritage, our own language, while making peace for people who are different. And I think the idea of particularity, and I think the world needs it now. Finally, we should consider the following passage in which he seeks to make a distinction between scientific and moral truth. In Judaism, there is a particular kind of Emet, which is moral truth, which is conventional. It is not ontological. It is not a matter of facts. It is a matter of obligations and commitments. And therefore, there are those two kinds of truth which are totally and absolutely different from one another, namely ontological and conventional truth. And other religions could conceive of their truth conventionally instead of ontologically, then other religions will find it possible to make space for yet other religions. Miriam Felder-Kane's reading of the passage is perhaps the most straightforward interpretation. She writes that on this picture, the covenantal truth of Judaism does not lay claim to an absolute reality or identify its origin in a revealed truth, but rather dictates ethical norms which frame the way Jews relates to the world around her, including her daily interactions with her non-Jewish counterparts. At this point, Rabbi Sachs seems to be in his most postmodern. The truth of Judaism are not grounded in some objective realm of facts, but emerge from the grammar of a particular culture, a specific language game, which frames the way the Jew relates to the puzzle. And now the puzzle is in place. On the one hand, Rabbi Sachs presents himself as opponent of postmodernism. Wearing this hat, he places ultimate importance on the existence of objective facts, explicitly including moral facts among them. However, he laments the erosion of the hard and fast dichotomy between truth and falsehood, claiming that this erosion will lead to the emergence of political and religious violence. On the other hand, he claims that there is no objective truth before the coming of Messiah, and that the belief in the dichotomy between truth and falsehood, rather than its erosion, is what leads to religious and political violence. He asserts that moral codes in religions like Judaism cannot be grounded in an objective realm of facts so much as the conventions of a particular intersubjective covenant or language. There are four potential strategies for understanding and contextualizing Rabbi Sachs' varied statements. The first is to say that he buckled under the pressure of his critics. The first edition of The Dignity of Difference on this understanding represents the sincere postmodernist pluralism of Rabbi Sachs, and under the pressure of various forces in the ultra-Orthodox world and perhaps within his own Beit-Din rabbinic court, he recanted or pretended to recant this difference. This most uncharitable understanding is undermined by the fact that in the preface to his revised edition of The Dignity of Difference, Rabbi Sachs seems wholly unrepentant and insists that he's not retracting any of his claims made in the first edition. Moreover, if he really was a postmodernist in hiding, why did he dedicate so much of his time to attacking postmodernism in earlier and later work as a brow-beaten postmodernist seeking to avoid controversy? He could simply have kept his silence on these issues in later life rather than engaging in passionate defenses of objectivity. Are we to believe that all these passionate interventions were nothing more than a face-saving charade? This strategy is unacceptable, especially to those of us who knew Rabbi Sachs personally and were witnesses to his intellectual fearlessness and to his remarkable dignity and integrity. The second strategy is not as cynical as the first. According to this view, Rabbi Sachs quite sincerely changed his mind. He was a postmodern pluralist in The Dignity of Difference soon afterwards, but a vocal opponent of postmodernism thereafter. This change of mind wasn't necessarily the result of political pressure, but simply a case of thinker coming to a different worldview. Honest thinkers do change their mind, but one might expect him to have announced such a major change of heart, if indeed there was one. And yet Rabbi Sachs never repudiated his earlier works, even as he became a trenchant critic of postmodernism and post-truth climate. In fact, echoes of the main themes of The Dignity of Difference can be found in his work right until the end of his career, and indeed there are many passages in his earlier work that prefigure the central claims of The Dignity of Difference. Therefore, the claims that he made in that book, however they're to be understood, should not be regarded as a passing phase of his thought. Moreover, the root of his attack on postmodernism go back at least as far as the tradition on traditional age, 1990, which predates The Dignity of Difference. The first two possible solutions are therefore untenable. The third solution to our puzzle is one to which Feldman K. seems to hint, treating his thought together with that of Dr. Alon Goshen Gottstein. She observes that their writings possess elements of both postmodernism and criticism of postmodernism. On the one hand, their positions are culturally particular, and they oppose the grounding of faith and reason to the extent that neither of them understands religion as dependent on a provable absolute truth. Their theological observations do seem postmodern. On the other hand, their resistance to relativism prevents them from embracing postmodernism unequivocally. Rabbi Sachs' embrace of postmodernism on this reading was not unequivocal. Perhaps this means that he drew from some elements of postmodern thought while rejecting others. That suggestion would be difficult to maintain because, as we've seen, the elements of postmodernism that he criticizes with one voice seem to be the very elements that he endorses with his other voice. Perhaps Feldman Kane's suggestion should be read as follows. Rabbi Sachs' attitude towards postmodernism was ambivalent and confused. He embraced it, but equivocally, he was of two minds. He had postmodernist moods and anti-postmodernist moods. Ultimately, I cannot countenance the suggestion is simply too uncharitable. It makes Rabbi Sachs appear as one deeply torn over the very values that he presents as being most central to his thought. On the other hand, the conflict between the two voices that we found in his writing, the voice of the objectivist and the voice of the functionally postmodernist, is explicit and jarring enough to give one pause. According to this third solution, though I cannot endorse it, it's certainly more plausible than the first two. Rather, I offer a fourth solution, which seeks to find some viable interpretation of the various threads of Rabbi Sachs' thoughts and resolve the tension between them. This can be done only if we factor in two more aspects of his philosophy: his communitarianism, which is based in large part upon his critique of the Enlightenment, and his distinction between Torah and Chachma wisdom. With this wider context in place, a new light is shown upon his pluralism. In his Crisis and Covenant, Rabbi Sachs puts forward a strident argument according to which Jewish thought cannot be accommodated by the categories of modern or Enlightenment philosophy. In this context, he used the words modern and Enlightenment interchangeably. Indeed, the very concept of Jewish identity, as the Jewish tradition understands it, offends against two of the most powerful axioms in modern thought, namely David Hume's insistence that one cannot derive an ought from an is, a moral judgment from a descriptive statement, and John Paul Sartre's declaration that existence precedes essence, which means that our bare existence as human persons stands apart from any of the various social labels that will later get adopted by or imposed by us, even if those labels later become essential to our sense of self. And thus, for Sartre, my humanity stands apart from and precedes my Jewishness. On this Enlightenment view of human persons, there is no morally significant role into which we are born. A. Reiner, thanks for the super chat. Appreciate it. You're always welcome to take the link and hop on and talk. I think you joined my Discord, but definitely appreciate that. You can consider becoming a member at Doofit too if you want. As far as Rabbi Sachs was concerned, Jewish identity, as that concept has been traditionally understood, manifestly assumes that one cannot derive an ought from an is. The fact that a person is born into a Jewish people entails the ought of commandment, and the fact that a Jew can be born into the obligations of covenant entails that in some important sense, the essence of the Jew precedes his very existence. The second point of conflict, it seems to me, is more significant than the first. One looking to reconcile Jewish and Enlightenment thought could argue that it isn't the mere is of birth that entails the ought of the Jewish commandments. Rather, it is the non-mortal facts that a person was born Jewish and that Jews are commanded by divine law, in addition to the irreducibly moral fact that people ought to follow divine command, that collectively entail the ought in question, that a person born Jewish ought to follow God's command. Accordingly, this element of Jewish identity is in tension with Hume's claim that ought cannot be derived from purely non-moral premises. The second point, that Jewish identity conflicts with Sartre's claim about existence and essence, touches on something more profound. Modern thought, in its many guises, is ardently committed to the notion that a person exists and has rights and duties prior to any choice that he makes and prior to any associations or relationships into which one may fall. John Rawls brings together many strands of Enlightenment thought in his monumental theory of justice. In that work, he suggests that we arrive at the core principles of justice by imagining what rules we would all accept to govern a society if only we were to stand behind a veil of ignorance. Behind such a veil, legislators and decision makers would act oblivious to their own gender, religion, racial identity, social, economical background, and physical attributes. According to Rawls, the principles arrived at from behind such a veil constitutes the foundational principles of justice. Sartre's slogan that existence precedes essence manages to capture much of the conception of personhood standing behind Rawls' thinking. This was anathema to Rabbi Sachs. The idea that a person could live and think and express himself in a cultural or social vacuum, as would be required behind a veil of ignorance, was to Rabbi Sachs inconceivable as an art without conventions, since even a radical artist needs to have conventions to bend or against which to rebel, or a thought without a language in which it can be expressed. A person without a social cultural context is close to a contradiction in terms. Jewish thought, after all, rejects the notion of mankind in the abstract, shorn of individual particular social and cultural context. Jews are born into their obligations in virtue of being born into a network of relationships and into a particular history. Also, Rabbi Sachs puts the point. Enlightenment thought consistently focuses on man as such, humanity in the abstract, the self-divorced from all traditions, particular histories, and accidents of birth. Jews were to be accorded rights, but not as Jews, instead as abstract individuals. But Jews testified to the concrete particularism of human identity. They were not atomistic slaves. They were, both in their own and others' eyes, members of a people, participants in a history, bearers of revelation, adherents to a tradition. Neither Jews nor Judaism fitted into the remorseless logic of philosophical abstraction. This Jewish critique of Enlightenment anthropology is also at the heart of communitarianism. The 1980s movement was a critique of liberal political thought. Communitarianism wasn't intended to be the anti-liberal so much as to repair liberalism from the inside by correcting its mistaken conception of human identity. The notion that a person could be born into a network of obligations and responsibilities has been utterly overlooked by the liberal political tradition to its detriment. As Rabbi Sachs was later to summarize the key insight of communitarianism thought, we are not mere individuals, we are social animals embedded in a network of relationships, families, friends, colleagues, neighbors, co-workers, and co-worshippers. And some of these are constitutive to our sense of self. The I in and of itself has no identity. We are who we are because of the groups to which we belong. To be sure, liberalism allows us to enter or leave such groups as we choose. This is what makes it liberal. It turns potentially coercive groups into voluntary associations, but community is essentially essential to identity. So these thinkers argued, and they became known collectively as communitarians. Have a good night, Reiner. Appreciate you being in the chat. Feel free to message on Discord or wherever. By relating to human beings only in the abstract, Rabbi Sachs argues Enlightenment thought had crucially misunderstood the nature of moral obligation. In a lightning tour of ethical philosophy from the 18th century onward, he documents various attempts to the grounds of the norms of human behavior. In Reason, Kant emotion, Hume, social contract, Hobbes, Rousseau, the consequence of action, Bentham and Mill, the structure of history, Hegel, human will, Nietzsche, and existential decision, Sartre. Not all of these were rationalist approaches, but what they have in common is that their subject matter is man as such, not particular human beings set in specific traditions, each with its own integrity. There is a vast chasm separating those who, like Kant and Mill, who believe that there are universal principles of ethics, and those like Nietzsche and Sartre who argue that there is nothing beyond individual decision and will. But despite this, they share the fundamental either there is ethical truth, in which case it applies to all men equally, or there are only the private decisions of individuals, in which case there is no objective ethical truth. Ethical principle is universal or it's private, such as the axiom of the Enlightenment's heirs. Echoing Bernard Williams, one of his university instructors, Rabbi Sacks argues that this Enlightenment approach towards ethics fundamentally misfires in the face of various duties of partiality. For example, he shares a story gleaned from Michael Weichselgrad, in which a Chinese communist was praised by state media for saving a party official rather than saving his own son in the wake of an earthquake. Both Kantian and utilitarian ethics could plausibly defend the father's action. Nonetheless, Rabbi Sacks demurs, one might legitimately feel that the father was deficient in some important moral sense, a moral sense that Judaism and communitarianism easily understands, and which Enlightenment thought struggles to accommodate. So what exactly is the Jewish account of ethics that makes room for the partiality of parents towards their children? The basic feature of this account of ethics is that obligatory emerges on the basis of relationships within the family. For example, these obligations then gradually extend to the community as a whole, and beyond that to those who lie outside the community. On this view, in contrast with the Enlightenment thought, it is perfectly intelligible that members of a conventional community might owe special duties to one another. At times, Rabbi Sacks characterizes his view as one according to which values are not facts, and yet in the same breath he asserts, but neither are they private or subjective. I think that this was an unfortunate turn of phrase. Rather than deny that values are facts, I think he would have been truer to his position to say that values are a special category of fact, a fact that is grounded in interpersonal relationships. This is to say, borrowing the terminology of John Searle, moral facts are not brute facts that exist independently of human society, but that doesn't mean that they're not facts. They are instead institutional facts, that is to say, they are facts that objectively hold and truly exist with their own irreducible moral force. But these facts, along with their objective moral force, exist only in virtue of various agreements, relationships, and or institutions that underlie them. To use Rabbi Sacks' own words, true, they are created by covenant and by agreement on the part of a community. Some moral facts will bind all humanity, perhaps in virtue of those relationships that hold between us simply because we are all part of the same species in the same natural environment. Other moral facts will only take hold within very specific cultural and social contexts. That doesn't make them subjective or private. As far as I'm aware, Rabbi Sacks never argues at length for the following point, but it seems to me followed directly from his communitarian ethics that we should also adapt something that might be called the communitarian epistemology. I've argued elsewhere that the rabbis had a profound understanding that what's rational for one person given his own social context might not be rational for another person in a relevantly different social context. Allow me to explain how I think Rabbi Sacks' communitarianism might have shaped this epistemology. I call a thought unthinkable for you if you cannot bring yourself to factor it into your practical reasoning. For example, you might be waiting for a heart transplant for your loved one. You know that one way to save them would be to find a healthy match and drug them and cause brainstem death, giving the doctor time to salvage the heart for your beloved. This strategy might work, but is unthinkable, and rightly so. It is understandable that membership in the community will render some thoughts unthinkable, depending on one's identification with the community's morals and values. I call this inability to think certain things in these contexts a function of one's epistemic rootedness. Being epistemically rooted needn't make a person culpably closed-minded. If provided with an overwhelming amount of evidence that my wife is plotting to kill me, this evidence will almost certainly impact my feelings towards her. It will uproot me. Once the relationship is undermined, what one was once unthinkable might become eminently thinkable. But short of overwhelming evidence, the fact that her plotting to kill me is unthinkable to me. The fact that without an overwhelming amount of evidence to back you up, I will totally discount your claims to the contrary is no indictment on my rationality. I was acting rationally when I put down those roots. How could I flourish as a human being outside of any deep and meaningful human relationship? I teach philosophy for a living. In the seminar room, all intellectual options should be on the table. Solipsism, the view that only you exist, is a good example and should be seriously entertained when doing philosophy. In fact, it is not easy to construct decisive arguments against solipsism. But outside the seminar room, I don't so much consider the possibility that I'm the only real person affected by my actions. It would be illogical and immoral to do so. If in the seminar room I came across overwhelming reasons to adopt a theory I wouldn't have entertained outside, then I must take that the theory back with me into the world at large. If I didn't revise my beliefs in the face of overwhelming evidence, then my closed-mindedness would become culpable. But so long as we're all encouraged to spend some time in the philosophy seminar room, we're willing to listen to other opinions and garner contrary evidence while there, and our rootedness has a threshold beyond which the evidence would make inroads and compel us to bring new beliefs from the metaphorical seminar room into our actual lives. We can't say that fidelity to epistemic groups is straightforwardly closed-minded. So now imagine an agnostic Jew deeply integrated into the Jewish community, who sometimes attends synagogues for cultural reasons, had a Jewish wedding to a spouse with a similar identity, has children to whom they passed on their identity. If what we said so far is true, that despite the lack of belief in God and lack of belief in the authority of the halachic system, belief in other religions will be unthinkable. In the terminology of William James, those other religions are not for them live options. To adopt another religion would sever the connection to the community, history, and family. It is not that culpably closed-minded. They spend time, so to speak, in the philosophy seminar room. Just need an awful lot of evidence to make the unthinkable thinkable. Moreover, given a general commitment to communitarianism, a person cannot be criticized for the desire to want to remain faithful to a network of communal obligations in which they were born. For this reason, I have argued that the biblical Ruth experienced an epiphany leading her to want to convert to Judaism. Naomi might have been skeptical. One day she has a mystical vision driving her towards Judaism. Perhaps the next day she will have a different vision pushing her in a different direction. Said Ruth's primary commitment was to Naomi and to her people, and only secondary to Naomi's religion. In the long term, this made it more likely that if and when Ruth did embrace the theology of Judaism, she'd do so with a steadfast resilience. If a person is epistemically rooted in their religious community, then their commitment to the religion is likely to be more stable. Other religions will become unthinkable. But if what I've said is true, then by parity of reason, there will be Christians, Muslims, and others who, by dint of the communal commitment in which they were raised, are similarly closed off from evaluating evidence to embrace any other religion but the one into which they were born. This is epistemologically that I've defended, what is endorsed by Rabbi Sachs. There's strong evidence to suggest that it was. In fact, Rabbi Sachs goes so far as to say that idolaters who worship of other gods transgresses the Noahide laws so long as they don't live in the land of Israel, such that they would have been exposed to other cultural differences, are not held responsible by Jewish law for their idolatry. He bases this claim upon a reading of the Talmud Kulin 13b and says that such people are considered to suffer from cultural duress. What rationale for people to believe depends in particular upon their cultural context. If a good and reasonable God placed us in the social context into which we were born, then he can't very well be angry with us for following the path of reasonability and rationality, as those paths are shaped by those contexts. This seems to be a consequence of the communitarianism to which Rabbi Sachs was committed. Torah and Chokmah. Before we turn to the puzzle at the heart of this paper, there's one more ingredient of Rabbi Sachs' thought that requires examination. In numerous works, Rabbi Sachs was keen to draw a distinction between Torah and Chokmah, worldly wisdom. What is the difference? Here's a characteristic example of its answer to the question. Chokmah is the truth we discover. Torah is the truth we inherit. Chokmah is the universal heritage of mankind by virtue of the fact that we are creating God's image and likeness. As Rashi translates, inner likeness is with the capacity to understand and discern. Torah is the specific heritage to Israel. He has revealed his word to Jacob, his law and decrees to Israel. He has done this for no other nation. Chokmah discovers God in creation. Torah is the word of God in revelation. Chokmah is the ontological truth, how things are. Torah is the conventional truth, how things ought to be. Chokmah can be defined as anything that allows us to see the universe as the world of God and humanity as the image of God. Torah is God's covenant with the Jewish people and the architecture of holiness and Israel's written constitution as a nation under the sovereignty of God. Wisdom, it seems, is a faculty that allows human beings in common to unveil brute facts. Torah, by contrast, is a particular cultural heritage that creates and sustains relationships of particular obligation. Those obligations are equally objective. They too are facts, but are not brute facts. They are institutional facts. They are conventional. Throughout his reflections on this distinction, Rabbi Sachs placed a great deal of weight upon a particular midrash which reads, if someone says to you that there is wisdom among the Gentiles, believe it. But if they say to you that there is Torah among the Gentiles, don't believe it. But why? Why can't a non-Jew, by dint of spending many years learning the relevant text, become an expert in Torah? I think a deeper appreciation of Rabbi Sachs' distinction can help us to answer that question. The Torah itself contains passages that we classify as wisdom. Indeed, there's entire books of wisdom literature in the Hebrew Bible, such as Proverbs, Job, Ecclesiastic, and parts of Psalms. However, each and every verse in the Bible and each and every sentence in the Talmud is used to express a proposition. A proposition is the parcel of meaning that a sentence expresses and that two sentences in different language have in common. So, for example, the sentence snow is white and the sentence le neige est blanc are two sentences that express the same proposition. No reasonable person would deny that the proposition content of each verse of the Bible and Talmud are open for a Gentile to grasp. What we have to recognize is that not every truth can be conveyed by a proposition. There's often much lost in translation between two languages, even if the translation preserves the propositional content. Some would say that what's lost is mere color or tone, but that is incorrect. A world of associations and sensibilities are encoded in the non-propositional elements of language. According to Rabbi Sachs, Torah is a language. Only if you are immersed in its culture can you assess its non-propositional content. The propositional content of the Torah can, to some extent, be understood by the faculty of wisdom, even if it only blinds the people who stand in the right relationship to it. It is the non-propositional content of Jewish language, by contrast, that is the Torah, in the sense of the word used by the Midrash. Indeed, Rabbi Sachs writes, implicit in Judaism is a deep analogy between faith and language. A language is spoken by a people. There is no such thing as a private language or universal language. We are born into a linguistic community. We do not choose to be born to English as against French-speaking parents, and yet the fact has the greatest significance in shaping our sensibilities. By speaking any natural language, we are participants in the history of civilization, its nuances of meaning and associations. We are shaped by the past and yet persist into the present. And to speak language is to internalize its rules and grammar and semantics. Without these rules, we cannot express ourselves articulately. In these two elements of Rabbi Sachs' thoughts, his communitarianism and his distinction between Torah and wisdom, that will allow us to resolve the puzzle of this paper. Resolving the puzzle. With our broader understanding of some of Rabbi Sachs' central commitment, let us return to the quotations that led to our initial challenge, the quotation in which he seems to embrace the very elements of postmodernism thought elsewhere he condemned. Men kill because they believe that they possess the truth while their opponents are in error. Here's what's causing the violence isn't the belief in the dichotomy between truth and falsehood. Indeed, if that were Rabbi Sachs' points, he'd be contradicting what he says elsewhere. He believes that the erosion of that dichotomy leads to violence. Surely then, belief in the dichotomy is not the problem. The problem is the belief that you possess the truth, a belief held with such certainty, with such hubris, with such certainty in your epistemic infallibility that you can be certain enough to kill in its name. We should recognize that God has situated different people in very different epistemic situations. Even if there's only one truth, by giving each person different epistemic roots, placing them in different communities, we each have very different aspects to the facts. Accordingly, we have to be aware that what's currently rational for us to believe might not be the final word on any given issue, and certainly won't be rational for other people to believe. Our opponents may have a false belief while we might hold the truth. Does that mean that they're in error? Not necessarily. Not if their roots have rendered a falsehood rational for them to believe. And if it turns out that we're the ones in error, we can at least tell God that we did our very best from the context into which he placed us. There's no culpability for believing false things if you arrived at those falsehoods through the impeccable use of rationality. Furthermore, in addition to the truths that can be stated in propositional form and therefore in any language with a sufficiently rich vocabulary, there are also non-propositional truths that are inevitably lost in translation from one language to another, and perhaps even from one speaker to another. These non-propositional truths are the truths, fragments of which lie everywhere. Each person, culture, and language has part of it, none has it all. Indeed, for various reasons, when two propositions conflict, it is not necessary because one is true and the other is false. This could be because even though one is true and the other, strictly speaking, false, the false proposition, when clothed in a particular language, might be the best vehicle for expressing an additional non-propositional truth. Alternatively, it could be because moral facts grounded as they are in relationships, can tug in more than one direction. A person might have an obligation that is grounded in his role as a father and another obligation that is grounded in his role as a doctor, and those obligations, though not sufficient to give rise to a logical contradiction, give rise to real tension, real conflict that's quite orthogonal to the dichotomy between truth and falsehood. Perhaps that's why Rabbi Sachs talks here out of conflict and not contradiction. A person cannot be in two places at once. That would be a contradiction, and thereby feel torn by tension. That's not a contradiction, but a conflict. It is simply a consequence of the messy webs of obligations that our relationships create. God has spoken to mankind in many languages, through Judaism to the Jews, Christianity to the Christians, Islam to the Muslims. Doesn't mean that they're mutually incompatible propositions expressed in those languages are all true. That would make no sense. That would mean that Jesus was both the Messiah and mere prophet, whilst also being neither of the two all at once. Rabbi Sachs' most controversial words express two related facts. One is that God has deliberately placed human beings in different social and cultural contexts, such that for some of them it is rational and reasonable to be a Muslim, and for others to be a Christian, and for us to be Jewish. This despite the fact that no more than one of those religions can be wholly true. To recognize that God has placed us in this situation can explain why we're not obligated as Jews to convert these people to Judaism, and moreover to see it as part of God's plan that different worldviews are explored for the value they may bring to the world, even in and amidst the things that they get wrong. The second fact is at the level of the non-propositional content. Judaism is a language that only people immersed in the Jewish culture are well placed to understand. The same can be said for Christians and Muslims regarding their Christianity and their Islam, and the level of those non-propositional truths that cannot be translated from faith to faith. There's no reason to think that the faiths are in conflict at all, despite the fact that at the propositional level, only one of these faiths can be onto the truth. Even so, they might each be expressing in their own specific language of human sensibility various non-propositional truths that don't contradict any of the truths of Judaism, but which can only be expressed in its own language and cultural context. No culture has the ability of its own to express the whole truth, even if Judaism is, as Rabbi Sachs surely believed it to be, wholly true. God speaks to mankind in many different languages, and it's our task to respect those differences, especially when we recognize that their religions are as rational for them, given their cultural starting points, as ours is for us, and that there may be non-propositional truths grasped by those religions which do not conflict with the teachings of Judaism, but which can only be expressed in a foreign language. Furthermore, we must respect these differences while being true to our own heritage, because we were born into a situation that makes Judaism overwhelmingly the most reasonable religion for us to believe, and because our birth came about with particular obligations. When Rabbi Sachs says that moral truth is not ontological, it is not a matter of facts, it is a matter of obligations and commitments. He can only be saying that obligations and commitments, objective though they are a different kind of fact from brute facts. After that, he is explicitly not denying objectivity. According to Feldman Kane, Rabbi Sachs thought that the concept of truth has been misapplied to religion. To prove her point, she quotes the following: almost none of the truths by which we live are provable, and the desire to prove them is based on momental confusion between explanation and interpretation. Explanations can be proved, interpretations cannot, but this does not at all demonstrate for Rabbi Sachs the concept of truth is misapplied to religion. On the contrary, the quotation itself unabashedly does just that. It applies to the concept of truth to religion, the truth by which we live. Rather, what Rabbi Sachs is saying is that, as Feldman Kane indeed points out elsewhere, the concept of proof has been misapplied to religion, but that doesn't imply any sympathy at all for postmodernism. It is quite compatible with a belief in the existence of objective truths to claim that there are certain truths that we cannot prove. Moreover, given a broadly communitarian epistemology, the claim that religious truths by which we live are beyond the power of proof makes perfect sense. What will be rationally compelling for one person situated in one cultural context, fluent in one particular language, will not necessarily be compelling for someone else. This has no bearing on what's true or false, but merely on what happens to be rational for a given person in a given context. We can have good reason to believe that we have access to important truths while recognizing that other people might have equally good reasons to disagree. At no point did Rabbi Sachs give up on the notion of an objective realm of truth and falsehood, a realm that includes objective moral facts. According to Rabbi Sachs, it is vital that we all agree to the existence of this realm, but it is also vital that we accept that our epistemically rooted access to those facts leaves plenty of room for reasonable disagreement, given our different roots. We must also recognize that much of what a culture, narrative, or a set of beliefs contributes to the world is not the revelation of true propositions that we could not have come to know without them, but come packaged as non-propositional insights and sensibilities that its language encodes. Rabbi Sachs was not a postmodernist. Indeed, he was a strident opponent of postmodernism. Moreover, it is this fact that makes his interreligious pluralism all the more astounding. What he sought to demonstrate was that it was possible for a person to believe in the distinction between truth and falsehood, while recognizing that other religions can be a vehicle for the expression of an important non-propositional truths that only they can express, valuing those faiths traditions for the wisdom that they contribute to human conversation, and recognizing that God has placed people in culturally contexts that make their own religion rationally compelling to them, and that he must have done so for a reason. It is the compatibility of this form of pluralism within a perfectly orthodox framework that makes it so noteworthy. It is unfortunate that his orthodox critics misunderstood the first edition of the Dignity of Difference, but it is also now quite clear why we should have wanted to issue a revised edition. He wanted to do so because he had been misunderstood. Finally, we are now positioned to better understand why Rabbi Sachs had a more pluralistic attitude towards non-Jewish religions than he had towards non-Orthodox denominations of Judaism. Ultimately, Rabbi Sachs was committed to the doctrine that across all denominational divides, the Jewish people are one people. He had harsh criticism for those who sought to secede, though unwittingly determined a key teaching of the Torah, which Rabbi Sachs dubs the rejection of rejection. This doctrine is the culmination of the book of Genesis. After a series of choices and rejections, Abraham is chosen, while others are rejected. Isaac is chosen, and Ishmael is rejected. Jacob is chosen, and Esau is rejected. All of Jacob's sons are included in the collective. This, according to Rabbi Sachs, is the conclusion of the book of Genesis. There will be no more dramas of chosen sons. When, at the time of the golden calf, and again after the episode of the spies, God threatens to destroy the people, leaving only Moses. Moses reminds him of his covenant with the patriarchs. For now there is a chosen family, none of whose members may be unchosen. God and Israel have entered into a binding covenant. The choice once made cannot be unmade. God has joined his destiny with all of Israel. All of Israel has pledged itself to God. The concluding thesis to which the whole of the book of Genesis is the argument of the rejection of rejection. Here's the origin of Jewish inclusivism. Israel is henceforth to be one indivisible people, the collective firstborn child of the one God. But insofar as the Jewish people are one people, their cultural heritage, language, and history will not make one religious denomination rational for one Jew and another religious denomination rational for another Jew. The disagreements among Jews are in-house and intra-linguistic, and since he believed in objective facts and the dichotomy between truth and falsehood, and since our common peoplehood meant that we were too culturally close to be speaking past one another or living in distinct epistemic bubbles, there was much less room for pluralism. Within the Jewish world, Rabbi Sachs was willing to continence and even celebrate a degree of pluralism, which he called agudic pluralism, which operated at the level of those conflicting values and insights that find expression in the canon of Jewish literature and thought, but over which the logic process of decision-making takes no decisive stance, either because they needn't or because there are insufficient grounds for making decisive one way or the other, or because the conflict is a conflict between equally real values rather than an outright contradiction. But insofar as the Jewish people remain one people, bound by the same covenant, Jews have an obligation to persuade one another in our shared language of the truths that are commonly rooted in rationality allow us to see, and to argue against those positions which our shared cultural perspectives suggest us to be false. One could well resist this line of thought and suggest that Reform and conservative Jews have their own distinct communities and discourse in the same way Christianity and Islam have. I think this is a legitimate place upon which to press the thought of Rabbi Sachs, but it seems to me that he'd have an equally compelling reply. In much of his earlier work, Rabbi Sachs was fascinated by the notion put forward by Rabbi Joseph B. Soloveitchik that the people of Israel were bound at Sinai by two covenants. One was a covenant of faith, and the other was a covenant of destiny. The covenant of faith is manifest in the fact that, like it or not, we Jews are subject to the same slings and arrows of outrageous fortune. In the Middle Ages and later, Jews that converted to Christianity to avoid the fate of their brethren were invariably cast into the cloud of suspicion by the Gentile community they sought or were forced to join. Later, the Holocaust made no distinction whatsoever between Jews of different beliefs or convictions. These facts serve as stark reminders that the Jewish people, even against their will, are bound by the bonds of shared fate. The covenant of destiny, by contrast, is manifested in the sense that people are trying to shape their community and their lives around shared values and visions. The crisis of Jewish modernity, as Rabbi Sachs thought, was that a fragmentation has shattered the bonds of the covenant of destiny, like at no time in history, save perhaps from the sectarianism that flourished at the time of the destruction of the temple, and yet the 20th century phenomenon of the Holocaust and the establishment of the State of Israel has served to make the shared covenant of fate especially salient to Jews across the entire religious and social spectrum. I believe Rabbi Sachs denied that the Jewish people have splintered into their own communities of discourse, rendering Reform and Conservative Judaism into their own distinct languages because of the sheer force of the covenant of faith that we continue to share. It is on this basis of this foundation that he believed it might be possible to recover in the fullness of time the covenant of destiny, and thus in his eyes, and despite the great fractures that divide us, the Jewish people remain one people, leaving little room for any radical form of pluralism which would operatively sweep away our very real disagreements. Accordingly, Rabbi Sachs could say the notion of dignity of difference was formulated as an expression of what I would suppose you would call religious pluralism, and I even ready to call this cultural pluralism. I have no problem with this phrase either, but within Judaism, pluralism has limits. It has limits because we remain, despite our very real differences, one people. As we say in our Sabbath prayers, you are one and your name is one, and who is like your people Israel, one nation in the land. Okay, so there you have it. This week, Truth in Judaism. So I started, with the Frege Hilbert controversy, and I read also about axiomatic theories of truth. Going to like modern mathematical, scientific, logical reasoning, and there's definitely going to be returning to those topics. God forbid all the JQ in the air with the Fuentes destiny debate. Thinking that the Frege Hilbert, where Frege was a counter-Semite and Hilbert was a Philo-Semite. But just setting it, tone for truth and logical forms of truth in Judaism. That I read tens of various rabbis' opinions and how they conceive of truth in the Torah, the truth of Torah. And then I read Novak, like a modern philosophical take on the truth of Torah. And we read the article about truth among the Bali Tosfos in 13th century France and Torah learning and the multiplicity of truth. And then Claire came on and we discussed the book of Job. And then this last article on plurality and Rabbi Sachs. So a lot going on. I've covered a lot of material. So just continuing my research. I'm not really sure I have anything really to tie it together or some grand plan, just because I have so many wide topics that I'm covering. I'm hoping to tie it together. I thought maybe to start writing on the JQ, although I'm not sure like a venue, if I did like a primer, because I wouldn't necessarily write like a defense of the Jewish people or like, try to win the argument, but just a primer, how to understand it, a group conflict or various things. So we'll see. I think about that. I'm not sure. Maybe next week I will continue with my troop studies, or maybe I'll continue on to something else. I haven't thought about it. But yes, I've been going over 6 hours. So, God bless. Reiner, thanks for the super chat. Michael, thanks for joining my YouTube. Anyone else wants to join, feel free, reach out on Discord and, join Discord, have a conversation, reach out, Twitter, Facebook, leave comments, try to develop a community around these topics, interested in these topics. And, with that, have a great week. God bless. Signing off, and we'll see you next week. I don't really have too many plans for more streams, so just week in review, doing a lot of reading of articles, continuing my research. I would like to finish the second part of the Philosophy of Science series, although not sure when that's going to happen. It might not happen for a few weeks. Av, Jewish holidays, Rosh Chodesh Av, Tisha B'Av is going to be the week after. The Thursday of the week after, then Elul and Jewish holidays, high holidays coming up. Michael, I'm not sure if, what plans we have, if we want to do more streaming. So I'll keep you updated, or Ethan, Ralph, or anyone reaches out and wants to talk. So God bless. Have a great week.